Chapter 226. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, then retreated swiftly. Lin Xian was stunned. He touched his cheek, then laughed bitterly. Inexplicably, a beautiful face suddenly appeared in his heart, akin to a celestial immortal. Sky Martial Region. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "A night without words." The next day, the two people set off again, advancing at top speed. 3 days later, they finally arrived at Dragoncliff City. Dragoncliff City was even more prosperous than Flame City. Those coming and going were powerhouses. "Where are you going?" Lin Xian asked. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian and smiled sweetly. "Sir Lin, thank you very much for escorting me all the way. This young girl is endlessly grateful. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Finished talking, Zhao Shui's eyes revealed a trace of determination, and she left quickly. Watching Zhao Shui leave, Lin Xian walked towards the center of the city. There was a Myriad Treasure Tower branch there. Finding the Myriad Treasure Tower, he walked in and stated the purpose of his visit. "Lin Xian, you're here." Vivian ran out with a smile. "The competition is about to start. I thought you weren't coming." Vivian grumbled somewhat. "Why would I?" Lin Xian smiled. "Some things happened on the way and delayed some time." "Ah, you became a second-grade inscription master." Vivian looked at the 2 golden patterns on Lin Xian's chest, her expression full of surprise. Even Elder Gu, who sensed it, had a look of shock too. The difficulty of the second-grade inscription master examination, he was aware. Being able to have 20% was already pretty good. Young friend Lin's talent is exceptional. "Looks like we have hope this time," Elder Gu said with a chuckle. "Quickly come in." Vivian pulled Lin Xian and walked in. On this day, the Myriad Treasure Tower was incomparably lively. Many elders had smiles on their faces. Some disciples who did not know the situation asked one after another. Only then did they know that a youth called Lin Xian had arrived. "Lin Xian? Humph! What's the big deal?" Immediately, many disciples were disdainful in their hearts. Before long, the entire Myriad Treasure Tower knew that a genius youth had arrived today. "Everyone, Elder Gu invites you in." An attendant came to report. "Perfect. I want to see what kind of monster this Lin Xian is." "Humph. He definitely can't compare to Senior Martial Brother Lu. Not to mention Senior Brother Lu, I think even Senior Brother Ding can't compare with him." After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, everyone arrived at the backyard. "Look, it's Senior Brother Ding." It is said that Senior Brother Ding has reached the peak of One Seal's soul power. I wonder if it is true? It must be true. Look at that aura, that pressure. It's definitely not fake. "Look, Senior Brother Lu is here," another group of people exclaimed. Even Senior Brother Ding looked at the entrance with a solemn face. "Humph, Senior Brother Lu is already here. Why isn't that Lin Xian here yet?" "That's right. How arrogant." Many of Senior Brother Lu's supporters said coldly. "Elder Gu is here." It was unknown who shouted. Suddenly, the entire courtyard quieted down. Everyone looked at the entrance. They saw an old man in a white robe walk in with a smile. Behind him was a beautiful woman and a handsome young man. Everyone's gaze turned towards the delicate and pretty young man. They had never seen this young man before. He must be that Lin Xian. Many people had a cold expression and were ready to mock him. However, when they saw the 2 golden lines on Lin Xian's chest, they suddenly froze in place. Even Senior Brother Ding looked surprised, and Senior Brother Lu frowned slightly. Second-grade inscription master. Many people's voices were trembling. Almost no one dared to look at Lin Xian with dissatisfaction. That was a second-grade inscription master. In their hearts, only Senior Brother Lu could compare to him. "Ha ha! Everyone is here." Elder Gu smiled and said, "This is our young friend Lin Xian. With his participation, our chances of winning this time will increase by quite a bit." Lin Xian smiled and greeted the others. Then he stood behind Elder Gu and said no more. Next, Elder Gu explained the situation of the Battle of Inscriptions. Everyone listened carefully. Lin Xian also pricked up his ears. He found out that these people were only disciples of the Thousand Treasures Tower. Moreover, not everyone could participate. Including Lin Xian, there were only 5 people in total. Other than that, there were several other forces in Great Xia that would send disciples. One of them was the Inscription Alliance. Although the Inscription Alliance was a large regional organization, there was competition between the sub-leagues of various countries. Therefore, they were indispensable in this battle. Other than the Inscription Alliance, there was also the Ouyang family. This was an ancient family that was somewhat famous in the inscription world of Great Xia. 3 days later, the 3 forces of Great Xia would gather in Dragoncliff City and head to Greenwater Valley together. There, they would compete with the inscription masters of Shadow Country and Rain Country to determine the quota to enter the inscription tower. After an hour, everyone dispersed and began to prepare carefully. 3 days later, the Thousand Treasures Tower attracted the other 2 forces. Lin Xian recognized the people of the Inscription Alliance. The leaders were Elder Song and Deacon Meng. Among the disciples, Lin Xian saw Huang Shanshan and Zhou Yong. On the other side was the Ouyang family. The leader was an old man with a dragon-headed walking stick. Behind him stood 6 or 7 young men. One of them had an unusually strong soul power. The aura that occasionally leaked out was frightening. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Judging from the strength of the soul power, the young man's soul power seemed to be stronger than his. There are indeed many experts. Lin Xian had a hint of excitement in his heart. The people of the Ouyang family and the Inscription Alliance were also secretly observing Lin Xian and the others. After many people saw Lin Xian, they were surprised. This was because such a young second-grade inscription master had never appeared before. There were a total of 15 inscription masters in Xia Country. They could be said to be the elites. Among the 15, Lin Xian, Huang Shanshan, Lu Qing, and Ouyang Changming were all second-grade inscription masters. Their soul power was very strong. The other 11 were first-grade inscription masters. Among them, Zhou Yong and Ding Zhu were at the peak of the first-grade inscription masters. At this point, all the inscription masters of Xia Country were present. Elder Song, Elder Gu, and Elder Ouyang would be leading the team for the competition this time around. Everyone reorganized themselves and headed towards the Greenwater Valley. 3 huge blue striped birds landed in the courtyard. Each of them was more than 10 meters long. When they flapped their wings, they formed a small gust of wind. Lin Xian and the others got on and quickly left. The 3 old men sat on 3 sides. They were all harmonious spirit realm experts. They could easily create a strong protective shield. Without the interference of the gust of wind, Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to comprehend the inscription copied from the stone eyeball. The competition this time would definitely be a gathering of experts. He didn't want to make a fool of himself in the competition. After Elder Gu's explanation, Lin Xian knew that the competition this time was very simple. It was a martial arts competition on the arena. Compared to an ordinary martial arts competition, the competition between inscription masters was much more dangerous. It was because there was a possibility of soul damage at any time. And this kind of damage had a huge impact on the cultivator. As for the reward, it was naturally to enter the inscription tower. Chapter 227. A day later, a dark green valley appeared below. "We're here." Elder Gu's voice had a hint of seriousness. Many disciples on the blue striped birds opened their eyes and looked down at the valley below. Lin Xian also lowered his head and looked down. The valley was surrounded by green trees, green mountains, and clear water, just like a paradise on earth. "Is the inscription tower here?" Many disciples were excited. Elder Song's eyes flashed. It's said that this inscription tower was left behind by an inscription grandmaster. You must seize this opportunity. Inscription grandmaster. Lin Xian was surprised. To be able to be called a grandmaster, he must be a great figure. The three blue striped birds slowly descended and landed in the valley. Everyone jumped off the birds and looked around. In the middle of the valley, there was a huge array platform, exuding a vicissitude aura. On the other three sides of the array platform, there were some stone stands for people to rest and watch. This inscription tower battle has a history of more than 100 years, so the facilities here are more complete, Elder Gu explained. Once every 10 years. This should be the 10th time. Let's go. And rest first. The group of people walked towards the east side of the grandstand. Half a day later, the people of Rain Country arrived. The two sides greeted each other and then took their seats. It's said that an inscription genius has appeared in Rain Country. You must be careful when the time comes, Elder Gu said. Inscription genius. Everyone was slightly stunned. To be able to make the elder think so highly of him, he must not be an ordinary person. For some reason, many people looked at Lin Xian. In their eyes, Lin Xian was also an inscription genius. After all, it was rare to see such a young second-grade inscription master. Just as they were discussing, a group of people arrived. It's Shadow Country. Elder Gu's voice was serious. Rain Country's strength was about the same as theirs, but this Shadow Country far surpassed them. And the champion of the competition was always Shadow Country. A group of people slowly descended from the huge flying ship, and Lin Xian looked over with interest. Most of the people of Shadow Country had arrogant looks, not taking Summer Country and Shadow Country seriously at all. However, they did have the qualifications to be arrogant. Lin Xian could sense that their soul force was extremely powerful, and among them, there were two whose auras made him feel apprehensive. One of them was dressed in purple, and even his hair was purple. The presence on his body had reached the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his eyes even made Lin Xian apprehensive. Purple light flashed, as if there was a formless suction force that wanted to suck away everyone's minds. Purple extreme devil palace. Lin Xian's heart sank. The other person was dressed in a black robe, and his entire body was hidden in the darkness. Although the aura on his body was ordinary, the occasional fluctuations that leaked out made Lin Xian frown. Hee. The two countries came quite early. The leader of the Shadow Country was a purple-robed old man. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The disciples of the Shadow Country all walked towards the north side of the stands, while the purple-robed old man swept to the center of the platform. Hee. This old man will first explain the rules. The competition will be divided into 3 groups for elimination, and the top 3 of each group will enter the finals. The purple-robed old man slowly said, the top 3 of the finals will be qualified to enter the inscription tower, and the first place will also receive a soul-gathering pill. This soul-gathering pill is refined by the Inscription Alliance. It can condense a martial artist's soul, increase the degree of soul condensation, and increase the chances of breaking through to the 3rd seal of soul force. Elder Song took a deep breath. There's actually a soul-gathering pill. It seems that this competition will be much more intense. The Inscription Alliance was a colossus in the entire Tianan region, and the 3 countries of Xia Country were only a few countries in the Tianan region. To a certain extent, they all belonged to the Inscription Alliance. When the young inscription masters heard about the soul-gathering pill, they immediately exclaimed. Everyone looked excited and couldn't wait to start the competition immediately. Little Xian, this is good stuff. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Originally, he only wanted to enter the inscription tower, but now it seemed that he had to get first place. Right now, he really needed to increase his strength. The soul-gathering pill was too tempting for him. With the soul-gathering pill, his soul force would increase again, and at that time, his chances of defeating Lin Feng would be much higher. On Xia country's side, Ouyang Chongming had a confident smile on his face, but the hands hidden in his sleeves were tightly clenched. In the distance, the purple-haired youth from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace had an evil smile on his face, as if the soul-gathering pill had already become his private property. On Rain Country's side, a young girl with an ethereal temperament sat with a smile on her face, her beautiful eyes shining. The center of the arena glowed, forming 3 independent arenas. Each arena was 100 meters wide, enough for spiritual C-tier martial artists to compete. Lin Xian and Vivian were assigned to the first group. The 2 of them walked near the first arena, waiting for the start of the competition. There were dozens of people gathered near the first arena. All of them had powerful auras and souls, and their strength was equivalent to martial artists in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Among them, the one that Lin Xian feared the most was the black-robed martial artist from the Shadow Country. Through his understanding, he knew that the black-robed man belonged to the Dark Shadow Palace, a very mysterious sect. Aside from the black-robed man, there were several second-tier inscribers near the first arena, and their cultivation level was above the 6th layer of spiritual C-tier. The other 2 arenas were also filled with people. The most eye-catching one in the second arena was the purple-haired youth from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace, and the third arena was occupied by the ethereal young girl. The center of the arena glowed brightly, and the multicolored light soared into the sky. This meant that the competition was about to begin. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and returned it to the first arena. The 2 youths called out by the referee walked onto the arena. The black arena emitted 2 rays of light that fell on the 2 youths. Lin Xian knew that this was to test whether the 2 youths were inscribers or not. If they weren't, then they would be rejected by the black arena, and the corresponding result would be elimination. However, the 3 countries and 9 forces obviously knew this rule, so the disciples who came to compete this time were all inscribers. One of the youths on the arena was actually the black-robed youth from the Dark Shadow Palace, and his opponent was a youth from the Rain Country. As soon as the competition began, the black-robed youth drew a black rune with both hands, and like a black scythe, it sent his opponent flying with 1 strike. The surrounding martial artists instantly cried out in surprise. They didn't even see what that black rune was before the competition ended. Several second-tier inscribers looked at the black-robed martial artist with serious expressions. Before this, they didn't take this person seriously. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he was surprised. He sensed a dangerous soul fluctuation from the black rune. The competition progressed quickly and was very exciting. Many of the moves were eye-opening for Lin Xian, and at this time, the referee called out Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian, go. Vivian waved her little fist at the side. With a faint smile, Lin Xian's body flashed, and he arrived on the arena. Opposite him, a white-robed youth stood proudly, and there were 2 golden patterns embroidered on his chest. Chapter 228. The moment the arrogant young man stepped onto the stage, a group of people cheered. Even the martial artists from the other 2 arenas looked over. After all, second-grade inscriptionists were already the top existences here. Sigh, encountering a second-grade inscriptionist. That kid is really unlucky. That's our eldest senior brother, He and Kai. Not only is his soul power outstanding, his strength has reached the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Dealing with a kid at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm is a piece of cake. At this time, Lin Xian had already taken off his second-grade inscriptionist silver robe, so these people did not know of Lin Xian's strength. There was also a trace of worry in Vivian's eyes. The other party's cultivation was stronger than Lin Xian's. He and Kai was an outstanding youth of Shadow Country's Inscription Palace. His soul power and cultivation were top existences. Lin Xian's first opponent was actually so terrifying. The inscriptionists of Xia country did not look too good. Elder Gu and Elder Song also frowned. Although Lin Xian was valiant, his opponent was even more valiant. Comparing the two, Lin Xian seemed to be at a disadvantage. Elder Song, I'm afraid you're going to lose this round. A loud laugh came from the side. Everyone turned their heads. Their faces were abnormally ugly. Not far from them were the inscriptionists of Shadow Country. One of the old men had a smug look on his face. He was Inkai's master. Old man, the competition hasn't started yet. It's too early to say who will win. Elder Song said with a sullen face. Too early? It's not early. Such an obvious gap. Even a blind person can see it. Elder, he laughed loudly. The inscription palace where old man he was at was actually a branch of the Inscription Alliance. However, he and Elder Song were from two different countries and were naturally in a competitive relationship. Now that he could get rid of his old rival, he naturally felt good. Is that so? Elder Song said in a deep voice. Lin Xian is also a second-grade inscriptionist. It's not certain who will win. Elder, he was slightly surprised. The people of Shadow Country's Inscription Palace were also surprised. Impossible. He's obviously a youth. How can he be a second-grade inscriptionist? The people of Inscription Palace obviously did not believe it. Old Song, a loss is a loss. Why must you make such a joke? Elder, he sneered. Everyone from Xia Country felt aggrieved. These guys from Shadow Country were too arrogant. Their tails were raised to the sky. I believe that Lin Xian will definitely win, Huang Shanshan said softly. Everyone looked at arena number 1 with a glimmer of hope in their hearts. On the first arena, Lin Xian and Inkai were already fighting. The two of them were moving quickly in the arena. After images flashed on the black arena, accompanied by wind, thunder, lightning, and surging spiritual energy. So fast. Many martial artists could not keep up with the speed of their eyes and could only use their soul power. They feared Inkai from the bottom of their hearts, but Lin Xian's performance had exceeded their expectations. His speed was not at all inferior to Inkai's. Inkai's expression was cold and arrogant as he attacked mercilessly. He was the number 1 disciple of the Inscription Palace. Naturally, he did not place Lin Xian in his eyes. His soul power spread out, and he clearly captured the trajectory of Lin Xian's movements. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Inkai waved his palm at the back left like lightning. The surging spiritual energy surged, and the air whistled. This palm was like a tsunami, powerful to the extreme. Everything within 10 meters behind him was shrouded by the wind from his palm. Whoosh! A figure appeared. It was Lin Xian. He appeared. He finally appeared. Senior brother, he is mighty. Finish him in one move. The disciples of the Inscription Palace shouted. In their view, Lin Xian, who appeared, was a human target. He would definitely not be able to escape from Inkai's palm. Old Song, you have lost. Elder, he laughed arrogantly. Elder Song and the others' faces were gloomy. The inscriptionists of Xia Country were silent. Not good. Near arena number 1, Vivian's face also changed. Lose for me. Inkai sneered. His palm struck out like a tsunami, and the violent spiritual energy hit Lin Xian. Boom. An earth-shattering tremor spread in all directions from arena number 1. At this moment, all the cultivators in the valley were looking at ring number 1 with shock on their faces. Elder Song and the others' hearts sank. They didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to withstand such a blow. Prepare the elixir to rescue him. Lin Xian has unlimited potential. We can't leave any hidden injuries. Elder Song began to deploy. Crack! In the huge spiritual energy vortex, the power of lightning suddenly flashed and brandished its claws in the air. Everyone looked over in shock, waiting for the moment the result would be revealed. The spiritual energy vortex dissipated, and arena number 1 returned to normal. 2 figures appeared in the arena. He Yingcai's palm was firmly imprinted on Lin Xian's chest. On the other hand, Lin Xian's entire body was suffused with the glow of lightning. Numerous complicated lightning runes appeared on the surface of his body, and they were filled with a violent energy. "This is your attack," Lin Xian said lightly. Too weak, He Yingcai's pupils constricted and fear welled up in his heart. Impossible! How could he block Senior Brother He's attack? The Inscription Palace's warriors cried out loudly, while the others were in an uproar. Too shocking, too unexpected. A martial artist at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm actually took a blow from a martial artist at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm head-on, and was completely fine. This, on the grandstand, Elder He's face was solemn, and his eyes were filled with shock. Not only him, but even Elder Song and Elder Gu were shocked. Those inscriptionists of Great Xia were even more stunned. They did not dare to believe such means. "Old man, things seem to be different from what you predicted." Elder Song struck a blow. Elder He's face darkened as he cursed in his heart. He actually misjudged. How many years had it been since something like this happened? "Why, you're actually fine." On the stage, He Yingcai's voice trembled. "You should worry about yourself." Lin Xian's eyes turned cold, and his right hand was like an iron clamp firmly grabbing onto He Yingcai's arm. Exerting a little force, Lin Xian lifted He Yingcai up and smashed him onto the ground. "Not good. You dare." The Inscription Palace's martial artists all exclaimed and were abnormally worried. "Let go." He Yingcai was furious. His entire body's spiritual power surged, forming a terrifying spiritual power storm. However, in front of Lin Xian's copper thunder pattern, everything was useless. Soul interference. At the last moment, He Yingcai used his soul power. His powerful soul power surged towards Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian's soul was attacked, he could immediately counterattack. Pung! Lin Xian was not afraid. His soul power surged out and clashed with He Yingcai's. In the next moment, Lin Xian successfully blocked He Yingcai's soul power, while He Yingcai himself crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! The black ground was abnormally hard and did not shatter. However, his huge impact caused the entire stage to shake as if an earthquake happened. Pooh. Chapter 229. Lin Xian's attack caused He Yingcai to suffer internal injuries. Falling to the ground, He Yingcai's mind was in a daze. The spiritual sea in his body was in chaos. He was puzzled by the scene just now. He had clearly used a soul attack, but the other party was not affected at all. Furthermore, he could feel a strong soul power resisting him. Is he also a second-grade inscription master? He Yingcai suddenly had such a thought in his mind. However, he quickly ruled it out. Such a young second-grade inscription master had never appeared in the history of the Shadow Country, let alone the relatively backward Xia country. He rolled and quickly fled to the back. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance to escape. His palm shot out like lightning, and he grabbed He Yingcai once again. What? Everyone was stunned. Shameless. Let go of the eldest senior brother. Despicable. The people of the Inscription Palace cursed loudly. Their eyes were burning with anger. However, the martial artists of Xia country were extremely excited. Many of them could not help but shout. Before the start of the competition, they had been ridiculed by the people of the Shadow Country. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to return the favor. "Kid, you've angered me." He Yingcai was an elite of the Inscription Palace. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Moreover, his opponent was a youth who was inferior to him in all aspects. His soul force violently tumbled, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Soul shock. A sharp voice rang out, followed by a terrifying soul force. At this moment, the martial artists near the first arena trembled. They felt a tremor from their souls. It felt as if their souls would be extinguished at any time. Great, it's senior brother, he's soul's secret skill. That kid is dead for sure. No one can escape senior brother, he's soul shock. The disciples of the Inscription Palace revealed a victorious expression. In the stands, Elder He also breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect him to use his ultimate move so quickly. To be defeated by this move, you people of Xia country should be proud. Elder He's words shocked Elder Song and the others. They naturally knew the power of the soul shock secret skill. Anyone who was hit by it would have their soul severely damaged. In serious cases, it could lead to immediate death. Damn it, nothing can happen to Lin Xian. Elder Gu clenched his fist. Die. He Ink's eyes flashed with a vicious light. Lin Xian's actions made him want to kill him. Slash. Feeling the pressure on his soul, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Runes flashed in his left eye, and the soul sword quickly slashed out. Chi. He Ink's soul attack was cut into two like a piece of cloth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. He Inkai clutched his head and screamed as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Bang! Lin Xian kicked him out of the field. Silence. Absolute silence. The cultivators near stage 1 were all stunned, not daring to believe the reality in front of them. That was soul shock. How could it be broken so easily? Senior apprentice brother He. The people of Inscription Palace regained their senses and quickly ran towards He Inkai. Whoosh! A figure quickly appeared beside He Inkai. This was an old man, Elder He of the Inscription Palace. His soul reached out and circled around He Ink's body. His face immediately turned gloomy. Humph, this old man has misjudged you. Elder He looked at Lin Xian coldly. Feeling the pressure of a harmonious spirit expert, Lin Xian's face turned slightly pale. The dragon pattern in his body shone brightly, and the great dragon sword intent roared in his body. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a surge of energy filling his body, and the pressure of a harmonious spirit expert gradually disappeared. Elder He, please mind the rules. The judge of stage 1 walked over with a warning tone. Elder He glared at Lin Xian with hatred, and then quickly brought He Inkai back to the spectator stand to treat his injuries. Elder Song, very good, very good. Elder He looked at the great Xia's side and said coldly, thank you for letting me win. Elder Song and the others were not afraid of Elder He. However, they were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian's attack was too shocking. The winner is Lin Xian, the judge said in a clear voice. Hua! The disciples of Great Xia cheered and shouted, while the disciples of the other 2 countries were stunned, especially the disciples of the Shadow Country. Their faces were gloomy. They could not accept this result. Lin Xian, the black-robed youth from the Dark Shadow Palace, let out a low laugh. I hope you won't disappoint me. This voice made some of the nearby disciples feel a chill in their hearts. Many of them quietly moved away from the black-robed youth. They had seen the black-robed youth's strength, and the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace knew how powerful he was. Many of the Shadow Country's disciples looked at Lin Xian with hatred. As long as the black-robed youth attacked, Lin Xian would lose without a doubt. Lin Xian, be careful, Vivian said with a worried face. Obviously, she felt the unusual atmosphere nearby. I'm fine. Be careful. If you can't do it, you can give up, Lin Xian said in a low voice. The wound on the soul is hard to heal. You must think carefully. Vivian nodded. She knew how powerful it was. As expected, in the later rounds of the competition, the people of the Inscription Palace began to specifically target Vivian. However, Vivian's strength had reached the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and her soul power had reached the peak of a first-grade inscription master. In the vicinity of the first stage, aside from a few second-grade inscriptionists, there were really not many who were her match. The competition continued. A few second-grade inscriptionists stepped onto the stage one by one and easily defeated their opponents. Gradually, the division of strength between each side appeared. The first tier was Lin Xian, the black-robed youth, and a few other second-grade inscriptionists. These people all subdued their opponents within a few moves. However, the following matches refreshed everyone's understanding of the black-robed youth. In the second round, the black-robed youth, Shadowless, stepped onto the stage again. His opponent was Rain Country's second-grade inscription master, Zhong Yu. The black-robed youth's hands moved, forming a black symbol in front of him that contained a terrifying energy. His opponent, Zhong Yu, was holding a circular weapon that was covered with sharp gears. With a wave of his hand, the circular metal gear flew out like lightning. On top of it, there were dozens of tiny blades flying out. Zhong Yu's soul power surged, controlling the flying blades that filled the sky, forming an all-around attack. Who, the black-robed youth, shadowless, shook his body and disappeared from where he stood. Ding, ding, ding. All the flying blades hit the ground, forming a string of sparks. Zhong Yu's attack failed. He spread out his soul power and instantly sensed the black-robed youth's location. Behind me, he suddenly turned around, but what welcomed him was a flash of black light. Chi, chi, pung. Like a bolt of black lightning, it quickly hit the circular gear. A thumb-sized hole appeared. The black light passed through the metal and heavily hit Zhong Yu's body. His spiritual power armor was penetrated, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. I admit defeat. Zhong Yu covered his wound and walked down the stage with a terrified expression. Chapter 230. Everyone was stunned. Even a second-grade inscription master like Zhong Yu couldn't last more than 2 moves in the hands of the black-robed youth. If anyone else went up, they would be killed in seconds. Lin Xian looked at the black-robed youth with a dignified look in his eyes. Very strong. That was his feeling. Swish. The black-robed youth looked at Lin Xian. His gaze was like a pillar of fire, unbearably hot. Lin Xian's expression didn't change. The sword light in his eyes flashed like a peerless divine sword unsheathed. Incomparably sharp. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks appeared in the air like metal intersecting, and a wave of energy quickly spread out. Hee hee. The black-robed youth sneered and quickly walked down the stage. Not long after, Lin Xian went up the stage again. Many people were shocked and looked at Lin Xian with a dignified look. Until now, no one would underestimate Lin Xian. However, when they saw Lin Xian's opponent, they all exclaimed, "Ha ha, that Lin kid is dead." Many disciples of the Inscription Palace sneered. The disciples of the state of Great Xia frowned and looked cautiously at the figure on the stage. She was wearing a purple short skirt that just reached her thighs. Her upper body was even more revealing, and most of her snow-white chest was exposed, making people want to vomit blood. Delicate face, devilish figure. She was simply a demoness. So beautiful, tsk, that thigh is so white. You want to die? Don't talk nonsense. She is the second disciple of the Purple Demon Palace. Someone warned, Purple Demon Palace. Suddenly, many martial artists' faces regained their clarity, and even their eyes were restrained. This Purple Demon Palace was not only a third-grade sect of the Shadow Country, but it was also powerful and cruel. Otherwise, it wouldn't be known as the Demon Palace. The disciples of the state of Great Xia looked dignified, and many people were worried about Lin Xian. The second disciple of the Purple Demon Palace, Hua Yan, was several times stronger than He Inkai. This time Lin Xian is dead. The disciples of the Shadow Country all sneered. Many of the martial artists in the other arenas also looked in this direction. Even the black-robed young man was staring at the arena. Hee, young man, why don't you surrender when you see me? Hua Yan's voice was extremely sweet. There was a hint of seduction in her voice, causing one's blood to surge. Immediately, some of the disciples who were closer to the arena turned red, as if their skin was about to bleed. As soon as Hua Yan's voice sounded, Lin Xian felt an invisible soul force interfering with his perception. At the same time, the aura in his body seemed to be boiling. Humph! With a cold snort, the great dragon sword in his body formed an invisible sword chi that cut through the void. Purple Extreme Devil Palace? The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. That's useless against me. Lin Xian's gaze was sharp. Wherever it passed, it was as if a sword had swept past, turning everything into nothingness. Hua Yan was a little surprised when she saw that her charm illusion technique did not work. Hua Yan smiled faintly like a blooming lily. Her expression was extremely beautiful at this moment, and many people saw a strange scene. Since you want to play, I'll play with you, Lin Xian sneered. He had been studying the inscriptions given to him by Wine Lord and had a new understanding of the use of souls. There seemed to be thousands of inscriptions rotating in his right eye, and a strange soul wave was transmitted. Trap. The scene around her changed drastically, and Hua Yan seemed to be in a dark cage. Clang! The sound of iron chains was heard, and she was quickly bound. Chi. The cold iron chains exerted a little force, and her clothes were shredded into pieces. Her jade-like body was exposed to the air, and all kinds of torture followed. In the outside world, Hua Yan stood still and suddenly frowned. She bit the tip of her tongue lightly, and the purple light in her eyes intensified. In the spiritual space, her jade-like body suddenly changed and fell to the ground like petals. Where Lin Xian was standing, countless tentacles grew out and wrapped around him. Hee, you're still far from being able to use ice skills on me. Hua Yan smiled charmingly, and her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. Release your most primitive desires. Pink gas gushed out from the tentacles and drilled into Lin Xian's body. Qi, the sword of souls, slashed and destroyed everything. Is Rushue still alive? Lin Xian suddenly asked. What? How did you know? Hua Yan was stunned. Then she seemed to have thought of something, and her face changed drastically. Did you injure him? Impossible. Sword of Souls. Lin Xian smirked, and a translucent sword Qi suddenly pierced out, cutting off the tentacles around him. The sword Qi surged and quickly slashed at Hua Yan. This is impossible. How did you know this move? Hua Yan's face finally changed. Her soul shook, and she wanted to escape from this space. However, the speed of the Sword of Souls was unimaginable, and it slashed at Hua Yan's soul in an instant. In the outside world, Lin Xian and Hua Yan stood quietly without any movement. However, the disciples around them knew that they must be engaged in a special soul battle. This kind of battle was the most dangerous, and the slightest mistake could cost one's life. It can't be, right? Is this Lin Xian so strong that he can compete with Hua Yan? Impossible. Hua Yan is the second disciple of the Purple Demon Palace. How can Lin Xian be her opponent? It's only been 5 breaths. Let's wait a little longer. These people were nervous and did not know what was going on. Suddenly, Hua Yan's body trembled, and she regained her mobility. It's over. Everyone was excited, and they knew that the soul battle was over. Puff. However, what they did not expect was that Hua Yan's face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Hua Yan spat out blood. Did she lose? Everyone could not believe it, and hurriedly looked at Lin Xian. They saw that Lin Xian was smiling, and his expression was the same without the slightest discomfort. No, I must be under an illusion. Wake up. Yes, it must be Lin Xian's illusion. Many disciples of the Shadow Kingdom shouted, unwilling to believe this fact. The disciples of the Purple Demon Palace could not accept it, and they would rather believe that they were under an illusion. Do you still want to continue? Lin Xian said lightly. Hua Yan covered her undulating chest, and there was a trace of struggle in her eyes. Thinking of his abnormal physical skills, Hua Yan finally sighed. Good brother, you won. What? Hua Yan actually admitted defeat. The group of people was stunned. Winner Lin Xian. The referee's voice echoed in the valley, and it shocked everyone. At this moment, almost everyone looked at Lin Xian. In the stands, the elders of the Purple Demon Palace frowned. Even Hua Yan lost. This kid seems to be not simple. I've never heard of this kid before. I don't know where he came from. Although Hua Yan lost, there's still Ziyi. As long as he's here, the first place will be ours. Several elders of the Purple Demon Palace whispered to each other. Near the second arena, the purple-haired Ziyi looked at Lin Xian with a cold expression. Hua Yan, don't worry, I'll avenge you. In the next round, Ziyi versus Li Guang. In the second arena, the purple-haired Ziyi walked up to the stage, facing his opponent. He only glanced at him. Chapter 231. Ziyi only glanced at him, and his opponent screamed crazily, bleeding from all 7 orifices. This kind of method was simply unimaginable. After easily defeating his opponent, Ziyi turned his gaze to the first arena. A murderous intent soared into the sky, as if there was an invisible heavenly blade hanging over everyone's head. Lin Xian felt a sharp soul force piercing towards him, and that force was several times stronger than Hua Yan's. He focused his mind and calmed down, preparing to defend with all his strength. At this time, the soul force suddenly disappeared. I hope you can hold on for a while longer. In the arena, I will kill you in one move. Ziyi's words echoed around. Fuck. Ziyi is angry. This kid is dead. No one has ever been able to resist Ziyi's gaze, even if that kid is strong. The disciples of Shadow Country were excited and couldn't wait to see Ziyi attack. Anytime, Lin Xian's face was calm as he slowly walked down the arena. Hua! The crowd around him parted, automatically opening up a path. The current Lin Xian could only be matched by a peerless genius like Ziyi. Ordinary people couldn't stop him at all. At this moment, no matter what these people thought in their hearts, their actions had already acknowledged Lin Xian's strength. The competition continued, and all kinds of geniuses displayed their powerful combat power in front of everyone. In the first arena, other than Lin Xian, there was also a strange and unpredictable black-robed youth, Wu Ying. In the second arena, Ziyi defeated his opponent in one move, and no one could resist him. Other than him, there was also Ouyang Changming, a disciple of Xia Country's Ouyang family. He also displayed his powerful strength, defeating many second-grade inscriptionists. On the third arena, an ethereal young girl's movements were gentle like a celestial fairy. She was Rain Country's genius girl, Yu Fei. The strength displayed by this girl was not inferior to Ziyi, and many people were looking forward to the battle between the two. Other than that, there were also some outstanding geniuses. At this time, the second arena ushered in a battle. Ziyi versus Ouyang Changming. One was a recognized expert, and the other was a rising star genius. The battle between the two attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he was also carefully watching the battle. Judging from Ouyang Changming's performance, he was stronger than Hua Yan. But how would he compare to Ziyi? In the stands, everyone from the Xia Country looked nervous, especially Elder Ouyang, who clenched his fists in secret. Changming Don't force yourself. Elder Ouyang sighed in his heart. On the second arena, Ziyi was dressed in a long gown. His purple hair fluttered in the air, making him look incomparably demonic. Disciple of the great Xia, I'll take some interest from you first. After saying this, his eyes emitted a demonic purple glow, like two purple stars. An aura that made one's soul tremble suddenly appeared, and the entire space fell into a state of oppression. Purple demon eyes. Purple light flashed, instantly enveloping Ouyang Changming. Whoa! Ouyang Changming's body shook, and then he stood still. The nearby disciples looked nervous. Many of them had frightened looks on their faces. It's the purple demon eyes. This is the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's most powerful eye technique. That brat is done for. I heard that no one below the harmonious spirit realm can resist the purple demon eyes. Not only the young disciples, but even some of the elders were also looking at the arena with serious expressions. They were more familiar with this kind of eye technique. It was an extremely powerful eye technique that could suck a person's soul into a special spiritual space. Once they entered, they would be at the mercy of others. Changming, Elder Ouyang's face was filled with worry. Humph! The elder of the Inscription Palace sneered. They were eager to see something happen in the great Xia country. 1 breath, 2 breaths, after 10 breaths of time, Ouyang Changming still hadn't fallen. Although his face was pale and his body was drenched in sweat, he was still standing. He can actually last for 10 breaths of time. This kid is not simple. I'm afraid that even a second-grade inscriptionist at the peak might not be able to withstand it for 10 breaths. At the 11th breath, Ouyang Changming's body moved. Bang! He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood flowed down continuously, splashing into the air. To be able to last for 10 breaths of time, you should be proud. Zai's voice was cold, as if he was a high and mighty king. Ouyang Changming's body trembled, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was powerful and thought that he was the #1 person in the great Xia country, but he didn't expect to be defeated here. The gap was too big. In Zai's spiritual space, he didn't have the strength to fight back. He could only bitterly resist. I only used half of my strength. Zai smiled evilly. What? Ouyang Changming's body trembled, and the people around him exclaimed. Half of his strength defeated Ouyang Changming? Just how powerful was Ziyi? This Ouyang Changming should be the #1 person in the great Xia country. It seems that the great Xia country has no hope this time. There were sighs and sneers nearby. 2 disciples of the Ouyang family went up to help Ouyang Changming off the stage. Their backs were filled with loneliness. The disciples of the great Xia country had a worried look. Were they going to be last again? You forgot one person. Huang Shanshan stood in the crowd and said in a low voice. The disciples of the great Xia country raised their heads with a puzzled expression on their faces. Lin Xian. We still have Lin Xian. He defeated Hua Yan. The eyes of the disciples of the great Xia country suddenly burst with light, as if they had caught the last life-saving straw. Yes, Lin Xian is also a second-grade inscription master. Maybe he can create a miracle. Although the one surnamed Lin is strong, he is almost on par with Ouyang Changming. Compared to Zai, he is far worse. Your great Xia country actually put your hopes on a little brat. How sad. The disciples of the Shadow Country ruthlessly attacked. At this time, Zai laughed and said, Within 10 breaths, I can get rid of Lin Xian. His voice was unusually cold, as if the space was frozen. Senior brother Zai is mighty. The Purple Extreme Demon Palace will win. For a time, there was a burst of cheers in the valley. In the stands, the elders of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace had a calm smile on their faces. Zai's Purple Extreme Demon Eyes has already been cultivated to the 3rd level. I'm afraid None of the young disciples in the entire valley is his opponent. The inscription tower is nothing. When the time comes, the entire Shadow Country will be ours. The people of the Nether Hall have already moved out. Our Purple Extreme Hall can't fall behind. Several elders of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace communicated with each other, their expressions full of pride. On the great Xia Country's side, there were sighs. Elder Ouyang had already gone to treat Ouyang Changming. Elder Song and Elder Gu looked at each other and shook their heads. Can Lin Xian contend with Sai? Elder Song's voice had a hint of disappointment. It will be difficult, Elder Gu said in a low voice, but I have confidence in him. Oh? Elder Song looked at him in surprise. When I first met Lin Xian, he was only a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual sea realm. But at that time, he could continuously create miracles, challenging geniuses above his level, killing the older generation of martial artists, and even challenging the harmonious spirit realm. And in a short 3 months, his cultivation has reached the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Chapter 232. Every one of Lin Xian's deeds could shock a group of people, and when all these deeds were concentrated on one person, it was even more shocking. Elder Song's eyes lit up again. He had also witnessed Lin Xian obtain the title of second-grade inscription master with his own eyes. He was also full of hope for Lin Xian. The competition went on quickly. During this time, Lu Qing, Ding Zhe, and the others from Thousand Treasures Tower were all defeated. Lu Qing was defeated by Zi with a glance, and Ding Zhe was defeated by the ethereal girl from Rain Country. For a moment, Xia Country's momentum fell to the bottom. At this time, on the first arena, the referee's voice sounded again. Next match, Lin Xian versus Shadowless. Shadowless, the black-robed young man, was a martial artist as terrifying as Ziyi. Hua. Some of the disciples who were not participating in the competition all ran towards the first arena, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Most of them were disciples from Xia Country and Shadow Country. After all, this battle would determine whether Xia Country could rise. If Lin Xian couldn't even defeat the black-robed man, then it was even more impossible for him to defeat Ziyi. That also proved that Xia Country would be completely defeated in this competition. For a moment, Wei Wei, Shan Shan, Lu Qing, and the others were all watching nervously. In the stands, Elder Song and Elder Gu also took a deep breath and looked over with rapt attention. The black-robed young man stood on the stage like a ghost, emitting a terrifying aura. Kid, your luck has come to an end to meet me. The black-robed young man's voice was a little hoarse. Xia Country is destined to have no fate with the inscription tower. Cut the crap. Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that some black runes were quietly forming under his feet. Boom. The copper thunder pattern shone brightly. Lin Xian's whole body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, like a thunder god descending to the world. Show. The black gas was like a worm attached to a bone, quickly crawling onto Lin Xian's body. At the same time, the black-robed young man's finger shone with a black light, and a dangerous aura spread out. Qi. A black light rushed out from his fingertip and attacked Lin Xian like black lightning. Disperse. Lin Xian's body shook, and the lightning patterns on his body flickered, dispersing the black aura around him. At the same time, his feet flashed, and his figure disappeared. Whoosh. When he reappeared, he was already behind the black-robed young man. So fast, the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. They simply couldn't see Lin Xian's footwork clearly. Their exclamation was reasonable because none of the black-robed youth's opponents had ever been able to escape from the black finger light. Even the second-grade inscriptionists were no exception. But now Lin Xian had easily dodged it. The black-robed young man sneered. With a shake of his black robe, he disappeared. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they used their soul power to search. Soon, a look of shock appeared on their faces. No, they couldn't sense the black-robed youth's presence at all. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He released his soul force and carefully sensed. A moment later, he frowned. Just like the others, he didn't sense anything. That kid is dead meat. How dare he show off his speed in front of Shadowless? Does he really think he's called Shadowless for nothing? The disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace sneered, their words full of sarcasm. Using Shadowless as his name was enough to show the black-robed youth's speed. The disciples of the state of Great Xia were shocked. They thought the black-robed youth's strength was his soul power, but they didn't expect it to be his speed. With such speed, the opponent can't even sense it. How can he attack? Don't be discouraged. Lin Xian's defense is very strong. Shadowless might not be able to break it, Vivian said in a low voice. The disciples of the state of Great Xia were stunned, then overjoyed. Indeed, the strength of Lin Xian's defense was obvious to all. Even a martial artist in the seventh sky of the spiritual sea realm couldn't break it. Just as everyone was filled with hope, a sharp black light appeared in the air. Its appearance was so sudden that there was no sign at all. Whoosh! The black light was like a crescent moon. It seemed to split the void in half as it struck down. Dang! Lin Xian punched out, hitting the crescent moon and creating a burst of sparks. Chi-chi! Crackle! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled incessantly. Lin Xian shattered the crescent-shaped black light, but his arm was still numb. This was the first time he felt numb since he cultivated the Copper Thunder Mark. After shattering the crescent moon, Lin Xian spread out his soul power, searching for the black-robed youth's figure. However, he caught a trace of the youth's aura, and then lost track of him again. After a few breaths, the sharp chi slashed through the void again, coming from behind him. This time, it was a black sickle. The sharp blade was suffused with cold light, making people's souls tremble. Puchi! This blade slashed on Lin Xian's body, creating a half-foot-long wound. The Copper Thunder Mark was cut open a little. Although it didn't hurt Lin Xian, the impact was shocking. Below the stage, the disciples of the State of Shadow were all boiling and shouting. The disciples of the State of Great Xia were worried. They thought that the black-robed youth couldn't hurt Lin Xian. Now it seemed that they were too naive. A black sickle was enough to cut open Lin Xian's defense. Lin Xian was also shocked. He twisted his body and quickly dodged the blade. It can actually cut open the Copper Thunder Mark. His face was gloomy. He was very clear about the power of the Copper Thunder Mark. Although his Copper Thunder Mark was only at the lower level, a normal martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm couldn't break his defense. It must be that black sickle. Lin Xian didn't believe that the black-robed youth could break his defense because the first attack didn't hurt him at all. What kind of weapon could actually cut open the lower-level Copper Thunder Mark? Could it be a high-grade mystic rank artifact? He was shocked, but at the same time, he was on full alert. This was a difficult opponent to deal with. His movement technique was strange to the extreme. In the following time, Lin Xian was in a passive state, almost getting hurt a few times. However, he also noticed something. This method of attack was very similar to my wind melting style, but it was much more advanced than my wind melting style. The principles should be the same. He blended into the wind. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. With a flip of his palm, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Weapon? Lin Xian actually took out a weapon. The nearby disciples were shocked. They had never seen Lin Xian use a weapon. Long sword, could he be a sword cultivator? Even some of the Xia Kingdom's disciples were stunned. Many of them looked at Vivian. Yes, Lin Xian is indeed a sword cultivator. Vivian nodded. Lin Xian. Lin Xian, could he be the one ranked 20 on the Hidden Dragon rank Lin Xian? Someone exclaimed. Instantly, The crowd was shocked. A powerful sword cultivator was actually a second-grade rune master. This kind of news was undoubtedly explosive. Humph. You think you can fight against Shadowless with a long sword? Too naive. Yeah, a backward country indeed. The disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace sneered. They were very clear about Shadowless's strength. He was a genius who comprehended a trace of the wind mentality. Chapter 233. It's useless. No one can find me. The black-robed young man's voice rang out in the surroundings. It was so faint that no one could find his real body. You can try. Lin Xian sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-robed young man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the air on Lin Xian's left was torn apart as the black sickle slashed down mercilessly. Shoo! A sword light flashed and accurately pierced the blade. The horrifying force caused the blade to deviate from its original direction. Boom! The black sickle slashed the ground, creating a crack. Countless rocks rolled to both sides. The hard black ground was finally broken open at this moment. As soon as he succeeded, Lin Xian's eyes turned sharp. The autumn scar sword in his hand pierced out again as fast as lightning. At this moment, the black-robed young man had already disappeared. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian pushed the Wind Emperor's sword to the extreme. The sword became transparent, as if it had disappeared, leaving only the hilt exposed. This scene was extremely strange. It was as if the long sword was broken in half. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Puff! Dang! A low sound rang out in the air. Then a figure appeared. What? He actually hit it. The surrounding people looked at the black-robed young man, who was in a sorry state. Their faces were filled with shock. Impossible! How did he find out? The disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace screamed. Even some of the elders were frowning. Lucky! He must be lucky! The black-robed young man's shock did not fade. Like the other disciples, he believed that Lin Xian's sword was lucky. He had comprehended a trace of the wind mentality and could merge with the wind. Normal people would not be able to find him, let alone hit him. Thinking of this, the black-robed young man calmed down. His body shook, and he disappeared again. Shoo! A black blade light that was dozens of meters long slashed through the air, but the black-robed young man did not appear. Shoo! The dazzling sword light lit up like a cold light, illuminating half of the arena. Boom! The black-robed young man's body was blasted out again. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stopping. This is impossible. He finally lost his composure. Lin Xian did not respond. Instead, he quickly attacked. With the power of wind and lightning surging, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. Those who were observant would notice that Lin Xian's body was beginning to fade in and out of existence. Sometimes they couldn't even sense him. Thunder and lightning surged, and the wind howled. Wind and thunder blended together, and the terrifying sword energy tore through the sky. With a thrust of the sword, all the air within 10 meters was sucked away. Clang! The black-robed youth held a 2-meter-long black sickle in his hand and formed a semicircle in the air, blocking Lin Xian's sword light. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian had already arrived beside him. His left fist was like a dragon as he suddenly punched out. Thunder and lightning intertwined and instantly smashed onto the black sickle. The terrifying force caused the black-robed man to retreat more than 10 meters. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword light disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of the black-robed man. Whoosh! The black robe was torn apart, and a half-meter-long sword mark appeared on Shadowless's body. Luckily, he had the black chi protecting his body, so this sword did not hurt him. However, his sorry state made him even more furious. You dare to embarrass me? You deserve to die. Shadowless tore apart the black robe on his body, revealing a black armor. As if he was a martial artist that walked out of hell, Shadowless's body was filled with black chi, bringing with it a sinister aura. Death sickle. Shadowless roared. The black sickle formed a terrifying attack, and the sharp blade caused terrifying cracks to appear on the ground. The black wind blade wrapped around Lin Xian. As long as it touched him, it would tear him apart. Even a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier would not be able to block this kind of attack. Lightning storm. Lin Xian activated his spirit power, and a terrifying scene formed within 10 meters. Wind and thunder intertwined, and the wind roared like a lightning tribulation. The two forces collided, sending out a violent energy wave. Violent air waves swept out in all directions. The overflowing energy quickly spread to the edge of the stage. Everyone felt their chests tighten, unable to block it at all. Wung, wung. The black stage emitted light, forming a translucent light screen at the edge, blocking the storm on the stage. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and looked at the stage again. The 2-meter-long black sickle formed a terrifying wind blade attack in front of Shadowless. At the same time, he drew a black rune with one hand, forming a black rain of light, attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian slowly raised the autumn scar sword above his head, and the aura on his body gradually sharpened. Like a divine sword being unsheathed, a monstrous sword intent poured out, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Behind him, a ferocious dragon head was faintly discernible. Sword chi roared, tearing the air above, and the terrifying sword intent swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the valley looked over, their eyes filled with shock. Sword intent! This is sword intent! Everyone was stunned, and the elder of the Shadow Country's face was extremely gloomy. Sword intent is one of the most terrifying attacks. Lin Xian's aura at this moment had reached an indescribable height. Perhaps no one below the harmonious spirit realm could resist him. Sword intent. What a terrifying sword intent! Lu Qing, Dingzhe, and the other disciples who were originally unconvinced all fell into a daze. In the distance, Zai, Yufei, and the other peerless geniuses also showed a serious expression. Dance of Death. Shadowless looked at the figure in front of him, and his body trembled slightly. He gripped the black sickle tightly, and the spirit energy in his body crazily circulated. Dozens of black lights appeared on the surface of his body, and together with the black sickle, they formed a sharp blade light. Whoosh, whoosh. The sickle spun, bringing with it the aura of death like a dead person dancing in the night. As the most outstanding disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace, Shadowless used all of his strength at this moment. Lin Xian stood still like a rock, and he felt the danger of death. However, this did not shake his confidence. Wind thunder cut. The autumn scar sword fell down, bringing with it the sword intent of a dragon, like a heavenly blade cutting down. The air on both sides was blown back, and a 50-meter wide vacuum was formed in the center. The terrifying sword light instantly drowned the area in front of it. Shadowless also danced with the black sickle, turning into a giant sickle shadow, and slashed up. More than half of the arena was flickering, and no one could see clearly, and no one dared to use their soul power. Sword intent was extremely sharp, and was said to be able to cut through the void, not to mention the soul power. At the edge of the arena, the translucent light rippled like a bubble, as if it could burst at any time. Everyone subconsciously stepped back 3 meters and looked at the arena nervously. After a long while, the sword light disappeared, and the arena returned to normal. Everyone looked over impatiently, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. A terrifying sword mark appeared on the hard ground, and it was more than 30 meters long. Chapter 234. There were several sword wounds on Shadowless' body, and one of them even tore his chest apart. On the other hand, Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand, unharmed. With this comparison, it was obvious who was better. When the referee saw this, he immediately announced Lin Xian's victory. This voice echoed in the valley, lingering for a long time. Lin Xian also became the center of attention, becoming the biggest dark horse in this competition. Who would have thought that such a genius would appear in Xia country? Not only was he the youngest second-grade inscriber, but he was also an expert in the way of the sword. Lin Xian's name rang out in the crowd. It was the cheers of Xia country's disciples. At this moment, everyone's hostility towards Lin Xian disappeared. Lin Xian also became their spiritual pillar. Damn it, who said that Xia country doesn't have any geniuses? I'll fight him. Xia country's disciples all straightened their backs. He won. He really won. On the spectators' stand, Elder Song and Elder Gu were excited. As for the Dark Shadow Palace's elders, their faces were extremely gloomy. Bring Shadowless back and treat him, an elder ordered. On the first arena, the heavily injured Shadowless was taken away. Lin Xian also slowly walked off the stage. In the distance, Ziya's eyes flashed with purple light carrying a murderous aura. The ethereal young girl, Yufei, also had a look of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. At this point, Lin Xian was undoubtedly the first in the first arena, and no one dared to challenge him. Half a day later, the final results were out. The top 3 of the 3 arenas would participate in the finals. On the first arena, the top 3 were Lin Xian, Shadowless, and Duan Fei. Among them, Lin Xian was the biggest dark horse, and Duan Fei was a second-grade inscriber from Rain Country. His strength was stable, and he was a veteran. On the second arena, Ziyi Jiangfeng and Ouyang Changming. Although Ouyang Changming lost to Ziyi, it didn't mean that he wasn't strong. On the contrary, his purple demon eyes that lasted for 10 breaths was enough to prove his strength. In the end, he won 3rd place in Group 2. This was the result of his injury. He believed that with some adjustments, he would be able to perform even better in the finals. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was a disciple of Shadow Palace in Shadow Country. His strength was second only to Shadowless. On the number 3 tournament stage, the first place was the ethereal girl Yufei, while the second and third place were Yan Bing and Bai Jingshan. The 2 of them were from Rain Country and Shadow Country, respectively. After the group matches ended, 2 people from Xia Country entered the finals. Although they were still at a disadvantage in the 3 kingdoms, it was much better than before. Everyone returned to the stands to rest and prepare for tomorrow's finals. Your performance was very good, but tomorrow's competition will be even more dangerous. You must not let your guard down. Elder Song said. Although several disciples of Shadow Country were injured, their overall strength was still very powerful. This could be seen from the number of people in the finals. Of the 9 spots, Shadow Country took up 4, which was a full half. And Rain Country could not be underestimated, either. That ethereal young girl's performance was extremely stunning and was not inferior to that of Lin Xian. Lin Xian and Ouyang Changming nodded solemnly. Then the 2 of them began to meditate and rest. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was recalling the battle with Shadowless during the day. That battle gave him a new understanding, especially in the aspect of the concept of wind, which he had a deep understanding of. This allowed the power of his Wind Emperor's sword to increase again, and even his movement technique had improved. Although now he could not completely merge with the wind like Shadowless, his speed was much faster than before. The night was silent. On the second day, the sun rose, illuminating the whole valley. The black platform emitted a faint glow, and the 3 tournament stages merged to form a huge tournament stage. As for the scars on the black ground yesterday, they had completely disappeared. Everyone was amazed, and Lin Xian was also sizing them up curiously. It should be the formation that has an automatic recovery effect, Wine Lord transmitted. Lin Xian understood and did not pay attention to it anymore. And at this time, the purple-robed old man went on stage again and said loudly, "Now, the finals of the Inscription Tower battle begin. The first match, Duan Fei versus Ziyi." Ooh. Everyone was slightly stunned, not expecting to see Ziyi fight in the first match. Instantly, Shadow Country's disciples cheered, and Rain Country's disciples looked worried. "I admit defeat." Duan Fei smiled bitterly. With his strength, he could not resist the purple demon eyes, and the finals were a competition to accumulate points. All 9 people would fight, so preserving their strength was the most important. "At least you know your place." Ziyi sneered. Duan Fei is very wise. Rain Country's elder sighed in relief. The referee elder smiled slightly and directly announced Ziyi's victory, then said in a low voice, "Next, the second match, Yufei versus Ouyang Chongming." It was another heavyweight match. After entering the finals, it could be said that every match was exciting. Elder Ouyang and Elder Song's eyes flashed. They knew that Ouyang Chongming's chances of winning were not high. After all, Yufei and Ziye's strength were on par. Let's see what he chooses. Elder Ouyang's heart was heavy. Without any hesitation, Ouyang Chongming chose to fight. Elder Ouyang was gratified, but then he became nervous. Although Ouyang Chongming's decision made him satisfied, the battle situation was not optimistic. The ethereal girl in a blue dress was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, without a trace of worldly aura. On the opposite side, Ouyang Chongming's face was a little pale, but his eyes were unusually firm. Traceless spring rain. Yufei's lotus-like arms waved, forming ripples in the air. An indescribable power gushed out, spreading out like water ripples. Chi-chi. A trace of ripples touched the ground, and suddenly a small hole appeared. There was soul power contained in it. An elder exclaimed in a low voice. Lin Xian felt the killing intent in the ripples and frowned slightly. It was obvious that the ethereal girl's inscription technique had reached a terrifying level, and she could fuse it into her attacks. "Soul Fortress!" Ouyang Chongming shouted in a low voice, and his soul power fused into his spiritual armor, forming a double defense. At the same time, his body moved, and he quickly rushed towards the ethereal girl. Eagle soars the sky. Ouyang Chongming slashed out with his saber, and the saber light surged like a waterfall, slashing towards the ethereal girl. So, the ethereal girl's palm moved, and a blue ribbon flew out, carrying a weak feeling like a cloud floating out. Like a spirit snake, the blue ribbon wrapped around the long saber. Stormy waves hitting the shore, the ethereal girl waved out a move, and her aura changed greatly. From the original spring rain, it turned into a raging storm in an instant, with the momentum of rocks piercing through the sky. A vast amount of energy gushed out, and like a wave, it hit Ouyang Chongming's body. Pum pum pum. There were a total of 3 waves, and they roared crazily, rushing forward, forming a superimposed power. Puff. Ouyang Chongming's long saber loosened, and his body flew out. What a terrifying power! He was shocked in his heart. The surrounding disciples were also shocked. The 3 waves were like real waves, and they were dozens of meters high, surging in the air. Chapter 235. Although the ethereal girl wasn't like Ziyi, who could kill with a glance, she still finished off her opponent in 2 or 3 moves. Just as everyone was still in shock, the referee's voice rang out again. Next match, Lin Xian versus Bai Jingshan. Everyone's heart was burning again, especially the disciples of Xia Country, who looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. Xia Country had a total of 2 people who entered the finals, and Ouyang Chongming's strength was obviously second tier. So, Lin Xian once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Bai Jingshan was a slightly chubby youth holding a semicircular curved blade. Ha! Let me see how sharp your sword and ten is. Bai Jingshan's words carried a trace of arrogance. Just as everyone was puzzled, a blinding light lit up. A light yellow armor appeared on Bai Jingshan's body, covering his vitals. Dark rank treasures. Everyone's heart jumped. No wonder he's so arrogant. So he has a dark rank treasure? Humph, let's see what Lin Xian will do this time. I don't believe he can break a dark rank treasure. Shadow Country's disciples sneered. Bai Jingshan was pleased. This treasure armor was given to him by the sect's elders last night, and its purpose was to defend against terrifying attacks like sword intent. As long as he could block the sword intent attack, then wouldn't Lin Xian be at his mercy? No matter what, he was a second-grade inscription master and a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so he still had this bit of confidence. Lin Xian is in danger. Nothing must happen to him. Xia Country's disciples were worried. Dark rank treasure armor? Lin Xian was stunned. Ha! Bai Jingshan saw this scene and laughed proudly. Lin Xian, without the threat of sword intent. You're nothing, idiot, Lin Xian said indifferently. What? You dare to scold me? You're courting death. Bai Jingshan was so angry that he stomped his feet, and the crescent-shaped curved blade glowed with a cold light as he quickly slashed out. Against you, I don't need to use a sword. Lin Xian took a half squat, took a deep breath, and then punched out. Thunder and lightning flashed all over the sky, forming a 20-meter-long thunder dragon. There were golden scales on its body, and they looked very lifelike. Roar! With a dragon roar, the lightning dragon pounced towards Bai Jingshan. Everywhere it passed, everything was charred black. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, Bai Jingshan was sent flying while screaming. Plop, the slightly chubby young man was lying on the ground. His entire body was charred black, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. You, Bai Jingshan crawled up with great difficulty. The moment he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone shook their heads slightly. This was clearly a sign of internal injuries, especially those disciples of the Shadow Kingdom. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. They were in an exceptionally sorry state. Humph. Even if Senior Brother Lin doesn't use sword intent, not everyone can contend against him. That's right. Even if you have a tortoise shell, it won't be able to withstand that power. Xia Kingdom's disciples were in a good mood, and they all started to mock him. Indeed, after Lin Xian cultivated the Copper Thunder Mark, just the power of his fist alone wasn't something a normal martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm could withstand. In addition, he had used enough spirit power just now, and his body was covered in golden lightning. This kind of power was something a normal martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm couldn't withstand. The competition continued, and the 9 strong warriors took turns to go on stage. Shadowless injuries were mostly healed. He must have taken precious pills, and with the treatment of a harmonious spirit tier warrior. His opponent was Rain Country's Yan Bing, who was also a young girl. Whoosh! Shadowless used his ultimate skill as soon as he went on stage and disappeared. Yan Bing could only defend carefully. Her body was covered in tiny water droplets, forming several water curtains. Dance of Death. A huge black sickle suddenly appeared, and with a terrifying presence, it slashed towards Yan Bing. Ka, ka, ka. The water curtains in front of her shattered like mirrors, and a black light slashed Yan Bing's body. The huge power made Yan Bing fly out on the spot, landing on the side. Winner, Shadowless, the referee said expressionlessly. The spectators were in an uproar. He actually dared to attack such a beautiful young girl. He was indeed a madman. The Rain Country's disciples all had cold expressions as they stared fiercely at Shadowless. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he sighed. Shadowless's movement skill was powerful, and normal people couldn't catch him at all. If he hadn't comprehended the Wind Emperor's sword and learned the wind blending style, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Shadowless in a short period of time. The finals went on very quickly, and almost all the battles were decided within a few moves. Soon, the first round was over, and the second round continued. Ouyang Chongming met Ziyi as soon as he came up, and many people sighed for Ouyang Chongming in their hearts. This guy was too unlucky, meeting all the top experts. I admit defeat. Ouyang Chongming's voice carried a trace of helplessness. He didn't dare to fight Ziyi. If he suffered another soul attack, he probably wouldn't be able to continue the competition. Next was the battle between Yufei and Shadowless. Everyone was interested and wanted to see who else besides Lin Xian could restrain Shadowless's movement skill. Little girl, just admit defeat. Obediently, Shadowless sneered, and his figure disappeared. Shwa! A huge scythe suddenly appeared on the left side of the ethereal girl, and the black blade quickly slashed out. Show! The blue ribbon spun in the air, forming a suction force that caused the blade to deviate from its direction. Ocean's heart palm. With a wave of her hand, the waves roared and rushed over. Whoosh! Shadowless quickly disappeared and merged into the wind again. Humph! The ethereal girl snorted coldly, and her body turned slightly. The blue ribbon in her hand emitted a faint light, and with the ethereal girl as the center, wave after wave rushed out in all directions. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping, and the speed was extremely fast. The whole arena was filled with waves, and Shadowless couldn't hide at all, and his body was blasted out. Boundless ocean. The ethereal girl's palm emitted a blue light, forming a light pillar, and sent Shadowless flying. Yufei wins, the referee said loudly. Everyone looked at the ethereal girl with respect again. Although it wasn't as sharp as Lin Xian's sword intent, the ethereal girl's strength was undeniable. So far, other than Lin Xian, he was the only one who could defeat Shadowless. Next, Ziyi and Lin Xian went up one after another, and they both defeated their opponents in one move. Soon, the second round was over. Half a day later, the fifth round was over. During this time, there were wins and losses, but only 3 people were undefeated. They were Lin Xian, Ziyi, and Yufei. The 3 of them fought all the way, and there were no losses. The 6th round began, and the competition progressed quickly. Lin Xian versus Shadowless. The referee's voice rang out, and everyone was stunned. And then they looked at the 2 people in the arena. Is the sword intent going to appear again? The disciples of the great Xia were looking forward to it. In the first 5 rounds, Lin Xian didn't use his sword intent at all, which disappointed them. But now they could see his sword intent again. Humph! Shadowless looked at Lin Xian, and his eyes were full of anger. It was all because of this kid in front of him that he was seriously injured, and so he couldn't use his full strength in today's finals. Thinking of this, a wave of hatred arose in his heart. Sword intent. Shadowless sneered. After yesterday's lesson, he was like the chubby young man wearing a mystic armor. This kind of defense couldn't be broken by sword intent. And without the sword intent, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Whoosh! Chapter 236. Shadowless seems to be very confident this time. Could it be that he has a plan? Everyone was filled with anticipation, especially the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. They were all excited. With the Autumn Scar sword in hand, Lin Xian slashed out. The sword pattern was like a sound wave that rippled out. Within 50 meters, the sharp sword ripple formed a ball-shaped attack. TSK, TSK, Just as Shadowless was about to get close, he was forcefully pushed back by the wind, thunder, sword ripple. Stumbling, Shadowless's face was once again filled with fear. The surrounding disciples were also in an uproar. This time, Lin Xian broke through Shadowless's movement technique even faster than last time. What Shadowless movement technique? It's nothing in front of senior brother Lin. The disciples of the Xia mocked mercilessly. Lin Xian chuckled. The Wind Emperor stabbed out with his sword, infused with a soul attack, and made Shadowless spit out blood. Everyone was silent. It seemed like Shadowless was no match for Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian's prestige rose once again. Now, Lin Xian, Ziyi, and Yufei had become the top three. The three of them maintained a perfect record, and no one could beat them. Obviously, the top three would belong to the three of them, but no one could be sure who would get first place. Of course, if they won all 8 rounds, they would naturally get first place. Ziyi was a veteran. Plus, with his creepy purple demon eyes, his reputation would be much higher than the other two. And in the next round, the atmosphere was pushed to the extreme. Next round, Ziyi versus Yufei. The judge announced the battle between the top 3 was finally about to begin. Everyone was filled with anticipation as they looked at the arena with fiery eyes. Little Beauty just admit defeat. Ziyi immediately launched a powerful soul attack. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he stabbed towards Yufei. Although he was arrogant, his attacks were very sharp. Purple demon eyes. Yufei's expression was cold as blue waves appeared around her. Layer after layer, they wrapped around her. Blue ocean mirror. Her spiritual power surged, and the shadow in front of her suddenly became real. A 2-meter-tall blue mirror appeared in front of Yufei. Cold light flashed, and it was as smooth as ice. Ding ding! A low sound of collision rang out like a silver needle hitting ice. 2 small holes appeared on the surface of the blue mirror, but they did not penetrate it. Yufei stood behind the blue sea mirror with a smile on her face. Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. He did not expect that Purple Knight's ocular art that had always been successful actually failed. Impossible. Senior Brother Ziye's attack is a soul attack. How could a mere mirror block it? The people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace screamed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Hua Yen stood in the crowd, her face slightly pale. She knew how terrifying Ziyi was, but the scene before her gave her a surreal feeling. Not only them, but the elders also cried out in surprise. The elders of Rain Country were all stroking their beards, smiling as they looked at the field. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared intently at the cold and dazzling surface of the mirror. His brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. That was all he could see at the moment. In the arena, Ziye's expression was gloomy as he stared coldly ahead. That scene made him feel a sense of astonishment. It's actually blocked. Ziye's heart was in turmoil. Then his gaze gradually became sharp, and the purple light formed a strange pattern, but it was somewhat hazy. Illusion! The strange pattern in his eyes spun, bringing with it a strange power. Ziyi looked at Yufei. Bang, 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 bang. His gaze passed through the blue sea mirror and was imprinted in Yufei's eyes. In an instant, Yufei felt absent-minded, as if her soul had entered another space. She furrowed her brows and attacked with her soul power. She also bit the tip of her tongue. Her body trembled slightly, and Yufei quickly regained her clarity. Mirror image. Yufei stretched out her palm and pressed it on the blue sea mirror in front of her, circulating her spiritual power. Wong wong! A faint light appeared on the smooth surface of the mirror, and a blurry figure appeared in the mirror. The figure was as blurry as mist, but his eyes were glowing with purple light. That's Senior Brother Ziyi? Although the figure was blurry, The people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace still recognized it at a glance. It was actually 60 to 70% similar to Ziyi. Humph, do you think you can resist senior brother Ziyi just by creating a human figure? How naive! Admit defeat obediently. The disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace hooted from below. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, and his eyes flashed as he carefully observed everything on the stage. He felt that it wouldn't be so simple. As expected, the eyes of the figure in the mirror turned and met the real Ziye's eyes. Whoa! An invisible power surged out. Ziye's body trembled, and a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. Impossible! How can you use illusion? He was panicking. His eye technique was actually used by his opponent, and he almost fell for it. These eye techniques were the ultimate skills of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, and without the corresponding secret technique, outsiders couldn't use them at all. But now, someone was using them forcibly. With his shout, everyone was shocked. The elders on the spectators' stand also cried out in surprise. The elders of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace sat together, and their eyes were filled with shock. What kind of martial technique is this? I've never seen it in Rain Country. No wonder the elders of Rain Country are so calm. So they have this kind of technique. Calm down. Ziyi is a genius of our Purple Extreme Devil Palace, and it's impossible for him to lose. Moreover, don't you know what's so special about him? The elder in the middle said, in a low voice, "We've searched for so many years and only found one who fits the requirements. Only he could unleash the full power of the Purple Extreme Devil Eyes." Yufei's counterattack indeed shocked everyone. That blue mirror seemed to be a real mirror, and not only could it reflect a person's figure, it could also copy a technique. Right? Copy. This was Lin Xian's feeling. It's somewhat similar to the Great Dragon Sword Seal, Lin Xian muttered in a low voice. The Great Dragon Sword Seal was an offensive saint technique and could simulate and evolve everything. He had a trace of the sword seal and could also simulate the opponent's technique, but the core was still based on his own attributes. And the Ethereal Girl's technique was a complete copy. How much of the original strength does the copied martial technique have? I'll have to personally experience it. Lin Xian wasn't too sure. But one thing was for sure, and that was the power was definitely not weak. Otherwise, see, you wouldn't have such an expression. "I seem to feel a trace of bloodline power," Wine Lord suddenly said. Bloodline? Lin Xian was slightly startled. He had never heard of it before. "Although it's very weak, it's the power of bloodline," Wine Lord said slowly after sensing it. "I didn't expect to see the power of bloodline here, and it's a very special kind." Chapter 237. Yufei's martial arts technique shocked everyone. Copying someone else's martial arts technique, this kind of thing was appalling. However, just as everyone was discussing animatedly, Ziyi moved. He was like a purple shooting star, rushing towards Yufei at lightning speed. With a wave of his palm, a row of purple palm shadows joined together, surging towards the blue sea mirror with violent energy. Ziye's target was the blue sea mirror. As long as he could shatter this mirror, then he would be able to use eye techniques. His speed was very fast, and he was about to touch the blue sea mirror. And at this time, another change occurred. In the mirror, that blurry figure also waved out a row of palm shadows. The palm wind was fierce, surging towards Ziyi. Hung long. Two similar palm shadows collided, forming a dazzling ball of light, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Whoosh! Ziye's face was gloomy, but he did not give up. Since he could not shatter the mirror, then he would change the direction of attacking Yufei herself. On the arena, purple afterimages were left behind, like ghosts and demons. Zai quickly circled behind Yufei and shot out a purple rainbow that was several meters long. The air vibrated, and the rainbow was like a flickering light, quickly slashing over. Whoa! Yufei's small face was slightly cold, and her body once again emitted a dazzling light. Behind her, another blue sea mirror formed, and at the same time, another smooth mirror appeared beside her. The three blue sea mirrors formed a triangle and surrounded Yufei, forming the most perfect defense. Ziyi was blocked, and his body quickly floated backwards. For a moment, the two were in a deadlock, and no one could do anything to the other. How can they fight like this? They are practically in an invincible position. The surrounding disciples' faces were ugly. If there was no way to shatter the blue sea mirror, then no one could hurt Yufei. This was the dilemma that all competitors would face. Could it be that it will end in a draw? The Shadow Country's disciples' faces were ugly. They did not believe that Ziyi would lose. Come out and fight if you have the ability. What kind of ability is hiding behind a mirror? The Purple Extreme Demon Palace's disciples hooted. Idiot, you can't even break the mirror. And still have the face to call yourself number one. The Rain Country's disciples retorted mercilessly. This battle will end in a draw. The referee analyzed the situation and said indifferently, No, it's not over yet. Ziyi's face darkened. He slowly said, I won't lose to anyone. After rejecting a draw, Ziyi's aura gradually became stronger. His purple hair became even more demonic, emitting a faint glow. An indescribable power gushed out from his body, causing his aura to double. As for the surrounding disciples, they felt a wave of pressure that caused the aura within their bodies to churn. It's so uncomfortable. What happened? Some of the weaker disciples turned pale. Lin Xian also felt a wave of pressure. It was as if his body was instinctively trembling. Humph! With a cold snort, the great dragon sword will in his body resonated. The dragon pattern on the mysterious little sword emitted a light, and the head of the huge dragon seemed to be real. In an instant, the uncomfortable pressure disappeared. Bloodline power. I didn't expect another person with bloodline power. Wine Lord exclaimed. Is this the power of the bloodline? Lin Xian recalled the palpitating pressure from before, and a trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. This Ziyi was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Aside from him, some of the older generation elders on the spectators' stand also looked shocked. On Rain Country's side, an old man in white robes said with a trembling voice, It's actually also the power of the bloodline. I wonder how it compares to Yufei's? Damn it! How could someone from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace have the power of the bloodlines? Just as Rain Country was filled with shock and anger, the elders of Shadow Country were also looking serious. To actually be able to make Ziyi use the power of the bloodline, it seems that the opponent is really not simple. Both of them have the power of the bloodline. Then let's see whose bloodline is stronger, an elder of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace said in a low voice. After activating the power of the bloodline, Ziyi seemed to have changed into a different person, emitting a powerful aura, and in his eyes there was a sense of confidence, as if no one could stop him. Feeling Ziyi's pressure, Yufei, who was opposite him, no longer hid. Water-like patterns appeared on her body, and in between her brows, a symbol in the shape of a water droplet appeared. This is the power of the bloodline? It's really powerful. Lin Xian felt the two's auras and took a deep breath. On the stage, Ziyi launched a powerful attack. And this time, the blue sea mirror could not be replicated. Spiritual power surged, palm shadows filled the air, and the two fought together. Ziyi should be using a bloodline technique. This kind of martial arts technique can only be used by the corresponding bloodline and cannot be replicated, Wine Lord explained. Lin Xian nodded. No wonder the blue sea mirror could not be used. It seemed that the power of the bloodline was really mysterious. In the future, you will find that martial artists who have the power of the bloodline are the real powerful beings in this world, Wine Lord said slowly. But you don't have to be discouraged. if you can find the great dragon sword, then there is no bloodline in this world that can resist you. Great dragon sword bloodline, Lin Xian murmured. This world is really wonderful. He was not afraid. On the contrary, a fighting spirit surged out from his body. The great dragon sword, intent, seemed to sense this fighting spirit and let out a dragon's roar. At this time, on the stage, the two people were locked in battle. Ziyi deployed the purple extreme devil pupils, wanting to use ocular arts to heavily injure Yufei. But the water droplet rune on Yufei's glabella protected her soul very well, not giving Ziyi the slightest chance at all. Everyone shook their heads. Looks like the two people could not decide the victor within a short time. All right, this match is a draw, the referee said solemnly. Bang! The two people clashed a palm and separated once more. This time, Ziyi did not say anything. Using the power of the bloodline, his trump cards were already all used, but this still did not finish off his opponent. Moreover, this was also not the last round. He did not need to risk his life. Humph! Snorting coldly, Ziyi walked down the stage with a grim face. The following matches were rather dull. Everyone was still immersed in Ziyi and Yufei's battle. That kind of bloodline power made them yearn for it. But this kind of power was not what anyone could possess. This bloodline power was more like a kind of inheritance. It was said that only when the ancestor produced a peerless expert could it possibly mutate the bloodline, passing down this kind of power from there. For a moment, Ziyi and Yufei's fame surpassed everyone, reaching the pinnacle. After the 6th round ended, Lin Xian maintained a complete victory, while Ziyi and Yufei had a draw. Among the 9 participating disciples, Lin Xian was in the lead. But everyone was not optimistic about Lin Xian. With 2 great bloodline inheritors around, the others had no chances of winning at all. The Purple Extreme Devil Palace's disciples looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile on their faces. What's the use of a complete victory now? When he encounters senior apprentice Brother Ziyi later, he'll definitely be defeated. Chapter 238. The disciples of Xia country were worried. After witnessing the power of the bloodline, they felt powerless. I wonder if Lin Xian has bloodline power. They all looked at Lin Xian with hope. Are you kidding? What do you think bloodline power is? Cabbage? There might not even be one in the entire Xia country. The disciples of Shadow Country mercilessly attacked. Indeed, bloodline power was pitifully rare. Only a small number of people had it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had yet to display any bloodline power. Lin Xian's complete victory made Ziyi very unhappy. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just lucky that he did not meet him. Otherwise, he would not have won. Under everyone's anticipation, the 7th round began. The first round, Lin Xian against Ziyi. As soon as the referee's voice sounded, the entire valley boiled. The disciples of Shadow Country all laughed with arrogant looks. You can just wait to die if you meet Senior Brother Ziyi. Senior Brother Ziyi, you can kill Lin in a second with a glance. The disciples of Xia Country looked at Lin Xian worriedly. But after seeing Lin Xian's calm face, they calmed down a lot. In the stands, Elder Song and Elder Gu became nervous again. Lin Xian was their last hope. But Ziyi's strength was beyond their expectations. At least, they did not think that Lin Xian could defeat Ziyi, who had bloodline power. You don't have to win. As long as you stay in the top 3, it's fine, Elder Song said slowly. But he did not know that Lin Xian's goal was to be first, because only first place would get the soul amassing pill. In the arena, Ziyi looked at the handsome youth opposite him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Meeting me, your good luck has come to an end. My competition has always relied on strength. I believe you will know soon. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Hearing this, Ziyi's face sank. You're still stubborn when you're at death's door. I'll let you see my power, Purple Demon Eyes. Purple light flickered in Ziye's eyes. Within that purple light, there was a trace of soul power that contained a terrifying amount of energy. Sword spirit space. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless and hurriedly used his ultimate move. Runes appeared in his right eye, forming a unique spiritual space that enveloped violet night. Buzz, boom. The two invisible forces collided in the air, almost tearing the void apart. A translucent mushroom cloud rose into the air, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out in all directions. In the eyes of the crowd, the two of them had only looked at each other, and it had already created such a terrifying aura. Impossible! How can he resist senior brother Ziye's purple blood demon eyes? That's a secret technique of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Even Ziyi had a look of surprise. His move was extremely powerful, and among these disciples, only Yufei could resist it. However, the young man in front of him was able to resist it. The purple demon eyes is only SOSO. Show me what other moves you have. Lin Xian coldly shouted, runes flashing in his eyes. He had fought with Ru Shui and Hua Yan before, so he was very familiar with the purple demon eyes. It was not difficult for Lin Xian to deal with it. Purple demon light. Ziye's attack failed, so he attacked again. Two rays of light materialized and flew toward Lin Xian like sword rays. Each ray was more than a meter long and as thick as an arm. They were covered in purple gas. Lightning flash. Lin Xian pulled his hands together, and several rays of lightning appeared in his palms with golden arcs dancing on them. Like sharp lightning blades, the golden rings of lightning rushed toward the blood-colored light beam. Chi. The two merged, and the golden rings of lightning dissipated most of the blood-colored light beam's power before disappearing. Lin Xian quickly dodged the remaining small portion of the attacks. It's time to taste my attack. Lin Xian took a step forward, and his body disappeared from the spot. The air fluctuated slightly, and a figure appeared faintly, moving at an extremely fast speed. This is the concept of wind. Shadowless's pupils shrank. Although Lin Xian could not completely merge with the wind like him, this dance was exactly the same as his Shadowless step. How did he do it? Shadowless was shocked, but he could not understand. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Ziyi in the blink of an eye. The copper lightning rune appeared on his body, and he punched out. It was a simple punch without any fancy moves, and it went straight for Ziye's heart. The air trembled, and cracks appeared on the ground, as if it could not withstand the power. Lin Xian was like the god of thunder, and the power of lightning that made people's hearts tremble instantly exploded. Ziye's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly blocked, forming several purple spirit energy walls in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Like thunder from the 9 heavens, the sound shook the 9 heavens. The entire arena trembled slightly, and the air exploded from the impact. The spirit energy walls that Ziyi condensed were instantly shattered. However, this was enough. In the blink of an eye, he had already shot out the purple demon light. This time, he even used a trace of the power of his bloodline, and the power increased by several times. 2 light pillars rushed towards Lin Xian and collided with the lightning fist. Break for me! Lin Xian threw out several punches in succession, forming a lightning shadow in the air. Each punch carried the power of the 9 heavens' thunder, and it blasted forward. It was like a sword colliding with a sword, and it made a metallic sound. The two of them each took a few steps back, and the ground trembled. Bloodline power. Ziyi was furious when he found that Lin Xian could contend with him. The blood in his body boiled, and it emitted an amazing power. A breath that made people's hearts palpitate surged from his body. It's here, the bloodline power. The surrounding disciples of the Shadow Country shouted loudly, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. The disciples of the Xia Country had their hearts in the air. Great dragon soared intent. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He knew the power of the bloodline power. Only by using all his strength would he have a chance of winning. With the Autumn Scar sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura reached a new height, like a divine sword being unsheathed. It was unstoppable. Behind him, a dragon-shaped longsword was faintly discernible. Sword drawing technique. The long sword was unsheathed, and it carried the power of wind and thunder. It formed a sword chi that was dozens of meters long in the air, and it slashed towards Ziyi. At the same time, Ziyi's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was like two light pillars that swept out in all directions. Clang, clang. An ear-piercing sound rang out. It was like thousands of swords clashing together, and the clouds in the sky were pierced. The air in the surroundings was boiling, rolling like the waves of the sea. Some of the disciples who were close to the arena all felt their blood boil, and they fell to the ground. Back off. These people backed off in fear, and they left the arena. Lin Xian pulled out his sword, and he waved it continuously. Every sword had the power to split mountains, and it formed a sword screen in the air. Fall. Thousands of sword lights flashed, and they pressed towards Ziyi. Before the sword chi even reached him, countless sword marks had already appeared on the ground. Purple comes from the east. Ziyi pushed his bloodline power to the extreme, and his body shone with a sun-like light. Chapter 239. Ka, Ka, Ka. The blood-colored pillar of light brought with it endless pressure, sweeping out in all directions and pushing back the sword chi in the sky. Ha! Senior Brother Purple Knight is mighty. The power of bloodline is invincible. The disciples of Purple Extreme Demon Palace shouted loudly, their voices shaking the sky. Even the people of the older generation felt their eyelids twitch, secretly exclaiming in admiration. I'm afraid only Yufei can contend against him, an elder of Rain Country said in a low voice. Lin Xian was hit by the blood-colored pillar of light, and his body kept retreating. At the same time, the lightning patterns on his body shone brightly, and only then did he disperse the power. What terrifying power! Lin Xian's heart sank. Only after exchanging blows did he truly feel the terror of bloodline power. And according to Wine Lord, this was only the thinnest bloodline power. His bloodline power can't be used for a long time, so I'll wear him out first. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, using the fusion wind style to attack Purple Knight. Suddenly, countless rays of sword chi surged out from all directions, forming a cross that strangled him. Purple Knight's whole body was enveloped in blood chi, and his aura was exuberant. Every move contained terrifying power. With a wave of his palm, it formed a several meters tall purple light palm, blasting out in all directions. At the same time, his body flew out like a shooting star, taking the initiative to approach Lin Xian. Purple Knight didn't want to continue like this. He wanted to conserve his battle power so that he could fight Yufei again. Like a purple phantom, Purple Knight attacked like lightning. The light in his eyes intertwined to form a purple-red net of light, enveloping Lin Xian. At the same time, he attacked left and right, sending out two huge palm shadows, continuously bombarding Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian's three directions were all attacked, and the space was about to explode from the pressure. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly, and he could only retreat. But he couldn't retreat. Through his soul power, he could feel that Purple Knight's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and this aura directly affected the battle power of both sides, so he couldn't let Purple Knight continue to be so tyrannical. Moreover, as a swordsman, he would rather break than bend, and it was even more impossible for him to retreat. Sword light flashed in his eyes. Lin Xian raised his sword horizontally and lightly stabbed out. The wind was light, and the clouds were light, as if it was a casual sword strike. However, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had been stabbed. Wind Emperor's Sword. Lin Xian ignored the palms of light on both sides. His eyes only focused on Violet Night. This sword contained 50% of the Wind Emperor's power. It was one of Lin Xian's strongest attacks. Chi. The sword light flashed past, like a fleeting shadow. It was extremely fast. The light palms on both sides were severed at the waist, turning into fragments and dissipating. The purple-red light beam in front was also blocked. It was a light sword, but it was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. The surrounding wind seemed to have merged into the sword, and a vacuum appeared in front of it. Cracks appeared on the purple-red pillar of light, and Violet Knight's aura was blocked. "You can't stop it," Ziyi shouted as he exerted more strength in his body. His bloodline aura became even more powerful as a blood-red light enveloped the entire area. This is, in the distance, the ethereal girl Yufei's expression also changed when she felt this bloodline power. What a powerful bloodline! She sighed slightly. Even she had to use all her strength to deal with such an attack. How could Lin Xian, who didn't have any bloodline power, block it? Facing such a sharp attack, Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of determination. He gripped the Autumn Scar sword tightly and pushed his sword intent to the extreme. A dragon head appeared behind him, looking ferocious and terrifying. A dragon roar sounded. Outer Sky Meteor. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to use his spiritual energy and used an ultimate move that he hadn't used for a long time. He had been practicing this move every day. Its power was above the Wind Emperor's sword, but it consumed too much energy. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't use it. However, he couldn't care less right now. As the sword light flashed, Lin Xian was like a shooting star as he quickly streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of light behind him. Chi, Peng, Ka. The blood-red light beam was knocked away, and a crack appeared on one of them. Violet Night, on the other hand, was in even more danger. This sword was clearly aimed at him. With his life in danger, he couldn't care less about hiding anymore. His blood surged, forming a blood-red armor to protect his vitals. Peng! The long sword pierced 3 inches into the armor, and the powerful impact sent Violet Night flying. Pooh! Violet Night flew 30 meters in the air before he was sent flying by a powerful force. He landed on the ground in a sorry state, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Whoosh! Everyone was stunned. Even someone as strong as Violet Night was sent flying after using his bloodline power. Impossible! How is this possible? How can that Lin guy know this kind of martial skill? The group was stunned. In the distance, Yufei also frowned. This scene was beyond her expectations. You dare to hurt me? Violet Night climbed up from the ground and roared crazily. Who was he? He was the eldest disciple of the Purple Demon Palace, and also the owner of a bloodline power. Before this, he had never taken anyone seriously. However, not long ago, a young girl displayed a bloodline power that was as strong as his, and he fought her to a draw. But now, a person without bloodline power had actually knocked him to the ground. This was something he couldn't accept. "I'll tear you to pieces, and I'll make you suffer the pain of your soul burning." Violet Knight's face was twisted, and his voice was filled with endless killing intent. His bloodline power surged wildly into his eyes, causing his purple pupils to turn blood red. "Soul fire." A deep voice sounded, as if it came from the netherworld. Everyone's heart trembled, and they felt as if their souls were being burned. Could it be that kind of secret technique? The disciples of the Purple Demon Palace were shocked. Hua Yan's beautiful face was also filled with shock. She had heard of this secret technique before, but it was said that no one in the younger generation could use it. I didn't expect him to be able to use this kind of secret technique. The elders on the spectator stand were also shocked. The ones with the ugliest expressions were Elder Song and Elder Gu. The two of them knew how terrifying the soul fire was. It was simply the bane of souls. Lin Xian. Admit defeat? The two of them prayed in their hearts. They didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't show the fear that they had imagined. He even smiled, faintly. Soul fire. Huh? Back then, Wine Lord had broken down several inscriptions from the stone eyeball, and one of them was the soul fire. However, Lin Xian had used it in the form of the soul sword. He had thought that the soul sword would be more powerful when combined with the great dragon sword intent. However, the fusion hadn't succeeded yet, but Lin Xian had mastered the soul sword. His left eye flashed, and his soul power formed an invisible sword that circled around his body. Whoosh! A ball of soul fire suddenly appeared, trying to burn his soul, but it was instantly extinguished by the soul sword. Violet Knight's pupils shrank. He could feel his soul fire being extinguished, and it made him very uneasy. The soul fire could burn any expert below the harmonious spirit realm. Its power was unimaginable. However, Lin Xian was unharmed, and he even extinguished the soul fire. Chapter 240. There was an uproar when the audience found out the truth. To be able to resist even the soul fire. This was already beyond their imagination. Is Lin Xian the strongest? Such a thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Violet Knight had to use his bloodline power to fight to a draw with Lin Xian. Even his soul fire couldn't hurt him. Humph. I don't believe you can block it a second time. Violet Knight's face darkened as he activated his soul fire again. The runes in Lin Xian's eyes revolved as he also used his strongest soul attack, Soul Sword. The invisible sword energy collided with the flames and fused with each other. In the end, both turned to dust. Seeing this, everyone was completely convinced of Lin Xian's strength. It was definitely not luck that he could extinguish the soul fire twice in a row. In the distance, the ethereal girl Yufei looked at the arena with a serious expression. Lin Xian's strength was enough to threaten her. This made her feel uneasy. In the arena, Violet Knight's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. How can I lose? I can't lose. In the next moment, the confusion in his eyes was replaced by ferocity. His eyes once again emitted a blood-red glow. Secret technique, Blood Eye World. Violet Knight used all his strength to roar. Lin Xian's mind shook as if it was being sucked away by a strange power. The scene changed, and the surroundings became a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. This is my bloodline world. I am the absolute ruler here. Violet Knight's voice was filled with hatred. I will torture you to death bit by bit. Blood Eye Ghost General, come out. Lin Xian was nailed to the ground and couldn't move. Sinister humanoid creatures appeared around him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced over. The invisible sword energy swept past and cut the humanoid creatures in half. Lin Xian kept trying to fuse the soul sword with the great dragon sword intent, and finally succeeded on the 13th try. Dragon Soul Sword, Lin Xian shouted. A dragon's roar rang out as the invisible sword energy turned into an azure dragon. It soared into the sky and collided with the entire space, as if a heavenly blade had slashed across. The Blood Eye World cracked and shattered. A pained cry sounded out as Violet Knight's body trembled. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his left eye, looking extremely terrifying. My eyes, you destroyed my Blood Eye World. Ziyi covered his eyes and gasped for breath. He was afraid. That was his strongest attack, yet it still couldn't beat Lin Xian. Not only that, but his eyes were also severely injured. All right, that's enough. Violet Knight admits defeat. A dignified voice rang out with a hint of anger. Everyone looked over and saw an elder from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace speaking with a gloomy expression. Lin Xian wins. The referee took a deep breath and announced slowly. The audience was in an uproar, and many disciples of the Shadow Country were dumbfounded. Ziyi, whom they worshipped, had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a disciple of China. It was hard for them to accept such a situation. As for the Xia country's disciples, they were so excited that they danced with joy. To be able to defeat Shadow Country's most powerful genius, they felt so good in their hearts. As for the Rain Country's disciples, they had complicated expressions. Although Ziyi was defeated, and they felt good in their hearts, Lin Xian had become their greatest enemy. In the stands, Elder Song and Elder Gu clapped and laughed. They hadn't been so happy in a long time. Brilliant, too brilliant. China is really lucky to have Lin Xian. In the distance, the elders of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace had gloomy expressions, and a hint of killing intent appeared in their eyes. This kind of genius can't be allowed to live. Of course, this kind of thing had to be done secretly, and they couldn't let the Inscription Alliance get hold of it. On the stage, Ziyi was taken away, but his face was full of unwillingness. Thinking back to the beginning of the competition, he looked down on the world and didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now he was defeated with serious injuries. This kind of contrast made him very sullen, and he couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian immediately. I'll definitely avenge my left eye. Ziyi's heart was full of killing intent. I'll be the final winner. After 7 rounds of competition, Lin Xian maintained a clean victory and was ranked first. Everyone looked at him in awe, with mixed feelings in their hearts. The last round was about to begin, and if Lin Xian didn't lose, then he would be this time's champion. The disciples of Rain Country were extremely nervous because only Yufei hadn't fought with Lin Xian yet. The 8th round of competition began. The participating disciples went up one after another. This time, they didn't hold back and gave it their all. Ouyang, Changming, Wu Ying, and the others went up one after another. And each battle was more exciting than the last. And Lin Xian didn't move at all. He was comprehending the mystery of the fusion of the Soul Sword and the Great Dragon Sword intent. That kind of attack was beyond his expectations. In the next round, Lin Xian versus Yufei. Everyone was shocked, and then their eyes were filled with passion. It's here. It's finally here. This was the final battle, and it would determine who would be the champion. Lin Xian, dressed in a green robe, had a calm expression. Yufei, as ethereal as a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. The two of them stood facing each other, forming 2 powerful auras. Behind Yufei, it was as if there was a boundless ocean drowning everything. And behind Lin Xian, there was a sword that reached the heavens, holding up the earth and the sky. The 2 forces clashed, and it was as if 2 giant stars had collided, creating sparks in the air. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were silent. They felt as if 2 huge mountains were pressing down on their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. Without a doubt, Lin Xian and Yufei were already above everyone else. These 2 were both favored by the heavens. On the spectators' stand, many elders sighed in admiration. Indeed, Lin Xian and Yufei, one had comprehended sword intent and had an unusually strong soul power, while the other had a rare bloodline power and had extremely strong battle prowess. Moreover, besides them, there was also Ziyi. Although he had lost, no one doubted his strength. In the competition of the past 100 years, this was the most intense. In the past, any one of Lin Xian, Yufei, and Yufei could become the champion. But this time, there were actually 3 champions at the same time. You're very strong, but I won't lose. On the stage, the ethereal girl Yufei's voice was filled with confidence. Then let's fight. Lin Xian did not waste any words, and he clenched his long sword tightly. The 2 of them secretly circulated their spiritual power, waiting for the right time to attack. Rumble, behind Yufei, a blue phantom of the ocean appeared. The waves were dozens of meters high, and they were constantly crashing, almost filling the entire sky. And Lin Xian, with his long sword in hand, emitted a sword aura, as if a peerless divine sword was floating above everyone's heads. Wind, thunder, slash. Lin Xian drew his sword, and the sword light flashed, forming the power of wind and thunder, cutting through the sky. With one slash, the wind howled in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. All kinds of terrifying scenes filled the world. Yu Fei frowned and immediately used her bloodline power. 3 feet in front of her, a 2-meter-tall blue sea mirror appeared, and a figure appeared in the smooth mirror. Chapter 241. The 2 flashes of sword light collided in midair, quickly tearing apart and blending together. The sword light was like rain, scattering in all directions. Lin Xian had seen this kind of technique when he was below the stage, but experiencing it personally was a different feeling. I don't believe you can duplicate my sword intent. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the 3-feet-long blade once again drew an arc of sword chi, like a crimson waterfall. It was at least a few dozen meters long, as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down, slashing towards the blue sea mirror. This strike contained the sword intent of the great dragon, and its attack power was increased by several times. Yu Fei's expression changed slightly. She stepped lightly and merged with the blue sea mirror in front of her. Suddenly, a fierce aura rose from her body, like sword intent. With a wave of her arm, a flash of sword light shot into the sky. Dang! 2 flashes of brilliant sword chi surged in the air, and the terrifying sword light illuminated all directions. Lin Xian used the wind thunder steps and retreated rapidly. On the opposite side, the ethereal girl Yu Fei also quickly retreated. Good job, senior sister Yu Fei. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Rain Country all cheered. Previously, they were worried that Lin Xian's sword intent was too strong, but now it looked like Yu Fei was completely capable of handling it. Facing off against one's own technique, this was probably the saddest thing. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he carefully felt that sword strike just now. No, it's not quite the same. He found a flaw. Although it was very similar, it was indeed not the same. People who had not comprehended sword intent could not display the true meaning of sword intent at all. Change to another move. This move is useless against me. Lin Xian's lips curled up in a smile. Yu Fei frowned. She could feel that Lin Xian was not the kind of person who would speak arrogantly. However, the disciples below the stage obviously did not believe him. On the mysterious small sword in his body, the dragon-shaped pattern glowed, revealing a vast intent. Lin Xian's eyes were firm, revealing the aura of a powerful cultivator. With a sword in hand, I am invincible. At this moment, Lin Xian showed the elegance of a swordsman. He moved like the wind, and the long sword in his hand slashed out rapidly. Every slash was capable of breaking a mountain. On the other side, Yu Fei did the same as Lin Xian. She also slashed out dozens of sword chi, shaking the void. It's useless. You don't understand sword intent at all. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, exploding in the void. Melting wind style, hurricane style, wind splitting style, gale form. 4 major sword moves were launched at the same time, and the entire arena was engulfed in terrifying energy fluctuations. Sword chi that could topple mountains and seas, each stronger than the last, formed a terrifying phenomenon in the sky. Yu Fei also struck out with her sword to counter Lin Xian. However, she soon realized that the moves she simulated were losing ground. What kind of power is this? Why can't I replicate it? A trace of panic appeared in her heart. However, as a genius, Yu Fei was very decisive. He immediately gave up on the blue sea mirror and used his most powerful move. With the power of her bloodline, her martial skill was several times stronger than before. Sure enough, it was still his own martial skills that were more handy. Yufei calmed down. Boundless ocean. Above the sky, 7 layers of waves rolled up, superimposed on each other, and collided with Lin Xian's sword Qi. Finally gave up? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, and a terrifying gaze burst out from his eyes. It was like a sword beam, piercing through the void. Layers of waves came one after another. Yufei's body floated up, and with the 7 waves, she quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Wind Emperor's Sword. The 4 major sword skills merged to form a sword. This sword was like a breeze, incomparably illusory, and like a fierce wind. It contained a terrifying killing intent. The 7 layers of waves were quickly split apart, and the sword Qi was also rapidly depleted. Finally, the 2 canceled each other out in the air. At this moment, the power of Yufei's bloodline flourished, forming a terrifying attack. 7 layers of waves palm. With a wave of her palm, the 7 layers of waves behind her merged, forming a huge wave that was close to 100 meters long. A monstrous wave of energy gushed out, rolling in the void, and quickly rushed in front of Lin Xian. Boom! The power of bloodline exploded, exploding on Lin Xian's body. Pooh! Lin Xian activated the armor on his body at the first instant, defending himself, but that turbulent energy still made him continuously retreat. After flying for more than 50 meters, Lin Xian landed on the stage. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Injured? Lin Xian was actually injured. Haha, senior sister Yufei is mighty. The power of bloodline is invincible. The disciples of Rain Country danced with joy. Yufei's eyes were also shining, and a powerful bloodline power spread out from her body. Lin Xian slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The power of bloodline is indeed powerful. He laughed loudly and walked forward. Boom! With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. With only a few steps, Lin Xian crossed more than 30 meters, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. In the end, his whole person was like a heavenly sword, incomparably sharp. Blazing sword Qi spurted out from his body, connecting into one in the sky. Sword intent surged, seeming to have surpassed the past. An even more powerful aura surged out from his body, and wherever it passed, the stones on the ground flew. Lin Xian's sword intent, at this moment, had broken through 20%, and was quickly moving towards the small success of sword intent. Although it had not reached the small success of sword intent compared to before, it was much more powerful. Under this fierce aura, Yufei's expression finally changed. Her body, including her soul, had a trace of fear. Power of bloodline. Suppress. Yufei tried her best to suppress this fear, and then used all her power to resist. Blue sea connecting sky. Spiritual power surged, and the sea and sky merged into one, becoming indistinguishable. And at this moment, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. The sword Qi was like a dragon roaring fiercely, and suddenly fell, destroying everything in front of it. Qi. The sea and sky attacks were forcibly torn apart, and a huge crack, almost 100 meters wide, appeared in the air. The sword Qi, with an invincible aura, slashed toward Yufei. The armor on her body was shattered, and a trace of fear appeared in Yufei's eyes. She finally stopped resisting and quickly retreated. However, the attack that was close to the small success of sword intent was beyond her imagination, and that sword still managed to break through her defense. Boom! The earth trembled, and a terrifying crack appeared on the black ground, spreading all the way to the distance. Whoosh! Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The sword just now had consumed most of his essence, qi, and spirit, and the spiritual power in his body was almost depleted. However, the results obtained were also extremely good. Not only did he have a breakthrough in sword intent, but he also seriously injured his opponent. On the ground in the distance, Yufei fell to the ground with blood on her body. She struggled for a while and finally fainted. Whoosh! A figure flashed and took her away. The winner, Lin Xian. The referee took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Lin Xian's performance was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the winner would be Yufei, who had the power of bloodline, but he did not expect it to be Lin Xian. Lin Xian bowed to the referee and then walked down. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the referee whispered. Chapter 242. After a long while, cries of surprise erupted from the crowd. What a terrifying strike! My mind was almost destroyed. Damn it! How could there be such a terrifying strike? Is he really only a spiritual ocean tier martial artist? Senior sister, you lost. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Wake me up. The disciples of Rain Country cried loudly. They could not believe that the goddess in their hearts would lose. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Even if they were heartbroken, they could only accept it. The disciples of Xia Country were in a daze. They could not believe this fact. All this time, they had always been in last place at the bottom of the rankings. Even in the previous few competitions, no one was able to make it into the top 3. But this time, not only did they make it into the top 3, they even won first place in one go. This was almost a heaven-defying feat. Everyone's face was full of joy, and they welcomed Lin Xian down. A group of people surrounded him, all cheering and cheering. On the spectators' stand, Elder Song and Elder Gu's body trembled slightly, and there was a slight tremor in their voices. We won. We really won. Our Xia Country won first place. The joy of victory hit them hard. It could not be helped. For so many years, Xia Country had been bullied and looked down upon. But now, they had won first place. In the future, no one would be able to laugh at them. And Xia Country's disciples could also hold their heads high. Thinking of this, many Xia Country's disciples looked at Lin Xian, their eyes full of gratitude. However, the competition was not over, and there were still disciples who wanted to compete on the stage. In the end, Ziyi and Yufei fought again, fighting for second place. The two fought, and Ziyi won by half a move. When the judge announced that Lin Xian was this year's champion, the whole valley reverberated with the laughter of Xia Country's disciples. The disciples of Rain Country could only accept this fact helplessly. Yufei's face had already returned to normal. Lin Xian was indeed stronger than her. She had nothing to say about this. However, the people of Purple Extreme Demon Palace looked gloomy. Ziya's face was full of unwillingness, and there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Finally, the judge sent by the Inscription Union began to give out the rewards. The top 3 would have the qualifications to enter the Inscription Tower, and the first place would be rewarded with an additional spirit gathering pill. After receiving the pill, Lin Xian consumed it on the spot and began to refine it under the protection of Elder Song and the others. This action instantly severed the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's last shred of hope. Ziyi looked at Lin Xian's figure, his eyes almost spitting fire. His left eye was hazy, which was the result of his heavy injuries. The others were also envious, but they could only watch from afar. One day later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. A powerful soul force spread out, causing the nearby disciples to tremble. What a tyrannical soul force! Could it be that Lin Xian broke through again? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with uncertain expressions. Elder Song and Elder Gu were also looking forward to it. This was the peak of second-grade inscription. Yes, this was indeed the peak of second-grade inscription. The two elders smiled with relief. A 17-year-old with the strength of a peak second-grade inscription master. Such a thing had never happened before. The others sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at Lin Xian with envy. Generally speaking, from the early stage to the peak of second-grade inscription master, it would take at least a few decades. However, Lin Xian had actually used a single pill to deal with it. How could everyone not be jealous? The inscription tower will be open tomorrow. Before that, you should rest well, Elder Song said. In the past 2 days of competition, Lin Xian's body and spirit had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, his soul force had suddenly skyrocketed, so he needed to consolidate it. Nodding, Lin Xian closed his eyes once again. The night passed by quickly. When Lin Xian opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. After a day of consolidation, his soul force had completely stabilized. Apart from the elders of the older generation, his soul power was the strongest among all of the elders present. If he were to compete with Ziyi now, he was confident that he could end the battle with his soul force within 3 moves. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian had a trace of expectation in his heart. A single spirit amassing pill had already caused a huge change in his strength. He wondered how much the inscription tower could increase his strength. Following Elder Song to the northwest corner of the valley, Lin Xian found that the other harmonious spirit elders were all here. There were a total of 8 people, standing in 8 different directions, forming a formation. Each of them struck a mysterious rune in the void, and everyone constantly moved their positions. A rumbling sound came from the sky, and the ground trembled. A hazy shadow appeared in front of them, like the moon in the mirror, very ethereal. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the shadow gradually became real. At the same time, there was a sense of palpitations. 100 meters tall stone tower appeared in front of everyone, emitting an ancient aura. "You 3, come here quickly," one of the elders shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other 2 quickly walked over. "We are going to open the inscription tower now. Go in and comprehend it well. Remember, you only have 1 day. After 1 day, you must return to the first floor. Otherwise, you will never be able to come out." Lin Xian was slightly shocked, but he remembered all the important points. Rumble. The stone door of the first floor slowly opened. It was a little dark inside, and soul force couldn't explore it. Lin Xian and the other 2 didn't hesitate and quickly rushed in. Behind them, many disciples' eyes were filled with envy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 of them turned into rays of light and entered the inscription tower. Boom. The stone door of the first floor slowly closed. I wonder what kind of fortune Lin Xian will get in there. Elder Song had a trace of expectation in his heart. The light dimmed, and the stone door completely closed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His soul force was limited in here. With his strength as a peak second-grade spirit rune master, he could only use 30% of his strength. However, not only him, Ziyi and Yufei were the same. This could be seen from the expressions on their faces. With a cold snort, Ziyi quickly left the first floor. Lin Xian ignored him. The Purple Demon Palace had entered the inscription tower more than once, so they must have a lot of guides in their hands. "Young Master Lin, see you in 1 day." Yufei whispered behind him and left. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, but instead looked around. Although the light was a little dim, Lin Xian could still see the situation around him. There were many patterns carved on the walls. There were all kinds of patterns as if they were real. Hee little Xian, comprehend the first floor well. Wine Lord chuckled and transmitted his voice. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. "Wine Lord, is there something special about the first floor?" "Hee 10,000 zhang tall buildings are built from the ground. The foundation is very important." Lin Xian touched his chin and carefully sensed, sitting down cross-legged. Lin Xian closed his eyes and pondered. Gradually, he seemed to sense that many figures appeared around him. They were all young disciples practicing basic inscriptions. Chapter 243. Lin Xian felt the scene and was moved. This should be a reappearance of the past. Carefully feel their inscriptions and compare them with your own. Wine Lord transmitted. Lin Xian carefully felt it and compared it with his own knowledge. He benefited greatly. He felt that his soul force had become purer and thicker, and it didn't feel like it had just been raised. What a wonderful feeling. Lin Xian was happy. He waited until the effect became very small before he stood up, not counting anything else. Just the fact that he had tempered his soul force made Lin Xian's trip worthwhile. Once again, Lin Xian looked at the walls and tried to comprehend them. The inscriptions were very simple and not complicated, but Lin Xian felt an inexplicable aura. It was as if every stroke contained the truth of the inscriptions. Lin Xian made a decision. He didn't plan to go to the upper floors, but was determined to carefully study the inscriptions on the first floor. First, the inscriptions seemed simple, but they contained profound mysteries. Secondly, his soul force had improved greatly. In a short period of time, he had completed a journey that took others hundreds of years. He needed to completely consolidate it. Ha, not bad. Wine Lord nodded with satisfaction. You can give up on the upper floors and focus on the first floor. I'm afraid there is no other person with this kind of courage. Indeed, all the geniuses who entered the inscription tower couldn't wait to rush to the upper floors. No one had ever stayed on the first floor for such a long time, not to mention comprehending anything. If you comprehended the first floor, the benefits would be huge. It would be far better than anything else. With Wine Lord's support, Lin Xian was even more relieved. He concentrated on comprehending. The Great Tao was simple. This sentence was applicable to any kind of cultivation. Lin Xian understood many things from these inscriptions. Some of the areas that were usually unclear were smoothed out. Of course, the more he thought about it, the more he found the inscriptions to be unfathomable. Finally, he imprinted all the inscriptions in his mind. A day passed quickly. It was about time to leave. Ziyi and Yufei came down from the upper floors. The two of them were pleasantly surprised. It was obvious that they had obtained a lot of benefits. However, when the two of them saw Lin Xian's figure sitting cross-legged, they were stunned. This guy wouldn't stay in the first level all the time, right? Yufei had a puzzled look on her face while Ziyi sneered. The two of them ignored Lin Xian and paid no attention to the pictures on the walls. As far as they were concerned, how could there be anything good on the first level? An hour later, the stone door opened again. Ziyi took the lead and charged out. Yufei followed closely behind, and Lin Xian was the last. He slowly stood up and bowed to his surroundings before walking towards the stone door. Whoosh, whoosh. The 4 patterns flashed and entered his mind. Lin Xian felt energized. He felt that he could easily see the 4 carvings. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xian walked out of the stone tower. Laughter rang out from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. They must have gotten something good. Rain Countryside was also filled with cheers. Ziyi reached the 8th level, and Yufei reached the 7th level. Both of them had gotten something good. Lin Xian, which level are you on? Elder Song asked. Hearing this, the disciples of the other 2 countries also pricked up their ears. Humph, I thought he was some kind of genius. Who would have thought that he's actually an idiot? Ziyi sneered. Your Xia country's genius actually stayed on the first level for an entire day. What a joke. What? Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian. Many people sneered, and some were puzzled. In their eyes, Lin Xian wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Elder Song and Elder Gu were also surprised and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian didn't want to say anything. Since they misunderstood, then let them misunderstand. This way, it would save him a lot of trouble. I just consolidated my soul power, and spent some time. Sigh. Many people sighed. That was the inscription tower. There were so many good things inside, and they were wasted by Lin Xian just like that. Elder Song and Elder Gu sighed, and didn't say anything else. They would rest for a while and return tomorrow. Everyone dispersed and prepared for their return journey. At night, Lin Xian found the two elders and asked for some jade slips. Lin Xian, what do you want this for? Elder Song and Elder Gu didn't understand. Lin Xian held the jade slip in his hand and copied a picture on the wall into it. He handed it to the two elders. These days, I'm indebted to the two elders for your care. Here are some inscription pictures from the inscription tower. They might be useful to the two elders. Elder Song and Elder Gu were slightly surprised. They didn't think that Lin Xian would give them something like this, using their soul power. The two elders saw a very simple inscription picture, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem that simple. Elder Song was a third-rank inscription master, and his knowledge far surpassed ordinary people. Although he couldn't understand it for a while, with his many years of experience, he knew that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. It seems that your harvest is greater than expected. Now I'm relieved. Elder Song and Elder Gu put away the jade slip and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. This was only one of the pictures, and it wasn't one of the 4 strange pictures. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it to Lin Xian, but there was an inexplicable force that prevented Lin Xian from copying the 4 pictures. Elders, I want to go out and travel. I won't be going back with everyone tomorrow. Lin Xian said in a low voice. He wanted to cultivate and increase his strength to prepare for the battle with Lin Feng. But more importantly, he had a map in his hand. The place depicted on the map was relatively close to where he was, and he wanted to explore it. All right, the Great Xia is too small. With your talent, even in the Tianan region in the future, you will be able to shine. Elder Song was very knowledgeable, and he didn't stop Lin Xian. This is the Deacon's token of the Inscription Union. If you have any difficulties, go to the Inscription Union. Elder Song said. Elder Gu also took out a palm-sized token. This is the Elder's token of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. From now on, you are an elder of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. Lin Xian took the 2 tokens and put them away. Elders, I'll take my leave. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Lin Xian went to Vivian again. Lin Xian quietly handed over the jade slip in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't show it to others." Vivian was stunned, then nodded and put away the jade slip. "Take care. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Lin Xian waved his hand and disappeared into the night. "Take care." Vivian nodded vigorously. She knew that with Lin Xian's talent, he would go far in the future, and she could only desperately chase after him. "Will we meet again?" Vivian clenched the jade slip. Lin Xian left. He didn't know that his 3 jade slips would become 3 inscription masters in the future, and their names would shake the Great Xia. Of course, this was a story for another day. The night was hazy, and the faint moonlight sprinkled on the ground. Chapter 244. Lin Xian guessed that the map should have recorded the location of the treasure, and the red dot could be the location where the treasure was buried. However, there were too many red dots, and they needed to be verified one by one. The nearest one is 200 miles away from the Green Water Valley. Let's go there and take a look. Lin Xian put away the map. His body flashed, and he disappeared into the night. Not long after Lin Xian left, the 2 purple shadows quickly rushed into the valley. Whoosh, whoosh. Ying was as silent as a ghost. The 2 of them arrived at the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's territory and quickly transmitted their voices, reporting to 5th Elder, "That brat really left. Humph. As long as you leave, things will be easier." The 5th Elder sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Such a genius must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the Xia kingdom to control him in the future. The two of you follow Purple Heart. You must kill this brat. For such a small matter, there's no need for senior brother Purple Heart. The two of us can do it. The fifth elder said in a low voice, with the Xin taking action. I can rest assured. Beside him, Ziyi revealed a cruel smile. Lin Xian, so what if you've taken first place? You'll still die. Only the one who had the last laugh was the winner. In the night, a hazy figure appeared. At this moment, a devilish young man appeared. His aura was even stronger than violet night's. After the fifth elder gave some instructions, the devilish young man left quietly with the two purple-clothed men. Did you leave a mark? The three of them walked out of the valley, and the devilish young man asked. He was the Xin that the fifth elder had mentioned. Don't worry, my lord. We've left some extreme purple chi in the surroundings. As long as there's even a little of it on his body, we'll be able to track him down. The purple extreme chi was a colorless and odorless gas. Only those from the purple extreme devil palace could detect it using a secret technique. Once this kind of gas came into contact with one's body, there would be nowhere to run within 1,000 miles. Let him run for a while. Once he's completely out of the Greenwater Valley's range, we'll make our move, Purple Heart said in a low voice. Whoosh. The three figures ran into the distance. Lin Xian hurried through the forest. A distance of 200 kilometers was not too far for him. Finally, he came to the first place marked in red. However, after probing for a while, he didn't find anything. He took out the map, confirmed his target again, and quickly left. After a long while, three figures appeared in front of the cave. It was the Xin and the other two. He seems to be looking for something, a figure asked. Follow them. We'll make our move at daybreak, Purple Heart said calmly. After a night of running, Lin Xian finally arrived at the second location marked in red at dawn. This was a mountain stream, and the surrounding spiritual energy was dense. Just as Lin Xian was about to investigate, he suddenly became vigilant. Lightning patterns appeared on his body, and he flew out like a cannonball. Just as he was about to leave, two silhouettes appeared on the spot, stabbing their daggers into the void. There was a purplish-black color on the cold light. It was obvious that it had been smeared with poison. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The two people who had attacked him had hidden themselves very well. His soul force had not been able to detect them. If it wasn't for the murderous aura that was emitted when he made his move, which alerted him, he would have been seriously injured by now. Your reflexes are not bad. A faint voice came from the void. Then a figure appeared. Purple clothes and purple eyes. It was the disguise of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace. You're really haunting me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. To be honest, your talent is not bad. We won't allow you to continue growing, Purple Heart said slowly. If you obediently give up, I can consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, you can wait to fall into hell. Lin Xian stared at the youth who had spoken, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face, as expected of the demonic sect. However, if you want to keep me here, it's not something that can be done with just words. Lin Xian was not arrogant. Even the number one of the younger generation, Ziyi, had lost to him. There was almost no one in the new generation of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace who could be his opponent. Unless the older generation made a move, he would not be afraid. Who do you think you are? When our Lord Purple Heart was famous, he wasn't even born yet. The champion of this year's competition. Purple Heart's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. You too can play with him. Whoosh, whoosh. The two silhouettes in purple intertwined and pounced out like ghosts. The daggers in their hands were suffused with a purplish-black light, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. The two of them cooperated very well. In an instant, they were on Lin Xian's left and right. Their targets were Lin Xian's vital points. Not far away, Purple Heart sat on a huge rock. She had an evil smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Feeling the fierce attacks coming from both sides, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body erupted like a flash flood. The rocks on the ground were instantly shattered into powder, and then scattered in all directions with the surge of spiritual energy. Streaks of copper lightning patterns appeared on Lin Xian's body, and the surrounding air was filled with the power of wind and lightning. He punched out with both fists, and like two dragons, they pounced on the two silhouettes. Clink! The daggers in their hands pierced the lightning dragon's body, and terrifying cracks appeared. However, an even more ferocious power surged out of the lightning dragon's body and entered their bodies through the daggers. Many golden arcs of lightning entered their bodies and rumbled in their bodies. With two muffled groans, the two silhouettes retreated quickly, constantly changing their positions. What a frightening power of lightning! Shock appeared in their eyes. It was obvious that they had suffered under the attack of the golden arcs of lightning. However, since the two of them were able to follow Purple Heart, they were not ordinary people. After a few breaths, the two silhouettes controlled the power of lightning in their bodies and charged over again. Purple ultimate ecstasy kill. The two silhouettes were blood brothers, and their minds were connected. They knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. Under their combined efforts, a psychedelic assassination array appeared in their hands. He used his ultimate move so quickly. Looks like this kid is more interesting than I thought. The smile on Purple Heart's face deepened. Lin Xian tapped his foot lightly, and his right leg swept out. The power of wind and lightning surged, and it had the power to wipe out 1,000 soldiers. Bam, bam, bam. The two silhouettes joined forces and took it head-on. The purple-black daggers pierced towards Lin Xian's right leg like raindrops. The copper lightning patterns emitted light, and like the most solid barrier, it protected Lin Xian's body. Swish! Formless soul power surged towards Lin Xian, and in an instant, dozens of silhouettes appeared around him. Each one of them seemed to be real. The 10 silhouettes joined forces, and they stabbed towards Lin Xian from all directions. Illusion? Lin Xian's lips curled up. The soul power of a peak second grade inscription master spread out, and fiercely hit the silhouettes. Puff, puff. The illusions around him disappeared, and two silhouettes flew out in a sorry state. Boom. The two silhouettes landed on the ground, and a terrifying crater was formed. What a strong soul power. How is this possible? Fear finally appeared in their eyes. They could not believe that such a soul power would appear on a 17-year-old youth. Even Purple Heart, who was far away, put away her playful smile, and her eyes flickered. Chapter 245. Purple Heart's words shocked the two martial artists in purple. They knew that this was a sign that Purple Heart was about to get angry. The two of them had joined forces, and yet they couldn't take down a little brat. This was embarrassing. Strongest attack, purple illusion heart-piercing stab. The two of them pressed their palms together as their bodies spun like a top. Wung, wung. The air vibrated as the trees on both sides were uprooted and turned into powder in midair. Stab. A purple vortex flew out with two cold glints in its center. They were like the eyes of a ferocious beast and were filled with a dangerous aura. Lin Xian pursed his lips, and the aura on his body rose again. Lightning surged and formed a strange rune. With a flip of his palm, the red flame sword appeared in his hand. The heavy sword had a thick back and a wide sword body. The heavy sword once again emitted a dark red glow. Like a brand, the runes on the sword body flickered and were filled with a mysterious aura. In an instant, the lightning on Lin Xian's body covered the sword and formed a sharp sawtooth. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Xian swung it with all his might. Whoosh! Crack! This attack contained all of Lin Xian's strength, and the ferocious power tore the air apart. Boom! The heavy sword hit the purple vortex, and an earth-shattering sound exploded. An extremely unstable energy wave spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. In the center, a light pillar with a diameter of 3 meters shot up into the sky and dispersed all the clouds in the sky. Purple Heart's body floated and landed on the ground like a feather. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he looked forward. In the next moment, he frowned and his face turned gloomy. When all the light disappeared, Lin Xian's voice could be heard. The lightning on his body had disappeared, and the red flame sword in his hand was dripping with blood. A pungent stench filled the air and made people want to vomit. 5 meters in front of him, the ground caved in, and a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. There were countless cracks spreading around it. In the pit, there were 2 lumps of mud-like things piled up, and there was still the power of the lightning on them. Purple Heart's face darkened. He had seen that attack clearly. Lin Xian directly used brute force to turn his 2 subordinates into meat paste, and that terrifying strength made his expression change slightly. Very good. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. This is even more fun. Purple Heart regained her composure in an instant, but the murderous aura on her body became even stronger. He slowly stretched out a hand and said in a contemptuous tone, "I can deal with you with 1 hand. If there was anyone else here, their jaws would definitely drop." Who was Lin Xian? He was the champion of this year's Inscription Tower competition, and his strength had firmly suppressed the younger generation. And now, there was actually someone who wanted to finish him off with 1 hand. This CXIN was definitely a lunatic. Lin Xian looked at the arrogant young man in front of him and didn't retaliate. On the contrary, he felt an indescribable sense of danger from Purple Heart. As a swordsman, he trusted his instincts. Therefore, he planned to give it his all. Putting away the red flame sword, Lin Xian took out the autumn scar sword. The sword light was like autumn water, shining in all directions. A sharp sword intent surged in his body, ready to burst out at any moment. On the opposite side, Purple Heart didn't rush over. Instead, an evil smile appeared on his face. "Perhaps I don't even need to do anything, and you will die." Purple light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly activated the purple demon eyes. Purple flames jumped towards Lin Xian. Chop! The soul sword flew out, turning into a shapeless sword chi and slashing towards the purple fire. The 2 collided in the air, like swords clashing. Split! Purple Heart's eyes moved, and the purple fire in the air suddenly split into 2. 1 ball restrained the soul, while the other ball quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the broken trees were all set ablaze, turning into ashes in an instant. Wang! Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his sword, and the wind and thunder sword light flashed out, hacking at the purple fire. The dragon sword intent surged, increasing the attacking power of this sword by several times. Before the sword chi arrived, a 100-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! The purple fire was impacted, and its speed slowed down. Under the pressure of the sword chi, it kept changing its shape. Whoosh! Finally, the purple fire dissipated, and the soul sword flew back. Lin Xian and Purple Heart faced each other from a distance. Peak gray 2 soul power, not bad. Purple Heart snapped her fingers, and a ball of flame appeared on her fingertip. The purple flame jumped. Although it was small, it emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. His long sword danced, and he quickly stabbed out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dazzling sword lights surged, and like a waterfall, it slashed down. The air trembled, and explosions occurred continuously, blowing up the surrounding mountains. Facing this fierce sword, Purple Heart smiled disdainfully. She flicked her fingers, and the purple flame rushed out quickly, like jumping fairies. The small purple flame collided with the sword chi and constantly mixed, like ice meeting fire. A sizzling sound could be heard. On the materialized sword chi, a wormhole-like crack appeared, and it quickly became bigger. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The terror of the flame was beyond his imagination. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian swung his sword again, and the fierce wind disappeared. It was as if there was only one sword left in the world. Ka, ka. Under the burning of the purple flame, the original sword chi became broken, and it finally shattered. However, immediately after, an even more fierce sword chi attacked. Clang! Thunder-like sound reverberated through the air. The purple flame was knocked away, and its color dimmed. Seeing this, Lin Xian's body shook, and like lightning, he stabbed towards Purple Heart. Seeing that her purple flame was blocked again, Purple Heart's face darkened. She opened her right hand, and traces of purple flame came out of her palm, forming a flaming palm. Whoosh! She pushed out her palm, and half the sky turned into a sea of fire. Sword light flashed, and the endless flames were split into two. Lin Xian opened a path in the raging flames. Whoosh! His body shook, and he disappeared again. The long sword in his hand pierced towards Purple Heart's forehead with a fierce aura. Scram! Purple Heart's 5 fingers formed a claw, and the flames on it jumped. She mercilessly clawed forward. Ding! 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 In an instant, Lin Xian stabbed more than 100 times, and they clashed with the flaming palm, creating a series of explosions. Great dragon sword intent. Lin Xian's eyes focused, and his attacks became fierce again. Many of the flames on Purple Heart's palm were extinguished by the sword intent, and her pale palm was exposed. Ka! Purple Heart exerted her strength and grabbed the Autumn Scar sword. Immediately, her face became ferocious. Brat, I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. Die. A powerful aura gushed out from her body, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if 10,000 mountains were going to crush everything. The surrounding rocks and trees were crushed into powder by this formless aura, and even the ground caved in by half a foot. Lin Xian's bones cracked under the pressure. He tried his best to pull back his sword, but found that it was useless. Chapter 246. Half-Step Harmonious Spirit. Hearing these words, Lin Xian's pupils shrunk. His expression was somewhat ugly. Half-Step Harmonious Spirit Realm. This kind of situation was beyond his expectations. Anything related to the Harmonious Spirit Realm was not something a Sea of Souls realm warrior could contend against. Seeing the change in Lin Xian's expression, Xin couldn't help but laugh. He liked to enjoy the frightened expressions of his opponents. It was a kind of pleasure for him. Die in fear. Xin laughed loudly. His left hand suddenly stretched out, and a fierce spirit power instantly bombarded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian decisively abandoned the Autumn Scar sword and retreated like lightning. At the same time, he activated the ancient armor and the copper thunder mark with all his might. Layers of lightning marks flickered and quickly formed on the surface of his body. At the same time, a thick and heavy armor appeared on top of it. However, the strength of a half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm warrior was much stronger than he had imagined. Almost in the blink of an eye, that fierce power had already crashed into his body. Puff! As if a huge mountain had crashed into his body, Lin Xian felt that all the bones in his body were about to shatter. Block it for me. His expression was ferocious. He crazily activated all his defenses, but his body was still sent flying like a cannonball. Crack! Crack! On his chest, the copper thunder mark dimmed, as if it had been extinguished. Not only that, but a glaring crack had also appeared on the armor he was wearing. Boom! His body crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Lin Xian endured the pain, and drank a cup of spirit wine at the first moment. If it wasn't for the copper thunder mark and the ancient armor, this attack would have taken his life. Moreover, his loss was also huge. Not only was the copper thunder mark damaged, the armor on it was also destroyed. With the help of the spirit wine, Lin Xian quickly recovered. He didn't die. See, Xian was very surprised. His attack just now was enough to kill any Sea of Souls realm warrior 1,000 times over. A purple light flashed as the Xian looked at Lin Xian. So you have a spirit armor to protect your body. No wonder you could survive. But why do you have so much this time? As soon as she finished speaking, the Xian quickly rushed over. Purple flames appeared on her palm. Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over his body. This feeling was like being stared at by a peerless beast that could swallow him up at any time. Don't take it head on. The difference is too great. Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian nodded. See, Xian was much stronger than him. Even Meng Yan, Lin Feng, and the others couldn't stop her. This was not surprising. Although Purple Heart looked young, she was actually in her 40s. She had been cultivating for far longer than Lin Xian. Qing knew, I'm counting on you. His storage ring flashed and a green figure appeared. Lin Xian's eyes changed, forming inscriptions that entered the body of the green figure. It's useless. In front of me, Sea of Soul, realm martial artists are no different from ants. Purple Heart suddenly appeared, and her purple flame palm slammed down. Boom. The flames danced, and even the air was burned, turning into a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. However, a green figure stood in front of Lin Xian and blocked the palm. Die. See, Xian's eyes were cold. She planned to kill both of them together. The moment she touched the body of the green-haired man, a cold and dark chi soared into the sky, as if it wanted to devour everything. The rolling green smoke formed a fist that was 10 meters in size and blasted towards Purple Heart. The mountain rocks were shattered, and the trees within a 100-meter radius were snapped. Like a huge mountain, the green fist bounced off the flame palm and rushed towards the Xian with an even sharper aura. Humph! See, Xian snorted coldly. Her body was like a flame that scattered in all directions, and then reformed behind her. While the two were fighting, Lin Xian's body swayed, and he retrieved his autumn scar sword. So, what if you're a half-step harmonious spirit expert? I've even slapped the face of a true harmonious spirit expert, let alone you. Lin Xian was furious. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. Qing Nu, kill him, Lin Xian shouted coldly. This Qing Nu was the mysterious green-haired man who once followed Lin Xian. But now that Lin Xian had used the slave seal on her, she could only listen to him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green-haired man's hair flew towards the Xian like thousands of sharp arrows. He still has a helper. See, Xian felt Qing Nu's chi, and his heart became heavy. He put away his playful mood, and his eyes became unusually sharp. Unless he's a true harmonious spirit expert, you can just wait for your death. Obviously, the Xian didn't plan to let Lin Xian go. Purple flame transformation. With a flip of her palm, the purple flame turned into a 100-meter-long firebird that covered the sky and rushed forward. Puff, puff, great dragon sword intent, outer sky flying star. Lin Xian became one with his sword and turned into a shooting star that pierced towards the Xian. The sword light flashed, and the autumn scar sword pierced through the Xian's chest, sending him flying. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian attacked again. With a thrust of his sword, the wind and clouds changed. The glaring sword light slashed onto the Xian's body, sending him flying. The purple firebird in the sky disappeared, and the Xian's body was also sent flying 100 meters away. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief, but then he frowned. Under his soul perception, Xian's chi didn't weaken. Instead, it was getting stronger. Did I not hurt him? Lin Xian's heart was in turmoil. Kid, I have to admit that I have underestimated you. But with just these you can't hurt me. Xian's voice was cold. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. He tore off his tattered clothes, revealing the dark black armor on his body. I have a high-rank profound armor. You can't break through my defense. A mocking expression appeared on Xian's face. With this armor, even if he was facing Qing Nu, he wouldn't be afraid. I will carve 36,000 cuts from your body, and then sprinkle them with bloodthirsty ants to eat your flesh and blood. I will let your soul reincarnate in hell. Xian's voice was cold, like a demon's. Lin Xian took a deep breath. We don't know who will die yet. Qing Nu, go. Shu. The green figure pounced forward again and engaged in a fierce battle with Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian continued to merge the Sword of Soul and the Great Dragon Sword intent. Finally, after 15 times, he succeeded. Roar. A deep dragon roar sounded, and the formless Sword of Soul pierced towards Xian. With the support of the sword intent, the power of the Sword of Soul had at least doubled. This was also why Lin Xian had chosen to use the Sword of Soul instead of the Flame of Soul. Shu, the Sword of Soul was silent, and it quickly attacked Xian. Humph, such a petty trick, Xian sneered. His eyes turned, and the flame of soul gushed out. Shu, puff. The two collided, and the flame of soul only resisted for a breath's time before it was extinguished. What? Xian frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian's soul attack to be so strong. Ah. Chapter 247. The soul sword that had merged with the sword had become extremely powerful. This move was very close to the attack of a third-tier inscription master. Purple Heart was heavily injured and dizzy. All the martial arts he had used had disappeared. Qing Nu took this opportunity to attack fiercely. Her green fingertips scratched Purple Heart's body, leaving many horrifying wounds. Lin Xian met the sword head-on, thrusting his sword forward. Great Dragon Sword, Will. Green Dragon goes to the sea. The sword light was like a dragon, rolling in the clouds and roaring ferociously. This time, it attacked Purple Heart's forehead, intending to end the battle in one go. Puff. Blood splattered from Purple Heart's forehead. The Autumn Scar sword was less than 3 feet away from Purple Heart's head. At this moment, Purple Heart suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were purple. His head was in a mess. The long sword had scratched his head, leaving a bloody mark. Kid, I want you dead. Purple Heart was furious. The blood on his forehead had evaporated. Purple Extreme Secret Art. Blood Evil Descent. Boom. His body suddenly grew 3 feet tall, like a giant. It was the Purple Extreme Hall's martial arts. Qing Nu smiled evilly and pointed out. Puff. Purple Heart's swollen body was like a deflated balloon. It immediately softened. Impossible. How did you break it? Fear appeared on Purple Heart's face. This was the Purple Extreme Demon Palace's secret art. It was impossible to break it. However, the green-haired man had broken it with a single finger. This had completely overturned his understanding. He did not know that the green-haired man was the clone of the evil dragon sex envoy, and that the Purple Extreme Demon Palace was only one of its halls. In front of the green-haired man, the two had different statuses. Master, release my seal. I have a way to kill him. The green-haired man looked back at Lin Xian with excitement in his eyes. Lin Xian frowned as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Humph. He snorted and used the slave seal. The green-haired man showed a pained expression. At the same time, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared in front of Purple Heart. Kid, You dare to touch me? Purple Heart was furious. Lin Xian's gaze was cold. Cold light flickered on his fingertips. Half of the mysterious ice chi flowed out and circled around Xion's body. An abnormally cold aura overflowed and froze everything in the surroundings. How is this possible? Purple Heart's face was filled with terror. He could feel the threat of death looming over him. Crack! His head was frozen, and the fear on his face was frozen forever. With a flash of sword light, a head flew up. Purple Heart's face was still filled with fear. Even in death, he still could not believe that Lin Xian could kill him so easily. The green-haired man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the icy chi. Lin Xian's cold gaze enveloped Qi Nu as he warned, "Don't play any tricks, or I'll kill you." The green-haired man didn't dare to act rashly and could only obey obediently. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and used the slave seal to put the blue-haired man away. Then he showed a pained expression. That was his last trace of mysterious ice chi. Now that he had used half of it, there was still half of it left. However, he didn't regret it. Firstly, he killed Purple Heart, and secondly, he used this opportunity to intimidate Qi Nu, putting away his long sword. Lin Xian took off Purple Heart's upper-grade Mystic-class armor and put it on. Then he took off Purple Heart's storage ring. With a flick of his finger, a golden electric arc flew out and shattered Purple Heart's corpse. After jumping down the mountain stream, Lin Xian found a safe place and heaved a sigh of relief. In the battle just now, he had taken a palm strike from Purple Heart and suffered a serious internal injury. After drinking a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian began to circulate the longevity art. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, Purple Heart's storage ring appeared. He hoped to receive some compensation. Lin Xian had a trace of anticipation in his heart. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian's pupils contracted. This guy is really rich. Middle-grade spirit stones were far more precious than low-grade spirit stones. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones was something that even some 2-star sect elders might not necessarily have. In addition to the spirit stones, Lin Xian also found the complete version of the purple demon eyes, which was many times more powerful than the purple spirit eyes. Even though Lin Xian had the inscriptions from the stone eyeball, the purple demon eyes was still of great value to him. As for the other low-grade Mystic-class artifacts, Lin Xian didn't really care about them. After putting these things away, Lin Xian stood up and looked around. He still didn't find anything, so he decisively left. In the following days, Lin Xian searched one by one according to the red marks on the map, while comprehending the 4 inscriptions in his mind. These 4 inscriptions recorded the soul cultivation method, which allowed Lin Xian's soul cultivation to be faster than before. At the same time, he also practiced a sword art that Wine Lord gave him. The 9 green cloud swords had a total of 9 moves. When used together with the dragon sword intent, it was extremely powerful. After more than a month of practice, Lin Xian could perform the first 3 moves. In the past month, he had found almost half of the red marks on the map. The next one was 3,000 miles away. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he moved out like a dragon. This set of footwork was called the Dragon Rebel Steps, which contained the 7 Rebel Dragon Steps. It was also given to him by Wine Lord. With the Dragon Rebel Steps, Lin Xian's speed was 3 times faster than before. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he disappeared from the forest. While Lin Xian was searching for the marks on the map, the 3-star sects of the Xia country, Shadow country, and other neighboring countries were also busy. Xia country, snow-seeking sect. 1 blade, ice and snow. The floating island that only opens once every few hundred years is finally open again. This time, we have been promoted to a 3-star sect. The 2 of you can enter, an elder said with a smile. Sword Pool Mansion, Lin family. The floating island this time is a great opportunity. You must not miss it. The Earth Fire Sect, Blue Moon Sect, and other 3-star sects were all preparing. Shadow Country, Purple Demon Palace. The two elders' faces darkened. Purple Heart has been out for a month. Why hasn't she returned yet? The floating island is about to open. Could there be an accident? Impossible. What accident can there be when dealing with a second-grade inscriber? Let's wait for another 3 days. If she still doesn't come back, we'll change it to someone else. This is a competition between all the forces in the Tianan region. We can't be careless. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was looking for his next destination. 5 days later, he arrived at a mountain peak. Still nothing. Lin Xian sighed. He didn't want to waste any more time. Rest for a while. Let's go somewhere else to train. Lin Xian took out the ice platform and began cultivating. Not long after, the sky suddenly darkened, as if a huge palm had covered the sky. At the same time, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. Whoosh! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and put away the ice platform. He looked at the sky cautiously. Woochie woochie! The little white monkey jumped onto his shoulder and looked curiously at the sky with its black gem-like eyes. Ever since it ate the dragon fruit, it had fallen into a deep sleep and had only woken up a few days ago. This pressure should come from a strange, independent space, said Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. Lin Xian touched his chin. What kind of space is so scary? Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, thousands of rays of light shot down from the dark sky and flew in all directions. Chapter 248. Lin Xian was enveloped by the rays of sunlight descending from the sky, and he felt warm all over. What's going on? Lin Xian was puzzled. Let's see what you have on you. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian scanned with his soul spirit and suddenly exclaimed. In the corner of his storage ring, there was a palm-sized stone token that was emitting a gentle light. Beside it, there was a stone key. Lin Xian had obtained these 2 items when he obtained the Wind Emperor's sword. He didn't expect them to be of use at this moment. He took out the stone token and placed it in his palm. Wung! The void trembled as the light resonated with the stone token and gradually became blurry. Lin Xian didn't hesitate as he grabbed the token and disappeared with the light. If he guessed correctly, the place he was going to was related to the Wind Emperor. He wouldn't miss out on something that could increase his strength. At the same time, there were also disciples from the 3-star and above sects that were taken away by the light. After an unknown period of time, Lin Xian woke up again. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and waterfalls flowed. The surroundings were like a fairyland. The dense trees were hundreds of meters tall, and their branches were strong like dragons. Lin Xian extended his soul spirit and didn't sense any danger. He then let out a sigh of relief. The teleportation this time made him feel extremely tired, and he just wanted to have a good sleep. Hiding in the bushes, Lin Xian lowered his aura to the lowest and entered a state of rest. He slowly woke up a day later. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's essence, energy, and spirit reached the peak. Such dense spiritual energy. He sighed. The spiritual energy here was far superior to the outside world. Even a 3rd-grade sect couldn't compare to it. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating for a few days outside. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and were incomparably deep. He obtained the cultivation method of the purple demon eyes from Xion's storage ring and upgraded his purple spirit eyes to the purple demon eyes. At the same time, he used the method that Wine Lord taught him to hide the purple light. Now, when he used his eye technique, only faint runes flashed. There was no longer any purple light. Practicing the secret arts of other sects was a taboo. Moreover, the Purple Extreme Devil Palace was a 3-star sect. Lin Xian didn't want to be hunted down by them every day. The Purple Demon Eyes had a total of 6 stages. Violet Night had only cultivated to the 3rd stage, while Violet Heart had cultivated to the 4th. The difference was that Ziyi needed to borrow the power of his bloodline to use the flame of the soul, while Xin could easily use it. With the foundation of the purple spirit eyes and his powerful soul force, Lin Xian quickly reached the 4th stage. Now, he could also use the soul flame. He turned his gaze and looked around. In the end, he discovered that this space was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. That day, many multicolored lights descended from the sky. It seems like I wasn't the only one who entered this place. Could it be that it was the same as the trial by blood and fire, with many sects entering? In fact, Lin Xian's guess was not far from the truth. There were indeed many sects that had entered, but the standard this time was clearly much higher than in the cloud state. To be able to enter this place, one had to be at least a 3-star sect standard. Let's check it out first. Lin Xian decided to check out the situation first. Using the Dragon Inver steps, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Half a day later, Lin Xian came to a mountain peak and fell into deep thought. Hee, kid, you finally realized. Wine Lord chuckled. You already knew? Lin Xian was stunned. He then touched his chin helplessly. He took out the old map marked with a red mark and looked at it carefully. If one looked carefully, they would realize that some of the places Lin Xian had passed by were shockingly similar to what was drawn on the map. Could it be that this map was originally drawn here? Lin Xian had a bold idea. You guessed right. This should be a strategy that was spread out. Wine Lord snorted. Then what are we waiting for? The treasures buried in this treasure ground must be extraordinary. Lin Xian's heart was burning with excitement. He took out the map and found his location. Then he found the area closest to him that was marked with a red Woochie Woochie. The little white monkey also pointed in that direction and cheered. Let's go. Lin Xian rubbed the little monkey's head and turned into a ray of light. The closest marked area was a pool surrounded by mountains. Lin Xian came to a low mountain peak. His eyes flashed as he checked out the situation. In front of him was a jade-green lake that sparkled like a flawless emerald. There was a saber-toothed tiger that was 7 to 8 meters long. It had a pair of wings on its back and was covered with metal-like feathers. The demonic beast's demonic aura was exuberant and surrounded its body like dancing flames. At this moment, it was drinking water with its head lowered, causing ripples on the lake's surface. Suddenly, the demonic tiger seemed to have noticed something. It flapped its wings and was about to escape. Whoosh! The surface of the lake suddenly exploded, and a blue light flashed. Accompanied by a deep roar, a gigantic creature jumped out of the water. The blue light was like lightning. It was more than 10 meters long and was extremely fast. In an instant, it pierced through the winged demonic tiger. Then it suddenly pulled it back and swallowed it. Croak! After the gigantic demonic beast finished eating, it was abnormally excited and walked out of the lake. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He used the chi concealing art to conceal his aura, and then carefully hid behind the mountain peak. What a big frog! He was surprised. Beside the lake in front of him, a blue frog that was like a small mountain stood there. Its demonic aura surged into the sky and scattered the clouds in the sky. This is not a frog. This is a blue-eyed blue toad that contains a trace of the bloodline of an ancient beast. It's very fierce, Wine Lord said telepathically. Its ancestor is the nine-eyed heavenly toad, one of the 10 ancient beasts. 10 ancient beasts? Nine-eyed heavenly toad? Lin Xian had never heard of it before. He had only heard of divine beasts like the azure dragon and the true phoenix. However, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He felt an aura that surpassed the spirit sea realm. This aura seemed to be even stronger than Ziyi. If Lin Xian encountered it a few days ago, he would have to run away. But now his strength had increased by a lot. Even if he could not defeat it, he could still protect himself. It's actually the blue-eyed blue toad. Its skin is of the highest quality. Not only is its defense strong, but it also contains poison. That kind of poison can even make a harmonious spirit expert retreat. Ooh. A few loud laughs could be heard, causing the lake water to tremble and create countless waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures landed in front of him and stared at the blue-eyed blue toad with fiery eyes. These 5 people were very young. They were only in their 20s, but the aura on their bodies was very strong. It was not inferior to Ziyi, Yufei, and the others. Lin Xian frowned slightly and looked at the figures in the distance with surprise. What powerful strength! Who are these people? I'm afraid they are the disciples of the big sects who are participating in the trial. They are at least at the level of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, Wine Lord said in a deep voice. Lin Xian was alert. The Purple Extreme Devil Palace was a 3-star sect. It was one of the top forces in Xia Country and Shadow Country. Chapter 249. These people are almost on par with Ziyi, Yufei, and the others. Lin Xian sensed and praised inwardly. At this moment, the people in the distance made their move. Several terrifying attacks attacked the blue-eyed blue toad, and the power made Lin Xian's eyelids twitch. These people were all at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and used spirit tier martial arts which were extremely powerful. The blue-eyed blue toad was furious and cried out twice, its tongue lashing out like a whip. Hong, chi, chi. A neat cut was cut into the ground. The 5 people all dodged quickly and attacked again. For a moment, the nearby rocks shattered and the lake surged. Little Xian, Zi, go to the bottom of the lake. There might be blue-eyed blue toad eggs. Wine Lord transmitted. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this, and he left quietly, circling to a distance. Lin Xian dove into the water like a fish and quickly swam downwards. At the same time, the leader of the 5 said quickly, "Junior Sister Sue, go to the bottom of the lake and see if there are blue-eyed blue toad eggs. If there are, we must take them back. Everyone else, attack with all your strength. We must finish them off before Black Wind sect." Yes, the 4 martial artists attacked with all their strength, while Junior Sister Sue transformed into a spirit armor to cover her whole body and dove into the lake. Lin Xian was swimming underwater. The width of the lake was far beyond his imagination, and the pressure underwater was much stronger than the outside. Suddenly, his brows twitched, and he looked up. Over there, a beautiful figure was descending at a rapid speed. "It's her." Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He recognized that the girl was one of the people attacking the blue-eyed blue toad. "Looks like she has the same idea as me." Lin Xian's face darkened, and he sped up. Su Xiao also saw someone below and was surprised. Could it be Black Wind sex people? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but speed up. The spirit armor on her body gradually changed and transformed into a fishtail-shaped light under her feet. With a swing of her fishtail, Su Xiao's speed doubled. So fast. Lin Xian was shocked. He could sense that the woman was rapidly approaching. He turned around and unleashed his extreme purple pupil, and a look of realization appeared on his face when he saw the fishtail-shaped light. The spirit energy in Lin Xian's body circulated, and the armor on his body continuously changed, finally transforming into the shape of a flood dragon. With a shake of his dragon tail, his body flew out like a sharp sword. "Ha ha, so fast." Lin Xian's face lit up. He had the great dragon sword seal, so this change was nothing to him. However, when this change fell into Su Xiao's eyes, it caused a great commotion. She cultivated a type of martial skill that allowed her to transform into a fishtail, and the person below had obviously learned it on the spot, which made her extremely surprised. Gritting his teeth, Su Xiao circulated his spirit energy with all his might, increasing his speed once more. Whoosh, whoosh. The flow of water around them became rapid, as if something was coming. Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding. As he looked over, his expression changed. A school of strangely shaped fish was rapidly swimming toward them. There were over 100 of them. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the school of strange fish had already arrived in front of Lin Xian. Their heads were like lizards, and their bodies were slender with fine fish scales. Their sharp teeth were comparable to treasured weapons, shining with a cold light. Crack! Lin Xian's spirit armor had a finger-sized hole in it, and it was full of injuries. Damn it! Lin Xian's expression changed drastically, and he immediately unleashed the copper thunder pattern. Rings of mysterious lightning patterns covered his body, and violent lightning surged, overflowing in the water. Crackle! Like an angry lightning dragon, it killed all the fish within 20 meters. However, even more strange fish were biting toward him. Go! Lin Xian did not dare to delay, and with a stroke of his finger, he unleashed the wind-splitting stance. The water in front of him seemed to have been cut open, and a vacuum appeared. Lin Xian seized the opportunity, and his body rushed out like a flood dragon. There's a light in front. Lin Xian's body moved, and he swam toward the light. The light was a bubble with a diameter of about 10 meters. There were some basin-sized eggs and millstone-sized tadpoles swimming inside. It's the blue-eyed blue toad's eggs. Lin Xian was delighted, and at the same time, he realized that the strange fish behind him were wandering in the distance, not daring to get close to the bubbles. Yes, these bubbles contain a thick, baleful aura. Normal demonic beasts would not dare to get close. Just as Lin Xian was about to collect the blue-eyed blue toad's eggs, a light flashed behind him, and a figure rushed out quickly, as expected of a disciple of a large sect. You got out of danger so quickly. Lin Xian praised. The person behind him was Su Xiao. She held a red thin sword, and she killed a bloody path. Demonic beast eggs. Su Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise, and then she looked at Lin Xian. I'm from Star Peak Pavilion. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. These things are not something you can have. She scolded, and at the same time, she quickly approached the bubbles below. Lin Xian ignored her, and his eyes swept over the demonic beast eggs below. Suddenly, his brows twitched. There was an egg in one of the bubbles. There were a few strands of golden light on it, and it faintly emitted an unusual aura. There's a phenomenon of atavism. Wine Lord was also surprised. Little Xian, this is a good thing. When it grows up, it will be comparable to a spirit-detecting realm expert. Spirit-detecting realm. That's even stronger than a harmonious spirit realm expert. Lin Xian's eyes were burning with passion, and he quickly rushed toward the golden egg. You're courting death. Su Xiao shouted from the side. Her target was also the golden egg. Without hesitation, the red thin sword pierced out, and several sword beams tore through the water, rushing toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped on the ground, and his body twisted strangely, dodging all the sword beams. At the same time, runes flashed in his eyes. Sword Spirit World. When she came into contact with Lin Xian's right eye, Su Xiao's body trembled, as if her soul was being sucked away. Her surroundings changed drastically, and several pitch-black iron chains bound her tighter and tighter, making it difficult for her to breathe. You're from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Su Xiao screamed, struggling madly. It was rumored that the disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace were ruthless, and they knew an eye technique called the Purple Extreme Devil Eyes. The young man in front of her was clearly using an eye technique. The Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Did they come in as well? Although he was surprised, he didn't slow down. He released the snow-white little monkey, and a white light rushed toward the golden egg. It's useless. You don't have a demonic beast pouch. You can't raise it. Su Xiao screamed from afar. Whoosh. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he arrived in front of Su Xiao. What do you want? Su Xiao's eyes showed a trace of panic. Since you know so much, you must have a demonic beast pouch on you. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed Su Xiao's waist. Shameless, I won't give it to you. Su Xiao bit the tip of her tongue and temporarily regained her consciousness. The red rapier drew a strange arc in the air, aiming for Lin Xuanxiang's eyes, chest, and throat. Su Xiao, on the other hand, kept retreating. Purple extreme devil eyes, 4th level. Chapter 250. Lin Xian used an extremely powerful illusion to make Su Xiao fall into a trance. With a flash of his hand, he took the demonic beast pouch from Su Xiao's waist. Whoa! A white light flew over from afar. The snow-white monkey was holding a demonic beast egg that was the size of a wash basin. It was crying out happily. At this moment, a croaking sound came from the bubble below. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. He put the golden demonic beast egg into the demonic beast pouch and quickly left with the snow-white monkey. The sound from below was getting louder and louder. It woke Su Xiao, who was trapped in the illusion. Damn it! Su Xiao's delicate face was filled with anger. As an elite disciple of the Star Peak sect, she had never been taken advantage of. But now, in the hands of Lin Xian, not only did she lose the demonic beast pouch, she even lost the precious demonic beast egg in front of her. Ah, bastard! Su Xiao shouted angrily. She quickly swam up. I must tell senior brother to capture this abominable fellow. Beside the lake, the other 4 disciples of the Star Peak sect were fighting with the blue-eyed blue toad. Suddenly, a croaking sound came from the bottom of the lake. Croak! This sound made the blue-eyed blue toad extremely irritable. It jumped into the water. Junior sister Su must have succeeded. Quickly, stop it. The 4 of them worked together. Sword chi intertwined in the air, forming a 100-meter-long sword net. Each sword chi was as thick as a tree. Buzz! The sword net emitted a dazzling light. It stopped the blue-eyed blue toad and quickly pressed down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blue-eyed blue toad cried out angrily. Its body kept colliding with the huge sword net. The ground cracked, and huge waves that were hundreds of meters high rushed towards the crowd. At the same time, the blue light on its body flickered. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of blue mist. Retreat! It's poisonous! The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion scattered as fast as lightning. Chi! The blue mist came into contact with the sword net above and immediately burned a hole that was more than 10 meters wide. Croak! The blue-eyed blue toad's body bounced. It moved like a mountain, bringing with it countless gusts of wind. Crack! The sword net was torn open and finally broke. The blue-eyed blue toad also escaped into the lake. What a terrifying poisonous fog! This blue-eyed blue toad was much stronger than we had imagined. Forget it. There are many treasures on Floating Island. There's no need for us to waste time here. Junior sister Su should be coming out soon. Whoosh! As he spoke, a sword light broke through the surface of the lake and landed on the ground. Junior apprentice sister Su. The 4 of them were overjoyed and hurried over. How is it? Did you get it? We dug out 2 demonic beast eggs, but a bastard appeared and snatched away one of the demonic beast eggs with a golden thread. Su Xiao said through gritted teeth. What? Someone dares to go against our Star Peak Pavilion? Could it be the Black Wind sect? Golden thread demonic egg. Could it be an atavistic phenomenon? Everyone was shocked. Senior brothers, your guess is correct. It is indeed a phenomenon of atavism. But he's not from the Black Wind sect. That brat is proficient in eye techniques. He should be from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Su Zhao's face was filled with lingering fear when he thought about how he had fallen into an illusion. Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Their faces darkened. Although their eye techniques are powerful, our Star Peak Pavilion is not to be trifled with. Junior apprentice sister, draw that brat's face. We'll gather the others. We must snatch the demonic beast eggs back. He escaped before me, but he shouldn't have gone far. Let's chase after him. Su Zhao seemed to have thought of something. Right, he also snatched my demonic beast pouch. There should be my aura on it. Damn it, I can't sense it. Don't worry. The Purple Extreme Devil Palace is proficient in soul power. They should have used some method to hide it. But the demonic beast pouch was bestowed by the sex elders. The aura on it is impossible for a sea of soul realm martial artist to erase. As long as we ask the Mu clan for help, we can definitely find that person. The 5 of them made a decision and quickly left the place. After a long time, the surface of the lake rippled slightly. A figure quickly jumped onto the shore. Star Peak Pavilion? Demonic beast pouches aura? No wonder I felt a vague fluctuation. This figure was Lin Xian. After obtaining the demonic beast eggs, he didn't escape immediately. Instead, he hid in the water. Seems like this Mu clan is also proficient in soul power. I must be careful. Taking out the demonic beast pouch, Lin Xian's fingers moved. Lines of mysterious inscriptions appeared, forming a pattern in the air. Seal, he growled. The inscriptions in the air suddenly shone brightly. Then they poured into the demonic beast pouch and sealed the aura on it. It should be fine now, right? Lin Xian put away the demonic beast pouch and quickly left the place. Walking in the forest, Lin Xian took out the map again. Seems like the things recorded here are indeed good, but without great strength there is no way to profit from them. Lin Xian put away the map and headed for the next marked location. The floating island was very vast. No one knew where it ended. Moreover, it was very dangerous. Not only were there competition between the disciples of other sects, there were also many powerful demonic beasts. If one didn't have strength, they would only become food for others. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian shuttled through the forest. The tall trees were at least 100 meters tall. The leaves were lush and covered the sky. There were many demonic beasts that were hibernating. Some were abnormally strong. They were far from what a sea of soul realm martial artist could handle. During this time, he saw a 10-meter-tall white jade demonic elephant and a 20-meter-long 2-headed demonic wolf fighting. That scene was deeply imprinted in his heart and could not be erased. In the end, the two destroyed everything within a 1,000-meter radius and perished together. After waiting for a long time, Lin Xian was sure that they were really dead. Only then did he jump down from the 10-meter-high branch. His body was like a swimming dragon, extremely agile. Woochie woochie! The little white monkey jumped down from his shoulder and quickly went to the 2 huge demonic beasts. Its furry little paw dug out 2 demonic crystals the size of a fist. They were like exquisite gems, shining with a demonic light. What a thick demonic chi! Lin Xian felt the demonic chi on them. His face changed slightly. Woochie! The little white monkey waved its paw and swallowed the 2 demonic crystals. Eating so much at once. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Lin Xian scolded. Woochie woochie! The little white monkey had a mocking look on its face. It kept gesturing. Finally, it opened its mouth, and the 2 demonic crystals appeared in its hands. Hee, this little guy is very strange. You don't have to be so surprised. Wine Lord laughed. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He realized that the little white monkey seemed to have a strange space that could store things. Without paying any more attention to the little white monkey, Lin Xian started to dissect the materials on the two demonic beasts. The tusks of the white jade demonic elephant were as smooth as jade and extremely hard. Even his autumn scar sword could not do any damage to them. They were definitely the best materials for refining weapons. The teeth and claws of the two-headed demonic wolf were also rare items. They were also the best materials for refining weapons. In the end, Lin Xian peeled off the whole demonic wolf skin. After that, he set off again. Awoo. Chapter 251. The cry rang out in the forest, startling countless birds. Sensing the direction of the sound, Lin Xian couldn't help but speed up. If he remembered correctly, that place was the destination marked on the map. Using the dragon rebel step, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and sped through the forest. The ground in front of him suddenly shook, and roars could be heard from time to time. There was also a strong demonic aura. Lin Xian concealed his aura and carefully advanced. He hid behind a tree trunk and frowned. A pungent smell of blood came from the ground, making one want to vomit. There were piles of demonic beast corpses on the ground, and the blood flowed like a river. At this time, there were three powerful demonic beasts that were looking at each other with hostility, growling. Near them, there was a cave 1/2 meter tall, and there was a strange fragrance coming from it. Woochie woochie! The fragrance made the little white monkey cry out. It shook its body and was about to rush out. Fortunately, Lin Xian had been watching it. When it didn't move, he quickly held it down. However, the little white monkey's cry attracted the attention of the three powerful demonic beasts. Whoosh! A wind blade that was more than 10 meters long struck the tree trunk with a loud boom. With a stomp of his foot, Lin Xian's body abruptly shot forward before landing lightly on the ground. Roar! The three demonic beasts all looked at Lin Xian and roared with a strong sense of warning. Lin Xian secretly circulated his spiritual energy, and at the same time, he used his extreme purple pupil to look into the cave. There were many rocks inside, and among the rocks there was a fist-sized green liquid that emitted a strange fragrance. It's the earth essence liquid. No wonder it attracted so many demonic beasts. Wine Lord suddenly understood. Earth essence liquid. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had heard of this liquid. It was formed from underground spirit veins, and each drop contained powerful spiritual energy. No matter how badly injured one was, as long as one didn't die, one drop of the earth essence liquid would quickly heal. Moreover, this liquid had the effect of increasing the realm of martial artists and demonic beasts. Gulp! Even though Lin Xian was used to seeing treasures when he saw the great earth essence, he was still moved. This kind of treasure must be obtained. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body gradually became fierce. Feeling the change in Lin Xian's aura, the three monster beasts began to roar uneasily. They had just gone through a great battle and were all injured, which affected their strength. Whoosh! The snow-white little monkey's body flashed and directly rushed out. Whoosh! The demonic beast on the right was a huge spider as big as a house. It spat out a spider web to seal the cave entrance. Bang! The snow-white monkey was obstructed, and its body was revealed. An angry expression appeared on its face. Behind him, 2 strands of sparkling and translucent spider silk quickly wrapped around the little monkey. Woochie woochie! The snow-white little monkey kept flashing around, scratching its ears and cheeks. The fact that these 3 demonic beasts were able to stand out among the thousands of demonic beasts was enough to show how extraordinary they were. Even the little snow-white monkey was blocked by them. The other 2 demonic beasts were a white-spotted demonic tiger and a blue-winged demonic wolf. The 2 demonic beasts had a thick demonic chi flowing around them, which was extremely frightening. If it were any other time, Lin Xian would definitely turn around and leave. But right now, the two demonic beasts were both injured, with horrifying wounds on their bodies. Lin Xian decided to give it his all. With a flick of his finger, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Wind style, the sword light flashed, and the sword chi in the sky merged with the wind, stabbing towards the two demonic beasts' wounds. Roar! The white-spotted demonic tiger waved its claws, forming a couple of red sharp blades in the air, which were as sharp as blades. These demonic beasts were very sensitive. Although they could not see the sword chi, they could still sense it. With a leap, the white-spotted demonic tiger dodged Lin Xian's sword chi by a hair's breadth. On the other side, the blue-winged demonic wolf shook its wings, forming countless wind blades that rushed towards Lin Xian. Crack, 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 crack. The ground and the trees nearby were all hit by the wind blades, causing countless cracks to appear. Shoo! The sword chi surged, and the sword intent surged, slicing apart the wind blades in the sky. Then, it stabbed towards the double-winged demonic wolf at an extremely strange speed. Wind Emperor's Sword. After more than a month of training, Lin Xian had already mastered 60% of it, and this sword attack was extremely unpredictable. Shoo! Shoo! Almost as soon as the sword light flashed, the sharp sword chi had already pierced into the wound on the demonic wolf's stomach. The power of wind and thunder surged, quickly destroying the demonic wolf's body. That wound had already grown from 0.5 meter to 1 meter. A whoop! The blue-winged cradle roared towards the sky, ignoring the wounds on its body as it rushed towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, the white-spotted demonic tiger pounced towards the cave. A blue light flashed, and the demonic wolf pounced towards Lin Xian like a gust of wind, bringing with it the smell of blood and overflowing demonic chi. Boom! Stomping on the ground with its 4 limbs, the demonic wolf jumped high into the air and spat out countless wind blades. Lin Xian used the dragon reverse step, and his body was like a dragon swinging its tail, quickly moving away. However, the demonic wolf in the air flapped its wings and disappeared. When it reappeared, Lin Xian was only 1 meter away from it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Its claws slashed out, tearing through the void. Lin Xian couldn't dodge in time, and hurriedly used the copper thunder pattern to block this attack. Boom! It was as if a mountain had crashed into him. Streaks of thunder patterns flickered as they resisted this attack with all their might. Lin Xian's face was pale. It was obvious that this attack was very uncomfortable for him. However, he didn't let go of this opportunity. Cloud-severing sword. The long sword slashed out like a rainbow, as if it was going to cut the clouds in the sky in half. The thick sword chi landed on the demonic wolf's body, and a cracking sound could be heard. At such a close distance, the demonic wolf didn't have any chance to dodge, and the power of the cloud-severing sword landed on its body. Flesh and blood splattered, and the sword chi quickly cut down, revealing the white bones inside. Boom! A whoop! The demonic wolf fell to the ground, dying. Lightning chain. Lin Xian didn't feel at ease. He waved his hand, and 5 lightning bolts appeared in the void, connecting together and striking down. The demonic wolf didn't have any resistance, and was shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he ran toward the demonic tiger. Just now, the demonic tiger wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the cave, but it was trapped by the spider's web, and it couldn't stop struggling. Cloud-severing sword. Lin Xian raised his long sword up high and slashed down. The sword chi was like a rainbow, shaking the void, tearing everything apart, and slashing toward the demonic tiger. Roar! Although the demonic tiger was trapped by the spider web, it didn't just sit there and wait for its death. The tiger stripes on its body lit up, forming a light above its head, and a huge tiger shadow appeared in the void. Boom! Boom! boom. The sword chi clashed with the light, and a bright light exploded. Shoo! Lin Xian's body flashed, and he disappeared from where he was. Dragon 7 steps. His body swayed like a dragon, and he stepped on the demonic tiger's head. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and blood and brain matter flew out together. The demonic tiger didn't even have time to cry out, and its body fell to the ground. Chapter 252. The snow-white monkey kept flashing, and behind it there were always 2 sparkling spider silks dancing. Lin Xian saw this and slashed out. The dazzling sword chi was like a dragon, whistling through the air. Dang, dang, dang. The sharp sword chi landed on the spider silks, but it only caused a few sparks. Such strong toughness. Lin Xian was surprised. One had to know that his sword contained 20% sword intent. Normal martial artists in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't block it, but the 2 spider silks didn't cause any damage. The demonic beasts on this floating island were indeed abnormal. Lin Xian muttered, and at the same time changed the direction of his sword, stabbing towards the huge body of the venomous spider. Chi, chi. 2 fist-sized holes appeared on its body, and instantly green blood flowed out. Hoo, hoo. The 8 huge legs of the venomous spider danced wildly. Each leg was like a divine spear, able to pierce through everything. Lin Xian and the snow-white monkey were like lightning, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Their speed was extremely fast. Dragon counterattack, 7 steps. Lin Xian's body was like a long dragon, swaying nonstop, and his feet emitted a dangerous aura. Dong! 1 foot stepped on the venomous spider's body, smashing a horrifying bloody hole. Second step, his foot landed again, and another bloody hole appeared. At the same time, the venomous spider roared at the sky, and the 2 sparkling spider silks abandoned the snow-white monkey, waving towards Lin Xian with full force. Ka, ka, ka. Wherever the sparkling spider silks passed, the mountain rocks were cut open mercilessly, and the surrounding trees were all cut in half. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. Even if he used Copper Lace Body, he still felt a heart-shaking aura. With a leap, he left the venomous spider's body. Another sword light flashed, and this sword cut right on the bloody hole. More than half of the sword chi pierced into the spider's body. The power of wind and thunder surged, and the long sword cut the venomous spider's body in half. Hoo, hoo, chi. Green blood spilled in all directions. Everything around quickly withered, and horrifying wounds appeared. Lin Xian held his breath, took down the 2 sparkling spider silks, and then quickly rushed towards the cave. Puff! With a slash of his sword, Lin Xian bent his body and prepared to enter. Suddenly, a cold light flashed under his body and shot up into the sky, piercing his chest. At this moment, Lin Xian could feel the aura of death. The sword intent in his eyes surged as he slashed out together with the sword of soul. Ding! The cold light was blocked, and its speed slowed down for a moment. However, in the blink of an eye, it once again stabbed towards Lin Xian. Ding! Boom! The sharp tip pierced his chest, bringing with it a strange rotating force. The lightning mark flashed and condensed a thick lightning defense in front of Lin Xian's chest. However, this sharpness was too sharp. It actually drilled out a fingernail-sized hole and pierced under the lightning pattern. Puff! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His body slammed into the wall and flew out along with the rubble. Whoosh! A translucent figure appeared in a flash, holding a star-like dagger in his hand, flickering with a cold light. Jia, Earth Spirit Liquid, Wuji Wuji. The little white monkey saw Lin Xian flying out and shouted anxiously. Its body swayed and disappeared. You're courting death. The translucent figure was suddenly enraged. The dagger in his hand suddenly pierced towards the top of the earth's spirit liquid. Woochie! With a flash of white light, the little white monkey quickly escaped. The translucent figure sneered and looked at the earth's spirit liquid. His face instantly darkened. The fist-sized earth spirit liquid was reduced by half. Damn monkey! The translucent figure let out a low growl. He took out a jade bottle and stored the remaining earth spirit liquid. Even the land on the ground had been taken away by him. After doing all this, he looked at Lin Xian in the distance. To be able to kill 3 rank 5 demonic beasts and have a strange monkey, your identity must be extraordinary. Let's see if there's anything good. Like a ghost, the translucent figure floated over. Whoosh! The pale white palm gradually materialized and finally became no different from an ordinary person. The palm slowly reached out and grabbed Lin Xian's storage ring. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Soul fire! An invisible flame flew out from his left eye and landed on the translucent figure. It immediately burned. A scream rang out. The translucent figure immediately retreated and escaped into the distance. There were still flames dancing on his body. Humph! Trying to run? Lin Xian's body swayed, and his sword pierced out like a shooting star. Ding! The translucent figure raised the dagger in his hand to block, cutting off the dazzling sword chi, and colliding with the sword edge at the same time. Boom! Lin Xian's body swayed and dispersed the strange power. The translucent figure also retreated a few steps and gradually revealed a human face. Impossible! How can you still be alive after being hit by the cold star? The voice was filled with shock. After hiding for so long, you actually made a move at the last moment. You're indeed sinister. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Fortunately, he had obtained a mystic-level high-grade armor from Purple Heart, which saved his life. Kiki brat scram, or I'll kill you. After saying that, he waved the dagger in his hand. Soul fire. Lin Xian did not waste time and directly attacked. An invisible flame flew out, causing the translucent figure to scream again. It's useless. You can only injure me, but you can't kill me, the translucent figure shouted. Soul fire has a strong side effect on the eyes. Let's see how many times you can use it. After saying that, he actually endured the pain of his soul and rushed forward with the dagger in his hand. Soul sword. Lin Xian continued to merge the great dragon sword intent and finally succeeded after more than 10 times. Dragon-shaped sword chi flew out with a destructive aura. Impossible! The translucent figure finally panicked. His soul seemed to be extinguished at any time. Pooh! The soul sword mercilessly slashed down. Together with the soul fire, the translucent figure's soul was destroyed. Boom! A figure appeared and landed on the ground. Lin Xian, on the other hand, covered his eyes and frowned. As he used the soul fire and soul sword, he realized that the damage to his eyes was increasing. It seemed that he could only use it as a trump card. Lin Xian sighed. Fortunately, he could still use illusions and other eye techniques. I was careless this time. Lin Xian covered his chest with a look of lingering fear. Until now, his chest was still aching. Through his soul power, he could sense that there was a needle-sized hole in his mystic-level high-grade armor. This dagger is really good stuff. Lin Xian took the man's dagger and storage ring. His soul power reached out, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Inside, there were dozens of drops of emerald green liquid that emitted a shocking aura of life. Woochie woochie! The snow-white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's body and spat out dozens of drops of earth spirit liquid. Then it pointed at the dagger and transparent spider silk. Chapter 253. This dagger was dark blue in color, as deep as the stars. The two words Cold Star were carved on the hilt, to be able to pierce through his copper thunder mark and leave a mark on a profound, grade upper grade armor. This Cold Star was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Conservatively speaking, it should be a profound, grade upper grade artifact. Of course, it could also be a profound, grade upper grade artifact. The spider silk was extremely tough. Even his autumn scar sword could not cut through it, making it even more precious. However, Lin Xian agreed without any hesitation. Firstly, he did not need to use a dagger. This Cold Star would be more useful in the hands of the little monkey. Plus, there were 2 strands of spider silk. Lin Xian did not feel bad about giving away 1 strand. After all, if the little monkey became stronger, it would be beneficial for him as well. Moreover, the benefits of the Great Earth Spirit liquid were far greater than these weapon materials. Only when he became stronger would it be the most realistic. After a tough battle, Lin Xian had some enlightenment. He wanted to go into seclusion for a few days. He found an empty cave and blocked it with a huge rock. Then he took out the cold platform. Raising his head, Lin Xian dripped a drop of Great Earth Spirit liquid into his body. That rich life essence filled every pore of his body, constantly cleansing his body. The 6 spiritual seas in his body surged, wrapping around the drop of Great Earth Spirit liquid and quickly absorbing the energy within. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's cultivation was increasing at a visible speed. 2 hours later, some black impurities were expelled from his body. Lin Xian's body had been refined by the profound ice qi and the ice fire flame wine. It had already surpassed the normal sea of soul realm. Now, with the nourishment of the Great Earth Spirit liquid, his body was already comparable to a half-step, harmonious spirit realm warrior. Forming a seal with both hands, the power of wind and thunder surged, shaking off the impurities on his body. Changing the seals, Lin Xian closed his eyes and absorbed the energy of the Great Earth Spirit liquid. On the side, the little monkey also swallowed a drop of Great Earth Spirit liquid. Then its eyes became blurry, and it fell into a deep sleep. Just as Lin Xian was in seclusion, the 5 people from Star Peak Sect met the people from Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Without any warning, the Star Peak Sect's cultivators attacked with all their might, beating up the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's disciples. This unlucky disciple was Ziyi. His eyes had already recovered, and his cultivation had also improved quite a bit. But even so, he was still unable to withstand the attacks of the 5 people. Purple Demon Eyes. Ziyi used her bloodline power, released a large-scale illusion, and then quickly fled. Hand over the golden egg, or levitating island, will have no place for your Purple Extreme Demon Palace, Su Xiao shouted. What bullshit demonic beast egg? I don't know. Ziyi cursed angrily. Humph, although you didn't take it, your fellow sect member did. If you know what's good for you, then cooperate with us and find that brat together. Another person shouted. Ziyi didn't believe their nonsense at all. He unleashed his bloodline power with all his might and turned into a streak of light to escape. Could it be that someone else stole it? Ziyi thought. There were 4 of them this time. Other than him, the other 3 were his senior brothers. One of them was a half-step, harmonious spirit cultivator. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart rang out again from behind. The 5 people from the Star Peak Sect had caught up and formed a stellar sword formation to besiege Ziyi. The sword light fell from the sky like a meteor, exploding towards Ziyi. That terrifying presence was enough to annihilate an ordinary martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual C tier. Purple Extreme Demonic Shadow, Blood Fiend Descent. The bloodline power in Ziyi's body rumbled as he unleashed his strongest attack. His body transformed into a blood demon as he fought against the falling meteor shower. Rumble! Great stars fell one after another, smashing into the ground. Countless trees collapsed, and mountain peaks were shattered. Violet Knight was heavily injured and vomited blood. However, by relying on the power of his bloodline, he was able to withstand this wave of attacks. However, the next wave of sword rain and shooting stars was about to arrive. Soulfire. He clenched his teeth and used his eye technique to interfere with a Star Peak Pavilion martial artist, taking advantage of the chaos. He fled. Star Peak Pavilion, I'll remember you. Ziye's voice drifted over from afar. Senior Brother Fong. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion exclaimed loudly and quickly rushed to the injured warrior's side. It's actually a soul attack. Damn it. Damn Purple Extreme Demonic Palace. We definitely can't let them off this time. Let's go meet up with Senior Brother Qiming. We must eliminate them. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion left aggressively with the injured disciple. 3 days passed in a hurry. Lin Xian finally completely absorbed the drop of Earth Spirit liquid in his body. With the addition of the ice platform, the effect reached the extreme. Merely one drop raised his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual C tier. However, Lin Xian didn't consume it again. Continuous advancement wasn't good. He needed battle to consolidate. Putting away the ice platform, Lin Xian discovered that the snow-white little monkey beside him was still asleep. Shaking his head, Lin Xian threw it into the demonic beast pouch. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flickered. Finally, Lin Xian clenched his teeth and dripped a drop of Earth Spirit liquid onto the demonic beast egg. A violent mental wave spread out as the wash basin-sized egg absorbed the Earth Spirit liquid, releasing a faint golden light. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian was full of expectations for this demonic beast egg. After all, it showed signs of atavism. And now, with the nourishment of the Earth Spirit liquid, its future growth was limitless. Putting away the demonic beast pouch, Lin Xian walked out of the cave. Finding the next destination on the map, Lin Xian set off again. However, he didn't gain anything this time. There was a deep hole in the ground. Obviously, a stalk of spirit medicine had been dug out. Could it be a coincidence? Lin Xian's heart sank as he went to the next marked location. Similarly, the item had been taken away. Looks like I'm not the only one with a guide. Lin Xian sighed. He guessed that some disciples of large sects should have the same information. Sorting out his emotions, he set off again. There's a stone door here. Let's go take a look first. Lin Xian found a conspicuous location on the map. He paid special attention to some stone objects because he still had a stone key that might come in handy. In a valley far away, the Star Peak sect disciples finally found the Mu family martial artist. That aura is very weak. Looks like it's been sealed. But don't worry, I've already sensed that aura. Where is it? The Star Peak sect martial artist asked anxiously. It was moving at high speed. It looked like Ingo was heading to the Stupa sect. A young man said. This young man was handsome, and his black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He looked very dashing. Surrounding him was a thick layer of soul power, allowing him to float in the air. Thank you, Brother Mu-chun. The Star Peak Pavilion disciple said gratefully, there's no time to lose. Let's go to the Stupa sect immediately. The Stupa sect was an important place on Sky Island, and it was about to open. At that time, all the martial artists would probably go there. Mu-chun said lightly, we're going there too. Let's go together. Chapter 254. Stupa sect was one of the oldest existences on Floating Island. It was like the symbol of Floating Island, standing there all year round. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one knew when it appeared. Just like Floating Island, it was always a mystery. However, this didn't stop people from paying attention to it. It was said that this was a gate of fortune with countless treasures inside. Every time Floating Island opened, the sealing power of Stupa sect would be weakened to its weakest. It wouldn't take long before today to completely open it. At that time, all the experts on Levitating Island would gather there and wait for their fortunes. Who would obtain it? Other than luck, one must have great strength. Lin Xian met disciples of other sects along the way and used illusion techniques to obtain this information. Now he was rushing towards Stupa sect. From afar, Lin Xian could see a stone gate that towered into the clouds, standing on the ground like a mountain peak. As he got closer, he could feel the vicissitudes of time. Lin Xian praised in his heart when he felt the obscure qi. Could this Stupa sect be related to Emperor Feng? He was doubtful and expectant at the same time. This should be the ruins of a sect. Wine, Lord said in a deep voice, but it has been lost for a long time. Probably tens of thousands of years. Wine Lord's voice was a little low. Tens of thousands of years? Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. One should know that experts who entered the three spirit realms only had a few hundred years of life. Compared to 10,000 years, it was like comparing an ant to an elephant. What could be left behind after such a long time? Lin Xian suddenly felt a little worried. Your sword of Emperor Feng is only an incomplete inheritance. If you can obtain the complete inheritance here, it will greatly increase your strength. The complete inheritance. Lin Xian was a little tempted. This was indeed possible. After all, he came here because of that strange key. As he moved forward, he could see figures flashing, and all kinds of air-piercing sounds could be heard. Each of them had a strong qi. The weakest was at the sixth sky of Spirit Sea realm. Most of them were at the seventh sky. Some of them were even above the Spirit Sea realm. Half-step, harmonious spirit. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect to see a half-step, harmonious spirit expert here. He had used all of his trump cards to kill a half-step, harmonious spirit expert. With the increase in his cultivation and the 2 new martial skills that he had learned, he might be able to contend against them. However, it would still be difficult to kill him, unless he entered the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, or achieved small success in sword intent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian rushed forward. On the way, gazes swept over him from time to time. And when they saw his cultivation in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, they all quickly retreated. Lin Xian smiled and didn't take it to heart. This was even better. He didn't need to draw attention to himself. However, if someone really treated him as an ordinary martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm, he wouldn't mind giving them an unforgettable lesson. As time passed, more and more people gathered around the Stupa Gate. With so many people here, it was inevitable that there would be some friction, but so far, no one had fought. Most of it was because of the Stupa Gate. The qi it emitted made people revere it from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He roughly calculated that there were about 300 people here, and there were more coming. These people wore different sect uniforms, so it was easy to recognize them. In fact, other than Xia Country, Shadow Country, and other remote countries, the countries in the center of Tiannan region sent many disciples. Firstly, it was because of the region, and secondly, the strength of these places was different. Although they were all 3-star sects, there was still a huge gap between them. Everyone waited quietly. Suddenly, a violent spirit energy fluctuation came from afar. Several figures rushed to the vicinity of the Stupa Gate, attracting the attention of almost half of the people. Because they fought all the way here, saber qi swept across with a sharp aura, as if it was going to break through the sky. That qi dispersed the pressure from the Stupa Gate. Is this saber intent so strong? Who is this person? I don't know. Looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like someone from the big sections. Could he be a martial artist from the border region? The nearby martial artists discussed animatedly, all of them staring at the young man with the long saber. Lin Xian raised his head and looked over as well. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's him? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He knew this young man and had even fought with him briefly. He was Yi Dao Lung from the Snow-Seeking sect, the genius who had comprehended saber intent. A dazzling saber light lit up like a heavenly saber and came crashing down. A murderous aura filled the air, bringing with it a chill that split the ground. Behind him, a huge fist, like a small mountain, came crashing down on the saber light and exploded. The sound was like a thunder tribulation, making everyone's ears go numb. Oh no! Retreat! Damn, it's too scary. Many martial artists covered their ears with their souls and retreated rapidly. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly, his body floating like duckweed. Bastard. Hand over the spiritual medicine. The person behind him was furious. I got the spiritual medicine. I can't give it to an outsider. If you don't accept it, just fight. I'll take it. This guy is really arrogant. He doesn't even care about someone at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm, comprehending saber intent at such a young age. He must be a genius. How can such a person admit defeat? Brat, keep being arrogant. When my Black Wind Sect's experts come, I'll let you know what regret is. The black-clothed disciple snorted. He's actually a disciple of the Black Wind Sect? Everyone was shocked, looking at the black-clothed martial artist in awe, feeling everyone's fearful gaze. The black-clothed youth said proudly, offending my Black Wind Sect, you're dead. It won't be long before senior brother Ling Fengzi comes. At that time, he'll kill you like a dog. When he comes, we'll fight. Yi Dao Lung's voice was cold like ice that hadn't melted for 10,000 years. Humph. You're about to die and still dare to be arrogant. The Black Wind Sect's martial artist stood aside with a cold expression. Yi Dao Lung ignored him and walked forward. Hua! The nearby martial artists dispersed, afraid of being involved with Yi Dao Lung. Yi Dao Lung wasn't afraid of the Black Wind Sect, but that didn't mean they weren't. The Black Wind Sect was powerful, a top existence among the 3-star sections. Moreover, Ling Fengzi was among the disciples that came this time. He was one of the strongest geniuses. Seeing this, Yi Dao Lung's face was cold as ice, and he walked past quickly. Brother Lung, here. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from the crowd. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe their ears. Yi Dao Lung had already offended the Black Wind Sect, and everyone avoided him. Now, someone actually greeted him so warmly. Didn't they know how to write the word death? The surrounding martial artists all looked back and finally saw a young man in the crowd. Dressed in green, his black hair was like a waterfall. A calm smile hung on his face, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Such a handsome young man. Everyone praised in their hearts. Chapter 255. Whose kid is this? Even if you want to harm someone, you can't harm them like this. That's right. Although I'm standing close to him, we're not related. I don't even know him. The martial artist, who was originally standing near Lin Xian, tried his best to explain. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. Was the Onyx Wind Sect really that scary? It's you? Lung Yi Dao turned his head and looked over. I didn't expect to meet you here. Seeing how your cultivation has increased so quickly, I think the battle between us will come soon. Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This guy was really a battle maniac. The Onyx Wind Sect's disciple's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Xian like a murderous knife. Kid, how dare you walk together with the enemy of the Onyx Wind Sect? You're courting death. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here, or I'll kill you too. The onyx wind sect's disciple was very arrogant. Lin Xian frowned. Inscriptions flashed in his right eye like a black vortex that wanted to devour people. Plop! The onyx wind sect's disciple knelt on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was frighteningly pale. Fuck, what happened? It seems like that kid took a look, and the onyx wind sect's disciple became like this. So evil. Could it be some demonic art? For a moment, the nearby martial artists all looked at Lin Xian in horror, and involuntarily took a few steps back. Lung Yidao was also very surprised. He knew that Lin Xian had comprehended sword intent, but he didn't expect him to know eye techniques as well. I heard that the Purple Demon Palace of the Shadow Country has a very powerful eye technique. Could it be that you're related to them? Lung Yidao asked. I'm related, but it's not a friendly relationship. Lin Xian smiled. Junior brother Lung, you're here. A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian? The voice was filled with surprise. The two of them turned around and saw a beautiful figure behind them. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, cold and unparalleled. So it's the ice fairy. Lin Xian smiled and greeted. The three of them gathered together and discussed their respective opportunities. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the crowd behind him. Many people automatically opened up a path for him. Several figures slowly walked over, followed by a formless pressure on the soul. They're actually from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly. He swept his gaze across and discovered Violet Knight. Although Violet Knight hid it well, Lin Xian could still sense that he was injured. Could it be that this Violet Knight has offended someone powerful? A gloating smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Speaking of which, they were old rivals, but now Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat him in 3 moves. However, when his gaze landed on the young man at the front, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He sensed the same aura as the dead purple heart from the young man. In fact, it was even stronger. Half-step harmonious spirit. Worthy of being a 3-star sect, we can see 2 half-step harmonious spirit experts in such a short time. Lin Xian was vigilant. The other 2 were also at the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Sea Realm. When the 4 of them stood together, they were definitely a powerful force. Half-step harmonious spirit experts were the strongest here, so when Violet Knight and the others arrived, the crowd once again opened up a space for them. Brat, it's you? You're not dead. Violet Knight saw Lin Xian outside the crowd, and his pupils shrank. The 2 people beside him also had a slight change in expression. As disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, they naturally knew about Violet Heart's pursuit of Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was standing there unscathed while Violet Heart was missing. The result was obvious. Seeing the conflict between the 2 sides, the surrounding martial artists consciously retreated far away. Why are you still alive? Where's senior brother Violet Heart? Looks like you're not smart. Lin Xian sneered. Me being alive naturally means Violet Heart is dead. Impossible. Senior brother Violet Heart is a half-step harmonious spirit expert. How could he die? Violet Knight roared. The more the surrounding martial artists heard, the more frightened they became. A half-step harmonious spirit expert was chasing a 6th level Spirit Sea Realm martial artist, but was killed instead. No way. That's a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Even if several 7th level Spirit Sea Realm martial artists attacked him together, they wouldn't be able to harm him. It should be fake that Brat might have used a secret technique to escape. These people didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. The people of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace obviously didn't believe it either. Although we don't know what method you used to escape, today is the day you meet your death. Violet Knight, take a step forward. I will let you know that I am the number 1 of the inscription tower. You? Not interested. Lin Xian curled his lips, An injured loser. Don't jump around in front of me. If you want to fight, he's more suitable. Lin Xian looked at the half-step, harmonious spirit expert in the middle. Everyone's heart jumped. This guy is crazy. He dares to challenge a half-step harmonious spirit expert. The young man in the middle had a cold light in his triangular eyes, and purple patterns appeared. A terrifying aura gushed out, as if he was being stared at by hundreds of poisonous snakes. Arrogant, senior brother. Guangxi doesn't need to do anything. I can deal with you myself. Violet Knight's body swayed, changing into a purple shadow, and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. A purple glow appeared on his hands. They were like two razor-sharp saw teeth. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes, like a divine spear piercing through the void. What kind of power is this? Why am I trembling? Too scary. Retreat quickly. The surrounding cultivators retreated like a receding tide, creating a vacuum. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He took a step forward, and his body appeared above Violet Knight. Die. Violet Knight put his palms together, and two sharp saw teeth quickly slashed toward Lin Xian, emitting a dazzling light in the air. Boom. With just one stomp, Lin Xian had crushed the purple saw that was tens of meters long with just one stomp. I don't believe it. Die for me. Violet Knight's eyes moved. The light in his eyes was like a divine sword sweeping across the void. Clang, clang. Another two steps landed on the light beam, creating an earth-shattering sound. The void trembled. Violet Knight suffered a violent impact. His body kept retreating, and each step he took cracked the ground. Is he still a human? He didn't even make a move. He just used his feet to disperse such a terrifying attack. Violet Knight was very sullen. Lin Xian's attitude was even more arrogant than the last time. This made him want to vomit blood. Bloodline power. The blood in his body surged, and a heart-palpitating power was quickly recovering. However, before this power could fully awaken, a black shoe landed on his chest, sending him flying. Puff. Violet Knight rolled out like a dead dog, his blood spilling all over the place. Everyone stared at Lin Xian in a daze, listing him as one of the people they couldn't afford to offend. Although his cultivation was average, he couldn't stand up to Lin Xian's combat strength. The martial artists of Purple Extreme Demon Palace were both shocked and furious. Guangxi stared at Lin Xian with murderous eyes, while the other two went to save Violet Knight. If you have any last words, leave them. Chapter 256. Lin Xian, the opponent, is a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Why don't we retreat first? Ice Fairy whispered to him. Do you need help? Yi Daolong was full of fighting spirit. Thank you both. I can handle it. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't want to get Snow Sect involved. Guangxi saw that Lin Xian still dared to resist, so he didn't say anything. The purple pattern in his triangular eye rotated, and a strong soul fluctuation was emitted. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk, the soul power turned into a giant purple python, biting down ferociously. Soul power materialization? Lin Xian was shocked. This kind of technique was terrifying. It should be a technique that only a third-grade inscription master could use. Thunder Rush. The lightning pattern on his body surged. Lin Xian threw out a punch, colliding with the soul serpent. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the two forces disappeared. Lin Xian took a few steps back, and his eyes were gloomy. Guangxi's eyes became colder. Not bad. You can actually withstand my attack. No wonder you have the right to be arrogant. But you're too naive if you want to fight against the Purple Extreme Demon Palace with this little ability. The purple pattern in his triangular eye condensed into a three-petaled flower. It rotated rapidly, and a tidal wave of soul power rushed towards Lin Xian. Great dragon sword intent. Lin Xian's eyes became sharp, and there was a faint sword light. An extremely powerful sword, intent, gushed out from his body. The clouds in the sky were split open, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Wang Shi's technique attack was also blocked. It could not move forward within 30 feet of Lin Xian, no matter how hard it tried. Asterisk clang. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, many martial artists' weapons trembled and wanted to fly out, causing chaos. Damn. It's sword intent. Isn't this brat too terrifying? Genius. A genius in sword Dao. Other than Yi Dao Lung, who was still calm, the others went crazy. Even Wang, she was surprised. Interesting, but it's not enough. His feet flashed, and a purple light flashed. Wang Shi disappeared. Lightning storm. Lin Xian was surrounded by lightning and wind, like a terrifying sea of lightning. Whoosh. Like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the violent sea of lightning was split into two halves, and a vacuum appeared in the middle. Whoosh. Purple spiritual energy surged and turned into several poisonous snakes, forming a huge palm that suddenly fell down. When the surrounding sea of lightning came into contact with the purple palm, it began to melt rapidly, emitting sizzling sounds. What a strong poison! It can actually corrode. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He used dragon counterstep and stabbed out with the long sword at his waist. Cloud severing. As the sword light flashed past, the purple palm was cut into several pieces and exploded in the air. The sharp sword Qi rushed towards Wang Shi in an even sharper manner. The three-petaled purple flower in Wang Shi's eyes spun and formed a light screen, blocking Lin Xian's sword Qi. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and the surrounding air suddenly condensed, then quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, what a terrifying method! The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. The reason why harmonious spirit realm martial artists were powerful was because they could borrow the power of heaven and earth. Although Wang Shi was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artist, he could still borrow the power of heaven and earth with a secret technique. Lin Xian's body tightened. He felt that the surrounding air was like 10 big mountains that wanted to squash him. Ka. Lin Xian's body flickered with copper lightning patterns. His body was incomparably strong, with the nourishment of the great earth spirit liquid. The toughness of his body was 3 times stronger than a half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Wind, lightning sword wave. A sword wave that was infused with the power of wind and lightning quickly flew in all directions. The condensed space was cut open, and the invisible pressure disappeared instantly. Seeing that Wang Shi's move didn't trap Lin Xian, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again. There was a gap of 1.5 realms between the two of them. Moreover, Wang Shi was a half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artist, which was far stronger than a sea of soul realm martial artist, fighting against those with higher realms. This is a true genius. Many people were envious. It seems like your ability is not even as good as the Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Now, it's my turn to attack. Thunder. Sword light soared into the sky, and sword intent surged. In the sky, the clouds rolled, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. This is the power of heaven and earth. How is this possible? He is only at the 6th sky of Sea of Soul realm. Sword skill. It must be a high-grade sword skill. The surrounding martial artists went crazy. They couldn't wait to capture Lin Xian and study him thoroughly. Wang Shi's triangular eyes also showed a dignified expression. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Xian. Thunder, the second move of the green cloud sword art. It attracted the lightning from the 9 heavens to kill the opponent. Lin Xian had the lightning attribute, so it was easier for him to attract lightning. Such a violent lightning power, and your soul power is also very strong. This voice was like a spring breeze, drifting into everyone's ears. Lin Xian and Wang Shi's body shook. They could naturally feel the strength of the person who came. Fight, fight. At that time, the Stupa sect will have 2 less competitors. This voice had a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Shi snorted, and his body floated backward. Lin Xian also stopped his sword skill and looked at the person who came with caution. The 2 figures landed, completely ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people. "You are Lin Xian? I heard that you bullied my sister?" The voice of the person who came was filled with dissatisfaction. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Lin Xian blankly. How many people did this guy offend? The one who spoke was a smiling young man. Beside him, there was a girl with big eyes, staring at Lin Xian. Could it be that this fellow did something wrong to her? It's possible. Look at that girl's resentful eyes. Lin Xian was speechless. These people's imaginations were too rich. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian picked up the snow-white monkey and threw it to the beautiful girl. "You can play with it for 2 hours. Woochie woochie." The snow-white monkey rubbed its sleepy eyes and whimpered in dissatisfaction. Everyone's face darkened. The owner of this little monkey was too heartless. Holding the snow-white monkey, Jiang Rui's eyes narrowed into crescents. It seems like it has the power of bloodline." The smiling young man beside her was surprised. "No wonder you can't forget it. Good little white, I'll give you some spirit fruits." Jiang Rui took out a pile of spirit fruits. It's actually the Jiang siblings. This Buddha gate has indeed attracted many experts. What's the background of this kid? He can actually invite the disciples of the Jiang family. A group of people whispered to each other, as if they were afraid of Jiang Rui and her sister. "Many thanks." Lin Xian cupped his fists. He knew that the Jiang siblings were afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. 6 sky of Spirit Sea realm, able to fight against a half-step harmonious spirit. No wonder my sister was at a disadvantage. The smiling young man said, "Humph, kid, consider yourself lucky. But you won't be so lucky next time." Wang Shi snorted and walked to the side. He was afraid of the smiling young man who just appeared. The most important thing now was to wait for the opening of the Buddha gate. Everything else could be put aside. Lin Xian's expression was calm. If they really fought, he wouldn't be afraid. Even though he couldn't kill Wang Shi, the other party couldn't do anything to him either. Asterisk swoosh swoosh star. Chapter 257. Not only were there people from the back, but there were also people from the left and right. Some of the auras were extremely powerful, not losing to Wang Shi, Jiang Xiaofeng, and the others. Buzz. A white figure flashed past, and the swords and sabers below were buzzing and trembling. What a powerful sword intent! Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. He was very familiar with this sword intent. It could be said that it was unforgettable. Lin Xian clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. He took a deep breath. The sudden arrival of these cultivators startled everyone below. Swish! Dozens of figures landed on the ground, bringing with them a powerful gale. These people's robes fluttered like a gale, emitting a terrifying aura. The person in the front had an even more powerful aura. He was like the source of the wind, driving the surrounding air. Ling Fengzi, the #1 disciple of the Black Wind sect. Many cultivators in the crowd looked at him with reverence. It couldn't be helped. The Black Wind sect was too famous. This could be seen from everyone's performance. Ling Fengzi was the #1 disciple of the Black Wind sect. He could be said to be one of the top cultivators on the floating island. Feeling the gazes from all around, the disciples of the Black Wind sect were proud. Ling Fengzi, on the other hand, was expressionless. It seemed that with his strength, he should be pursuing a higher realm, not a false reputation. Lin Xian looked at the figure that was like a gale, and his heart was beating rapidly. Wind intent. He had felt this kind of feeling from Shadowless in the Inscription Tower competition. However, Ling Fengzi's aura was clearly much more powerful. It seemed that he had completely comprehended the wind intent, but to what extent? Sword intent and saber intent were also considered a type of intent. It was just that they were more inclined to attack. Swish! Just as everyone was shocked and envious, a sword light tore through the gale and flashed through the air. The sword light disappeared, and a youth in white appeared in front of everyone, arrogant and sharp like a peerless divine sword, showing off its sharpness. His eyes emitted a powerful self-confidence, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Who is this person? What a powerful aura. It doesn't seem to be any weaker than Ling Fengzi. I don't know. He's not a disciple of the central region. Could he be from the border region? Everyone was puzzled, revealing a pondering expression. However, after seeing this person, Lin Xian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng, it's really him. Half-step harmonious spirit, small success sword intent, said Lin Xian coldly. Lin Feng's strength had exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng was a peerless genius. It's still a bit difficult for you to fight him now, Wine Lord said slowly. Indeed, whether it was in terms of strength or battle prowess, Lin Xian still had a big gap between them. There's still time. I'll definitely defeat him at the clan assembly. Lin Xian wasn't blindly confident. He had the Great Earth Spirit Elixir, the Ice Platform, and other heaven-defying resources. He also had the guidance of a mysterious expert like the Wine Lord. As long as he was given time, he would definitely grow. After all, strictly speaking, Lin Xian had only cultivated for slightly more than a year. In just over a year, he had reached the Sixth Spirit Sea realm from a martial disciple, and his battle prowess was comparable to a half-step, harmonious spirit expert. Such a transformation had never happened before in the world of cultivation. What a strong sword intent. This person is not simple. Jiang Xiaofeng stopped smiling. Wang Shi and the others also felt a bit gloomy. It seemed like there were more experts than they had imagined. It's Lin Feng. His strength has become stronger. Lung Yidao and Ice Snow Fairy also looked solemn when they saw Lin Feng. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk, asterisk boom. Asterisk, a ball of flame fell on the ground, causing the whole ground to tremble. A heat wave like a sea of fire quickly spread in all directions. Apart from Lin Feng, Jiang Xiaofeng, Ling Fengzi, Lin Xian, and a few other experts who could resist the heat, the others all activated their spirit power armor. So hot. Damn. What's that? Could it be a shooting star? Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk, the flame dispersed, and a tall man in red clothes appeared. His muscles were like a dragon, filled with explosive qi. Meng Yan, he has also become stronger, Lung Yidao said with a trace of battle intent. Meng Yan was the first in the hidden dragon ranking list of the Great Xia. His reputation was even higher than Lin Feng's. His strength was unfathomable. Lin Xian's eyes twinkled. He didn't have a good impression of these two people. Meng Yan had fought against him because of the dragon fruit. There was a deep grudge between the two of them. Whoa. When the little white monkey saw Meng Yan, it suddenly made a funny face. It looked very funny. Everybody was surprised and started to worry about the little white monkey. Meng Yan's strength was at the same level as Ling Fengzi's. Such a person's reputation was very important. As expected, when Meng Yan saw the little white monkey's mockery, his expression changed. A few days ago, it was that little monkey who had stolen his dragon fruit. Now, it had appeared again. Meng Yan glanced around and saw Lin Xian. As expected, it's you, little boy. Nobody can save you today. Meng Yan took a step forward. His qi was like a burning flame. Little bastard, hand over the egg. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire clan. Another angry shout spread in the air. It sounded like a rolling thundercloud. Everybody's eardrums were shaking. The people from the Xingfeng sect are here, and the Mu clan, many martial artists in the crowd exclaimed. Their voices were filled with excitement. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. A group of martial artists landed slowly. Among them, a young girl glared at Lin Xian with a murderous look in her eyes. Hand over the egg. Su Xiao gritted his teeth and pointed the red sword in his hand. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. There were actually two forces that wanted to touch Lin Xian. Including the Purple Demon Palace, there were three forces. Who is this kid? He actually provoked so many enemies. I don't know. I only know that he's dead for sure. Sigh, what a pity. Many people felt that it was a pity, but more people were here to watch the show. Jiang Rua rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said angrily, Little White, your master has provoked so many people. He's dead for sure today. Why don't you follow me? I'll give you spiritual fruits to eat every day. Well, the little white monkey nodded its little head and blinked its black gem-like eyes. Jiang Xiaofeng also looked at Lin Xian strangely. Brother, you've provoked so many experts. You've got guts. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason, but these people had gone too far. It wasn't that no one had gone against them, but those people were all dead. Only he was capable of contending against these forces. Grudges in the pugilistic world are inevitable, but I've never done anything shameful. On the other hand, they've done many dirty things. What did you say? Su Xiao was furious. You snatched our egg, and you still don't admit it. You said I snatched it. Then let me ask you, did I snatch it from your hands? No way. Lin Xian snorted. It's right there. You can't get it, so you blame it on me. What kind of logic is that? You're talking nonsense. Su Xiao gritted his teeth. I saw it first. Chapter 258. You saw the stupid gate first, so others can't enter? Lin Xian sneered. Chasing others when you can't get it? Is this the style of your Star Peak Pavilion? Nonsense, I'll kill you. Su Xiao screamed. Brat, no matter what you say, we won't let you go. And your Purple Demon Palace. Don't blame us for being merciless for having such a disciple. What nonsense are you talking about? He's not from our Purple Demon Palace. Not from your Purple Demon Palace? He clearly used an eye technique. Looks like your Purple Extreme Devil Palace is full of nonsense. Pooh. Hearing this, Ziyi spat out another mouthful of blood. He had been chased for so many days because of Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Ziyi had the urge to go crazy. The others from the Purple Demon Palace also had ugly expressions. Wang Shi's face was gloomy, and his triangular eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Everyone, he's not from our Purple Demon Palace. On the contrary, he's our enemy, Wang Shi said in a low voice. If you want to kill him or beat him up, our Purple Extreme Devil Palace will not interfere. Lin Xian was going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Besides, he knew that Lin Xian was a tough nut to crack. The Star Peak Pavilion had chased them before, so it wasn't a bad idea to let them suffer a little. For a moment, Lin Xian became the center of attention. Lin Feng's eyes moved, pausing on Lin Xian for a moment before leaving. A cultivation of the sixth layer of the spiritual C tier wasn't worth his attention. As for Lin Xian returning to the clan in half a year to participate in the clan meeting, Lin Feng thought it was a joke. On the other hand, Yi Dao Lung and Ice Fairy were worried. Lin Xian's enemies were all difficult to deal with. Humph! Let me see how strong a shameless thief like you is today. A person walked out of the Star Peak Pavilion and quickly charged at Lin Xian. Star Fist. This young man was called Zhang Cheng, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the seventh layer of the spiritual C tier. He threw out a punch, and it was like a falling star carrying a terrifying aura. Fuck, it's actually a mid-grade spirit-ranked martial art. Look at this punch. It should be at 60%. Although they had seen Lin Xian's strength, they still couldn't help but exclaim. Crack! Crack! Lin Xian was like a thunder god descending to the mortal world. His entire body was filled with violent thunder and lightning. He stretched out his hand, and the lightning in the sky gathered, forming a huge palm of lightning that was dozens of meters long. Boom! This hit happened to hit the weak point of the astral fist and broke the fist technique with one hit. Then a huge palm of lightning grabbed the young man. Impossible. Zhang Cheng resisted with great difficulty. His handsome face had turned the color of pig liver. What do you want to do? My fellow disciples are all here. If you touch me, you're dead. Really? Looks like you still haven't figured out your situation. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly as he exerted force in his palm, squeezing Zhang Cheng's bones until they creaked. It's broken, broken. I'll kill you. Crack. Thunder and lightning surged, instantly roasting Zhang Cheng's body. The smell of roasted meat wafted in the air. Bastard. How dare you touch him? You're courting death. The people from the Star Peak Pavilion were furious. Someone dared to make a move in front of them. This was a slap to their faces. For such a large sect, face was the most important thing. However, they seemed to have forgotten that if they hadn't started it, they wouldn't have been slapped in the face now. What, you want to hit me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? Lin Xian sneered and threw Zhang Cheng out. Plop! The people from the Star Peak Pavilion caught Zhang Cheng trembling with anger. You're finished. No one can save you. Break his limbs and make him kowtow to junior brother Zhang. This kind of person should be crippled of his cultivation so that he can't do evil anymore. The people from the Star Peak Pavilion were agitated and shouted coldly, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Lin Xian shouted, come at me if you want to. Don't think you're so great. I'll let you know the difference between us. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's capture him together. 3 martial artists with powerful auras flew out, planning to attack at the same time. Shameless indeed, but I accept your challenge. Finishing, Lin Xian actually took the initiative to attack. Wind and thunder sword ripple. His fingertip flicked out a sword ripple containing a fierce dragon sword intent. A deep dragon roar sounded, mixed with the power of wind and thunder, quickly rushing towards the 3 martial artists from the Star Peak Pavilion. Big Dipper Star Screen. The 3 joined hands and shot out a bright light screen in front of them. It flickered with starlight and blocked the wind and thunder sword ripple. Dang, dang, dang. The rippling sword chi hit on it, forming numerous cuts. The power of wind and thunder quickly tore apart the star screen. That power was frightening. However, it was 3 martial artists at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm after all. Their defense surpassed the scope of the spiritual ocean realm and wasn't so easy to break through. As expected, the wind and thunder sword ripple pierced in halfway and disappeared. Kid, you can't break through our joint defense. The 3 stood in a row, and the starlight screen turned into a large net covering Lin Xian. Dragon counterstep 7 steps. Lin Xian leaped up like a swimming dragon. Ta! Stepping out, he hit the top of the martial artist on the right, and a dragon claw shadow appeared on the soles of his feet, stomping down fiercely. Pung! The star screen shattered, and a bowl-sized hole appeared. That martial artist seemed to have been hit by 100,000 mountains, and everything below his waist sank into the ground. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying was the power to cause such an effect? The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion in the distance frowned, their hearts hanging in the air. They couldn't understand why a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm was so powerful. This far exceeded common sense. Their eldest senior brother Qi Ming's face was also gloomy like ice. Ta! Ta! Stomping the martial artist on the right into the ground, Lin Xian disappeared again. 10,000 miles of starry sky. Milky Way illuminates. The remaining two disciples were scared and hurriedly sent out two attacks. A fan-shaped light appeared in the middle, dotted with stars, as if it was a real starry sky, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. The disciple on the left waved out a palm wind, like the Milky Way, covering the sky and earth with shocking power. These two killing moves were enough to kill any martial artist below half-step harmonious spirit realm, but they met Lin Xian. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, his battle prowess was enough to look down on half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artists. Lin Xian's body was abnormally agile, like an azure dragon, shuttling through the clouds. Twisting his body, his right foot suddenly stomped down like an azure dragon swinging its tail, carrying a force as heavy as 10,000 pounds, mercilessly stomping down. Rumble, puff. Lin Xian took 2 steps consecutively, and the 2 martial artists below were sent flying, as if they were heavily injured. 3 Peaks 7th layer spiritual ocean realm martial artists were taken care of by Lin Xian with just 3 kicks. This guy, how can he be so abnormal? Ziye's voice was trembling. Despicable guy. He's become even more powerful. Jiang Ryue pouted. Meng Yan looked at Lin Xian and laughed loudly. Looks like that fire dragon fruit is indeed extraordinary, actually allowing you to grow to such a level. Chapter 259. Meng Yan's words caused an uproar among the crowd. It seemed like Lin Xian was from the same sect as the man with the monstrous sword intent. What kind of sect is this? How could they have 2 geniuses with sword intent at the same time? However, Lin Feng only glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. Trash like him. No one will avenge him if he dies. The crowd shuddered. It seemed like the relationship between the two wasn't that good. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Many people lowered their heads and sighed. Meng Yan smiled. That's good. Little brat, how dare you steal from me? I'll burn you to ashes today. The disciples of Star Peak Pavilion and Purple Demon Palace laughed cruelly. With a half-step harmonious spirit expert, Lin Xian was dead for sure. Yi Dao Lung and Ice Fairy's expression changed. Meng Yan was the first in the hidden dragon ranking. His strength and reputation were like a mountain pressing down on them. Now that Meng Yan was going to personally attack, Lin Xian was doomed. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and said with a cold expression, "Seems like you're going to kill me? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog." Meng Yan shouted. Flames rose from his body, forming a sea of fire. A violent and ferocious qi quickly spread out, setting off waves of heat in the air. Last time, someone stood up for you. Let's see who can save you this time. He threw out a punch that turned into a fireball that was dozens of meters long. Not good. Retreat. The crowd retreated in all directions, afraid that they would be affected. Brother, should we save him? Jiang Ryue held the snow-white monkey in her arms. She was worried. I don't think he will be defeated that easily. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Xiaofeng seemed to think highly of Lin Xian. Bronze thunder body. Lightning flashed on Lin Xian's body, forming a complicated lightning mark that carried a crazy aura. Thunder fist. Lin Xian didn't dodge and threw out a punch as well. Lightning danced in the air. The azure lightning ball turned into a light pillar and rushed into the distance. The lightning and fire collided, creating a dazzling light. 100 meters deep pit appeared under their feet. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. Lunatic. He must be a lunatic. He can actually fight against a half-step harmonious spirit expert? Meng Yan was slightly stunned, and then his face turned gloomy. Body refining technique? Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Flaming palm. Meng Yan raised his hand and pressed forward. A fiery red palm of light appeared in the sky. At first, it was only the size of a millstone, but as the surrounding spiritual energy continued to pour in, the fiery palm of light grew larger and larger until it was the size of a house. In front of the power of heaven and earth, you are just an ant. Die. The flaming palm came crashing down like a burning mountain, causing the void to collapse. Wait until you become a true harmonious spirit realm warrior. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly in the wind. His body was suffused with a sharp sword intent. It was as if a dragon was roaring inside his body. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword pierced into the sky, and the surrounding wind danced. The power of wind and thunder turned into a shocking sword chi that soared into the sky. Rumble. The flaming palm slammed down mercilessly and landed on the ground, leaving a huge handprint. Where's that kid? He's not dead, is he? Everyone's face palpitated. The power of a half-step, harmonious spirit realm warrior made their hearts tremble. Bang! Just as everyone was guessing, a sword light flashed and illuminated the surroundings like a cold light. Lin Xian stood proudly with the autumn scar sword in his hand. His black hair danced behind him, and he was not injured at all. No way. Even a half-step, harmonious spirit realm warrior can't hurt him. The surrounding warriors were stunned, and those powerful warriors were also frowning. Lin Xian was like an exception. Time and time again, he challenged their understanding of him. This kind of guy, since he is our enemy, we must get out of here before he grows up. The disciples of Purple Extreme Demon Palace and Star Peak Pavilion had the same thought. Even the disciples of Black Wind Sect had killing intent in their eyes. Half-step harmonious spirit realm, #1 in the hidden dragon ranking? Lin Xian sneered. It seems like you've been sitting high and mighty for too long. How about I take your place? You, Meng Yen sneered. Although you have sword intent, it's not invincible. Buzz. With a flick of his wrist, a fiery red spear appeared in his hand. Meng Yan's aura rose again, reaching an unimaginable height. This aura, could it be a high-grade, profound rank treasure? Lung Yidao's voice was trembling. Wang Shi, Jiang Xiaofeng, and the others were also slightly shocked. Even Lin Feng was staring at the spear. If that's all you've got, then go to hell. Flame kill. The spear stirred up the wind and clouds. It emitted a blazing light that looked like 5 fiery dragons dancing in the sky. The whole sky was dyed red, and the air between heaven and earth was turbulent. Before the spear had arrived, Lin Xian felt his body burning. The spiritual energy in his body seemed to be evaporating and was quickly draining away. Dragon counterattack 7 steps. Like a dragon, Lin Xian's body turned into a ray of light. Stomp. With 1 step, the shadow of a dragon claw appeared in the air, grabbing at the fiery spear. Rumble. Lin Xian took 3 steps in a row. The air shook like thunder, and everyone's heart was beating wildly. Humph! Several cold snorts sounded. Lin Feng, Wang Shi Ling Feng, and the others quickly cut off the connection. But ordinary warriors couldn't do it. Some of the weaker ones even spat out blood. However, this was only the aftermath of the dragon counterattack steps. The real power was all surging toward Meng Yan. Flame spirit armor. Meng Yan's face was pale. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a technique. His body bloomed with light. Spiritual energy surged out, forming a fiery red light armor on the surface of his body, and it kept growing bigger. In the end, a light giant covered in flames covered Meng Yan. This giant was dozens of meters tall. Its movements and expression were exactly the same as Meng Yan, but its power was several times stronger. Puff. The hand the size of a house grabbed down, and it had the power to break mountains and rivers. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a shocking sword light, and his body disappeared again. 5th step. Boom. The huge fiery arm broke, as if it was cut off by someone. Meng Yan's face was ferocious, as if he was severely injured. Flame Spirit Spear. He roared, and a fiery spear condensed in the air with a shocking momentum. But Lin Xian was faster. He was like a green dragon swinging its tail, and took another step. Behind him, a giant dragon shadow appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The might of this step also exceeded that of the previous few steps. The flame spear in the air suddenly became much dimmer. Clang! Bang! The two collided, and the ground shook violently. The surrounding warriors all retreated quickly. Huge cracks appeared on the ground and spread into the distance. In the air, a storm of lightning and fire intersected. It was like a destructive ball of light spreading to the surroundings. This momentum is comparable to a harmonious spirit realm expert. Many people showed a shocked expression. Lin Xian and Meng Yan retreated quickly, but the light in their eyes shone brighter. Chapter 260. The Stupa Gate is about to open. It was unknown who shouted, but immediately the black mass of people rushed into the distance. At this moment, no one cared about the battle between Lin Xian and Meng Yan. Everyone rushed to the Stupa Gate. The Purple Demon Palace, Star Peak Pavilion, Black Wind Sect, and other sects also left without hesitation. Kid, consider yourself lucky today, Meng Yan shouted coldly. His body turned into flames and rushed into the distance. The copper lightning runes on Lin Xian's body gradually disappeared, and the sharp sword intent also dissipated, lying dormant in his body. Is it going to open? Lin Xian looked into the distance, and there was a trace of passion in his eyes. Swoosh! The snow-white monkey jumped back onto his body, and its big eyes blinked nonstop. Jiang Riyue pouted at the side, and she was very dissatisfied. However, she was pulled away by her brother, Jiang Xiaofeng. Brother Lin, go and fight for the opportunity. Swoosh! Lin Xian's body flashed, and like a sharp sword, he disappeared from the spot. The 1,000-meter-tall stone gate was covered with marks of vicissitudes. Lines of runes appeared on it and quickly formed a huge pattern. During this process, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed toward the Stupa Gate, forming a terrifying spiritual energy vortex. It's finally open. Everyone was excited. Go in and seize the opportunity. Some disciples rushed in quickly. Ling Fengzi took out a stone token, and it emitted light, forming an inexplicable connection with the Stupa Gate. What's that? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Ling Fengzi to have such a move. In the distance, the young man from the Mu family also took out a token, and it also emitted light. Everyone's eyes were burning with greed as they looked at the two of them. However, no one dared to move. They had heard of the Black Wind Sect's reputation for a long time. Mu Chen from the Mu family was an existence that even the Star Peak Pavilion had to treat with respect. Just when everyone thought that there was no hope, Lin Xian's body also emitted light, and a palm-sized token appeared above his head. Swoosh! Countless eyes looked at Lin Xian, and they couldn't hide their greed. Why does that kid have one too? I don't know, but he definitely won't be able to keep it. Brat, hand over the token, and we'll leave your corpse intact. The people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace and Star Peak Pavilion shouted coldly, Hee, Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Meng Yan laughed cruelly. Give me the talisman, and I will consider letting you go back to Jian Qi Palace, said Lin Feng coldly. In addition, countless gazes were fixed on him. Damn it! Lin Xian had the urge to stomp his feet. Firstly, he didn't know that the stone token would appear on its own. Secondly, these people were too despicable. They actually dared to have designs on him. Little Xian, Z, don't take it head on. Wine Lord transmitted. But Lin Xian was unwilling, but he had no chance against so many experts. I'll try to see if I can draw out the thing inside, Wine Lord said in a low voice. But there's only one chance. Even if it doesn't work, we have to leave. Fine, Lin Xian said through gritted teeth. Buzz. Without any warning, the stone token above Lin Xian's head emitted a dazzling light like a small sun. What's happening? Everyone was puzzled because only Lin Xian's token had changed. Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen's tokens hadn't changed. Rumble. While everyone was still in a daze, a blurry black shadow suddenly appeared in the vortex above the stupa gate. Oh no, it's that brat. Maybe it's a treasure. We can't let him get it. Everyone came back to their senses and madly pounced on Lin Xian. At this moment, apart from Lung Yidao, Ice Fairy, and the Jiang siblings, the rest of the people moved. A black shadow appeared above Lin Xian's head, carrying an ancient qi. Whoosh, boom. Sword qi surged, tearing the sky apart and piercing towards Lin Xian. Saber qi flashed and turned into a waterfall, mercilessly slashing down. In a flash, all kinds of terrifying attacks surged towards Lin Xian. Dragon counterstep, Lin Xian's body flickered and moved quickly, shuttling back and forth in all kinds of light. The illusory figure above his head gradually became real. Slash. Dazzling sword qi flashed and slashed towards Lin Xian. This sword was so amazing that Lin Xian had nowhere to hide. Buzz. Lin Xian's body flashed with thunder marks, and at the same time, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Clang! The two collided. Lin Xian kept retreating, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The shadow above his head stopped moving and gradually disappeared. After one successful attack, Lin Feng slashed out with his sword again. At the same time, Meng Yan and the others quickly attacked. They couldn't wait to tear Lin Xian to shreds. He's injured. Hurry up and help. Brother Lin, run. We'll help you block them. Lung Yidao, Ice Fairy, the Jiang siblings, and the others all rushed to help Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head to the sky and roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he quickly slashed out with his sword. However, he was met with even more attacks. A few of the gasoline blasted his body, causing quite a bit of damage. Hurry up and run. Wine Lord secretly grabbed a wooden box from the shadow above Lin Xian's head. This wooden box was surrounded by multicolored light and emitted a terrifying qi. Lin Xian grabbed the wooden box and looked around. Today, you chased me to kill me. In the future, I'll pay you back 100 times. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as sword light. You think you can escape? Meng Yan laughed wildly. Kill him and take his treasure box and talisman. The others roared. Boom. The flaming spear pierced out like a fire dragon. I will take back what belongs to me, and you wash your necks and wait for me to come back. A black vortex appeared on Lin Xian's body and kept expanding. Die. Lin Feng attacked with his sword. Wang Shi attacked with his purple pupils, and many other people attacked together. The space was about to shatter, but the black vortex quickly disappeared and took Lin Xian away. Damn it! The treasure is mine. Many people raised their heads to the sky and shouted. Brother Mu, what is that talisman? Asked Feng Qi Ming from the Xingfeng Pavilion. Everybody was looking at Feng Qi Ming and Ling Fengzi, waiting for their answer. Buddha token. After Ling Fengzi said these 3 words, he didn't say anything else. Mu Chen slowly said, I don't know how to use the Buddha talisman, but from what happened a moment ago, Lin Xian didn't take all the treasures. Indeed, everybody had seen that Lin Xian had only taken 1 treasure box. By the way, that bastard still has my bag. We can find him, said Su Xiao quickly. Hearing this, the people from the Star Peak Pavilion were overjoyed. Even the others revealed excited expressions. if they get the Buddha talisman, they'll get endless treasures. That little boy is cunning. Let's capture him together. Many people wanted to form an alliance with the Xing Feng Pavilion. After that, apart from the Black Wind sect and the Mu clan, everybody else was extremely anxious. During that time, Lung Yidao, the Ice Snow Fairy, the Jiang clan's brother and sister, went to the Buddha Gate. The others followed Mu Chen's instructions and started looking for Lin Xian. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling as he entered the Buddha Gate. Some cultivators chose to wait near the Buddha Gate. As long as Lin Xian was alive, he would definitely come back. An hour later, Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen entered the Buddha Gate with their talismans shining brightly. 1,000 miles away, in a dense forest, tigers roared and apes cried. Chapter 261. This figure was Lin Xian. He escaped here with the help of Wine Lord. Puff. As soon as he landed, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, there were dozens of people who attacked him together, and there were even a few half-step harmonious spirit experts among them. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. Recover my strength first. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He found a safe place and took out the ice platform and a drop of great earth spirit liquid. As soon as the drop entered his mouth, Lin Xian circulated the art of long life and started to heal his body. The drop of great earth spirit liquid contained terrifying life essence. Under the effect of the mysterious technique, it quickly merged into Lin Xian's body. Multicolored light overflowed, and a vast amount of energy wrapped around his body, rolling continuously. Half a day later, the wounds on his body disappeared. As for the drop of great earth spirit liquid, only half was consumed. Lin Xian didn't open his eyes, but continued to circulate the art of long life. He wanted to break through the seventh sky of spiritual sea layer in one go. Spiritual energy surged. Lin Xian constantly changed seals, and a surge of energy was constantly brewing. One day later, a rumbling sound came from his body, like the roar of waves, and an abnormally tyrannical aura spread out. Seventh spiritual sea layer. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng, Meng Yan, and Purple Extreme Demon Palace, Star Peak Pavilion. Those who attacked me, I will cut them down one by one with my sword. Calming down, Lin Xian took out the treasure box. Feeling the terrifying aura on it, Lin Xian gently rubbed it. Let me see what kind of treasure it is. He opened the treasure box with hope. Chi. Just as he opened a small gap, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, like a peerless divine sword awakening, wanting to tear people apart. Ka. Countless terrifying sword marks appeared in the cave, and it was a ghastly sight. Lin Xian bore the brunt of it, as if he was stabbed by thousands of swords. Wang, the copper thunder rune, appeared immediately, blocking the terrifying killing intent. The great dragon sword intent in his body rumbled, resisting the sword intent in the treasure box. Buzz. As if it had been stimulated, the sword intent within the treasure box resonated and emitted an even more dazzling light. Rumble. The entire cave was pierced through and countless boulders fell down. Terrifying sword wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body. Bang. Lin Xian's body surged with lightning, forming a 10-meter-long protective shield. He quickly rushed out of the cave. Crack. He used all his strength to close the box. In an instant, all the terrifying sword intent disappeared. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead with lingering fear. Instead of being beaten to death by those people, he was almost killed by this box. What is this? It can't be a trap, right? Lin Xian's face fell. In that split second, his bronze thunder body had almost been pierced through, and that was only by a sliver. Idiot, this is good stuff. Your improvement in sword intent is all thanks to it. Wine Lord said. Improvement in sword intent, Lin Xian muttered. He had indeed felt a shocking sword intent from the box. This sword intent was much stronger than Lin Feng's small success sword intent. It can't be large success sword intent, right? Lin Xian's expression changed. But how can I improve it? I can't bear it at all. You want to gain without taking the risk. How can there be such a good thing? Wine Lord despised. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. As for whether you want to try it or not, you decide. If people surround and attack you again, I can't guarantee that I can take you away again. Lin Xian remained silent. He knew Wine Lord's situation. He couldn't act rashly. Moreover, he didn't want to be surrounded and attacked by a group of people just because he was weak. He didn't want that to happen again. Let's do it. I don't want to be humiliated like today. Lin Xian's eyes were resolute. All right, let's set up a formation to prevent the sword intent from leaking out and causing unnecessary trouble. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly frowned. They actually chased me here. Are they going to chase me to the end? Lin Xian's expression was very ugly. Whoosh. His body flashed, and he left the place. A moment later, dozens of people appeared. It was the Star Peak Pavilion and the others. There are remnants of sword intent here and some blood. It seems that he was seriously injured. Chase. We can't let him escape, Fang Qiming said in a low voice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lights flashed, and these people chased after him. To the left, in the crowd, a young man in a white robe was constantly giving orders with a cold expression. He was not Mu Chen, but another disciple of the Mu family, Mu Yi. You can't escape. Everything is under my control. Mu Yi sneered and held a round plate in his hand. Suddenly he frowned and his face darkened. Originally, there was a moving red dot on the round plate representing Lin Xian. But now, the red dot had disappeared. Mu Yi felt as if he had been slapped in the face. His face was burning. He had just said that everything was under his control, and then Lin Xian had disappeared. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Damn it, he must have used some method to hide his aura. Mu Yi roared in exasperation. Don't worry, let's split up. He's injured, so he can't have run far. Fang Qiming was calmer than Mu Yi. Li He, you take a group to the left. Wu Dong, you take a group to the right. The rest of you follow me. Suddenly, the entire group split into 3 groups and rushed in 3 directions. In the primitive forest, Lin Xian's face was dignified. He had just used the method Wine Lord had taught him to temporarily seal the aura on the demonic beast bag. That was how he had escaped. They've split up. Let's collect some interest first. Lin Xian rushed out like a cheetah. These people were crazy. They had chased him for thousands of miles. Naturally, he would not be lenient. Picking a group that did not have any half-step harmonious spirit experts, Lin Xian used his soul power to cover his aura and quietly approached. The breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. The grass on the ground swayed like a green ocean. A group of 8, led by Li He, was quickly searching. There seems to be traces of being stepped on. Someone in the group exclaimed. Search carefully, Li He coldly said. The 8 of them spread out in an arc. Their bodies glowed as they carefully searched. This kind of formation could not only increase the efficiency of searching, but also quickly form a defense to prevent sneak attacks. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's injuries had not only healed, but his cultivation had also advanced by a level. Lin Xian hit on the tree trunk and seized the opportunity to suddenly attack. His sword flashed, and a sharp sword wave rushed out, cutting the 2 closest to him in half. Everyone be careful, Li He shouted. Form the formation. At the same time, he let out a long whistle, calling for the others. Boom. Lin Xian did not speak nonsense. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light flashed. Li clutched his neck and fell down. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Boom! Lin Xian punched out with his left fist, and a person beside him was blasted into a bloody mist. Lin Xian's face was cold. If he did not kill, these people would kill him. In order to survive, he had no other choice. Wind, lightning sword wave. Sword chi surged. Fine sword waves rushed out in all directions. Puff, 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 puff. 3 people were too slow, and their bodies were cut into pieces. Run. The remaining 2 were scared. They ran in the opposite direction. Chapter 262. Swoosh. The sword light flashed as fast as lightning, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind it. The warrior's head flew away, leaving a trail of blood behind. The other warrior was already 100 meters away. He was confident that he could escape from this place. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, followed by a piercing pain. No, this is impossible. The warrior slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. From the left side of his heart, a sharp cold light pierced out. Whoa! A snow-white figure flashed, and a little monkey jumped around with a dagger in its hand. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Boom! The warrior fell to the ground, dead. He still couldn't believe that a little monkey could kill him. Let's go! Lin Xian waved his hand, calling the little monkey back. He then changed into a sword light and quickly left the place. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not long after Lin Xian left, Fang Qiming and the others arrived. But when they saw the corpses on the ground, they gasped. Li He! The crowd couldn't believe what they saw. Some of them even shouted out loud. There are still remnants of sword intent on these wounds. It should be that brat's doing. Fang Qiming's face darkened. Most of these were his Star Peak Pavilion's disciples. Now that they were dead, how could he not be heartbroken? This is impossible. Isn't he injured? How could he kill all these people? Even if he couldn't win, he could at least run away, right? He must have a helper. Fang Qiming glanced around and found the corpses of his disciples 100 meters away. The distance between the two was more than 200 meters. At this distance, only a harmonious spirit expert could kill them at the same time. What should we do now? Should we just let him go? Spread the news and let more people look for him. We'll follow behind and reap the benefits. Fang Qiming said in a deep voice. I feel that his strength has increased again. You guys be careful. Then he squatted down and touched the terrifying sword mark. His eyes flashed. Brother Mui, we'll have to rely on you to track this guy's whereabouts. Don't worry, I'll contact the others. I absolutely won't let him escape. Mui said with hatred. Not long after, all the people who were chasing after Lin Xian received the news. Many of them rushed towards the Star Peak Pavilion, forming an even more powerful alliance. After Mui, the Mu family once again produced a powerhouse. This was a beautiful young girl. Her name was Mu Rong, and her strength was above Mui. With the two of them working together, they finally found Lin Xian's tracks again. This time, we must take him down. We must not let him escape. Other than those from the Star Peak Pavilion, there were also disciples from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace and Black Wind Sect. There were also disciples from other sections. There were 50 of them in total. Each of them had a powerful aura. If they worked together, they could even fight against a harmonious spirit expert. 50 people set off together. And the spiritual energy that covered the sky and covered the earth joined together. It was like raging waves, and their momentum was vast and mighty. When they got close to where Lin Xian was hiding, they stopped. This is the Mu clan's Qi concealing talisman. Take it. Mu Rong said coldly. 50 people concealed their aura and divided into 5 groups, advancing in an encirclement. Lin Xian was hiding in a big tree. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked around. His face immediately turned gloomy. The 5 groups were all within 100 meters of him. They would be able to reach him in a few breaths. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed under his breath as he took out the Autumn Scar sword. Someone had concealed their aura. Looks like you have met your match this time. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Want to kill me? It's not that easy, Lin Xian sneered. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, these people would not be able to stop him. Taking a deep breath, his body flashed as he quickly retreated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5 groups of people moved in a flash, blocking his path. In all directions, 50 people formed a huge encirclement, trapping Lin Xian in the middle. Kid, just give up. You should be proud to have so many people chasing after you. Lin Xian, you killed my Star Peak Pavilion's disciple. Today, I will capture you. Hand over the token, and I will leave your corpse intact. Angry shouts came one after another, covering the sky. Lin Xian did not try to be brave. Facing so many people at the same time, even a half-step harmonious spirit expert would not be enough. Unless they were a true harmonious spirit expert. Using the Dragon Rebel step, his speed reached the extreme. Set up the formation. A loud voice resounded, and light shone in all directions. This time, I will not let you escape. Fong Qiming roared as he punched out like a meteor. Lin Xian's body flashed continuously, and he quickly arrived at the edge of the encirclement. Big Dipper formation. The 7 disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion formed a sword formation with their hands. One after another, huge stars fell down like mountains, bringing with them endless astral winds, tearing the void apart. Get lost! Lin Xian punched out with his left hand and slashed out with the long sword in his right hand. The power of wind and lightning surged. His fist turned into a roaring thunder dragon, and the sword light shone brightly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, asterisk, clang. Asterisk, the 7 disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion swayed, their faces pale. However, even though they were injured, they still managed to stop Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, 2 half-step harmonious spirit experts came from behind. One of them was Fong Qiming of the Star Peak Pavilion, and the other was Wang Shi. "Ha, here I come." Another fiery red light appeared, and Meng Yen descended with a sea of fire. 3 half-step harmonious spirit experts gathered together. Their aura combined into an ocean, crushing one side of the encirclement. This formation was enough to fight against a harmonious spirit expert. I didn't expect you to improve your cultivation in just a few days. Meng Yen sneered. But so what? Even if you are a half-step harmonious spirit expert now, you still can't escape. With the protection of the experts of the Mu clan, it's enough to cut off your whirlpool. Fong Qiming was full of confidence. Kiki, Wang Shi's triangular eyes revealed a murderous glint. This was a situation of certain death, but Lin Xian was not afraid. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Don't you want this? Ooh. Finished speaking, he took out the treasure box. Everyone's heart was burning, and they stared at him. Everyone be careful, don't be fooled by him. As long as we kill him, the box will be ours sooner or later. Fong Qiming reminded them coldly. Don't worry, no matter what, we won't let him go. Arrogant bastard. Today, I will share this treasure box with you. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of madness. Lightning runes flashed all over his body, and he activated the armor on his body. Lin Xian exerted force in his palm, opening the treasure box slightly. Asterisk, when asterisk, the void trembled, and a sharp aura filled the air. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if there were thousands of sword lights hanging above their heads. Asterisk, Ka, asterisk, asterisk, ka, asterisk, Lin Xian opened 1/3 of the treasure box, and suddenly a shocking sword intent rushed out. This sword intent turned into a solid sword light, and it rushed in all directions. Run! Like the birth of a heavenly sword. It swept in all directions. Asterisk, Chi asterisk, dozens of martial artists were too slow, and they were killed by the sword intent. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.